I'm Scott Allen Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means it is time for the Thursday Night Live here from León, Nicaragua. Glad that you guys are joining me. Glad to have you here, and welcome to the show. We got to get the word out there, let people know that we have gone live. It is 4:45 local time here in Central America, where I live, and from where we broadcast. We got quite a rainstorm going on, so we're hearing that in the background. A great opportunity to hear some rain and such. So hopefully we'll get some of you guys on here shortly. I'm getting my monitor up so I can see what's happening and see who's joining us this evening. All right. There's people typing, but I don't know what they're going to say. No one's on the chat yet, so just waiting for people. I got some Hugoso, but it's almost gone as we start here. Spent the day working. I was out on the beach today, which I have not been out there in quite some time. So nice to be out there for a little change. And of course, everything changes every time you go out to the beach. It is a new experience every single trip. We are putting in a new swimming pool. We're actually putting in several new swimming pools. Might be putting in yet another new swimming pool, actually. But got to see one of them all dug out and ready to be lined. So hopefully that comes along pretty quickly. And no one's on yet. Let's get some people on here. I mean, a few of you are on. You're just being silent. You're lurkers. Lurkers, I say. Hiding in the background. So what has everyone been up to this week? Oh, you can hear the car doors behind me now in the rain, and my wife screaming as she runs through the rain. It's really raining out there. It's more than a little rain coming down. And it's been raining all day, which my dogs are not happy. I've only got one of them, but she's here behind me, being unhappy as she is. But you're a good dog. Yes, your mommy's here. But you can hide in here. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, we're definitely in the rainy season. This is like the peak. So we've had about 2 weeks of essentially nonstop rain. We won't know how much because I don't have a rain gauge, but it's a lot. It's a lot of rain coming down, and for a long period of time. So we're very flooded. I did some video today and had to record in the rain, and I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me. It's so loud, so much rain coming down. So yeah, that is where we are. Not a whole lot really to tell you at this point. It's just been a busy work day. We've got the video game conference or video game fair coming up this Sunday here in León. So a lot of us are going to be heading out there. Hope that a lot of you guys can join us, come out and support the community and support Samir, who is putting it on. It's a great opportunity to just get out and meet people and do something different. If you're living here in Nicaragua, one of our big things is we really like having things to do, different things to do, right? There's a lot to do, but there's a lot of the same over and over again. And that's one of the things that's tough for us here. Food is much worse, but, activities, we have a lot of cool stuff, but it's just so much that is the same thing over and over. And so that's difficult, right? That we're constantly fighting this battle of just figuring out what activities we want to do. So tomorrow morning, there's a baseball game. I'm hoping to be there. In the evening, there is Mamma Mia at the Teatro Nacional, Ruben Darío in Managua. I'm hoping to get to go there. I don't think that's going to work out, partially because of the rain and partially because there's just nobody who has time to decide if they're actually going to go with me or not, and I don't want to go completely by myself. So that's a factor. And and there's a lot of driving involved, right? Plus, I'm busy working. So I don't know if we're going to do that. But that's some cool stuff going on. So baseball game tomorrow, Broadway show or, very off-Broadway show in the evening. And then Sunday is the video game fair. So this weekend, we're not in any way short of alternative activities. And, of course, there's all the regular things as well to keep one pretty occupied. So it's surprising amount going on. I'm also surprised by how few people are commenting on today's show. I know that the show is up, and I know people are on, but no one's saying hello. Oh, there, wait. It's just incredibly delayed. Or do I have to scroll or something weird on this? There we go. My father is the first one in. Hey, Dad, how you doing? MBA's here. Hey, Scott, good to be here early. Yes, it's nice. We're on before 5, which is pretty good. Can't really complain about this time. So, yeah. I've had essentially no caffeine today, so we're going to see how that works. I may have to go get some pretty soon here. But I'm wrapping up this Hugoso. It is delicious. My daughter, who attempts to order food in Spanish, which we're very proud of, accidentally ordered something that my wife can't eat and neither of my children will eat. So I have a whole bunch of a broccoli casserole that is basically all for me. So I'm going to be eating a lot of that coming up soon. My father says, are the girls, my daughters, going to be attending the game event? Yes, not only are they attending, my eldest is competing. So it's a tournament. So she's getting into the E-Games tournament in games she's never played. So it's going to be very hard. But they're very expensive games and only on the latest platform, so it's pretty hard to practice. But she's giving it a go. She enjoys competing in things, and she's going to give it a try. Red Dog is here. Wow, not many. Yeah, well, it's early. And everybody remember to give a thumbs up while you're here. You're in early, give the thumbs up. And I just did my own. So the first one was me. Janet's here. Hey, just saw this. Well, it just started. MBA says, Scott, as a parent, one of the main concerns of moving to Nicaragua is schooling for kids. I know you have children yourself. How are the schools in Leon? Leon is actually an education center. So people send kids from all over the country here. Obviously, the best schools are going to be in Managua, but they are, as a percentage of the population, less. But the best, absolute best schools are going to be in Managua. But Leon's pretty good. Now, my kids homeschool and always have, because remember, I've lived in 8 countries. So it's a bit of a different animal for us as far as that goes. So my kids have always done that, and that is always been part of our plan. So... So we don't have the direct exposure to the public schools that some people do. However, my director of hospitality is Canadian, and her daughter is going to, or is starting at Mi Mundo here in town, which is very good, and in English. So if you're looking for an English school, they're pretty much your only choice in Leon. Leon is a relatively small town. We don't have a ton of variety of anything just because we're not that big, and our metro area is only the size of the city, right? We don't have any outlying areas, not like Matagalpa where the city's smaller, but the outlying areas are just as big as the city. So they've got 250,000 in the city, 250,000 in the metro, on top of the city for 500,000. We are 300,000 total, period. That's it. So we don't have a lot of variety. If you're looking for schools in Spanish, we have La Salle, which is the famous French school, which is connected to the famous university in the United States, but is French. We have Pureza, 2 campuses, 2 campi of Pureza. Would you trust my recommendations in schools if I didn't know the plural of campus? There is Calasanz, and not only are those in Leon, but La Salle is in the center, but they have a tech school out here in Sutiava, but Pureza and Calasanz are in Sutiava specifically. So that's actually really significant that at the high school level, Sutiava, the barrio that I'm in, is, I can only imagine, the best barrio in the country because it's so concentrated. But Mi Mundo is outside the city heading towards Salinas Grandes, which is the weirdest location. But Salinas Grandes, everyone we talk to, there's like this connection between Salinas Grandes and the Mi Mundo school. Maybe that's coincidence, maybe that's my small slice of the world, but we found that very odd. But my director of hospitality's daughter is going to be going there. So there's plenty of options. One international school, and then 3 really high-end Nicaraguan schools, and then you have smaller private and loads of public, which are not necessarily things you would want, but certainly quite a few options here in Leon. Jan says she overdid caffeine and chocolate. Diego's here. Hello. Lana Noble's here. If you would kindly give us a quick breakdown on how to get cellular data on your phone in Nicaragua. All right, I'll grab that in just a second. Jan says I did the thumbs up first thing. Awesome. Thanks to everyone who's remembered to do the thumbs up on the video. It does help get the word out there. Diego says Managua has great international schools. Public schools, really not that good. A few get pretty good, but yeah, overall, you'll probably be, if you're, depending on where you're coming from, you'll probably be disappointed. And sending a foreign student to the public school may be difficult, right? Just because there's a lot of cultural things, a lot of assumptions, a lot of, most people in the public schools have been with those students for their lifetimes. It's very hard to fit into as an outsider. So it could work out fantastic, but in general, probably on the difficult side. Okay, so for Lana, so getting data on your phone here is very easy. So first of all, if you're coming from the United States, simply have T-Mobile and boop, it just works. That is the miracle of being American. There's many things that are terrible, but one that is awesome is our access to T-Mobile and unlimited data everywhere in the world all the time is just the easiest thing in the world. So do that. If you are American and don't have T-Mobile, stop and reconsider your life choices. If you are not American, I'm sorry. You have no good options for phones. I don't understand how the U.S. is so much better, but it's only because of T-Mobile. AT&T is meh, and Verizon is, have you seen those movies where people accidentally stall their cars as a freight train comes by and forget to get out of them and are swimming in gasoline? That's what the train wreck of Verizon is when using it internationally. But so you get the worst and the best, but you can just not get Verizon. No one twist your arm. Don't do that. And then magically things just work. So we'll just assume you're Canadian and screwed and you're coming to Nicaragua and you have to get data locally. Or you were, Canadians are in the same boat as if they were mugged on the plane and their phone was taken, right? We like to pick on Canada because their phone service is the worst in the world. So if you're coming in, you need to get data here, which of course could make a lot of sense because our data is fast and cheap. You have two choices. No, that's it. So this is not complicated. You've got Tigo and Claro. Tigo being from Luxembourg, Claro being from Mexico. And they both just work. Right? They both have the same price within a few pennies. They are both the same feature set. I can't really tell it apart. They're the same price. Like everything's the same, right? Their coverage is basically the same. Everyone knows somebody who's like, I know a spot where Tigo works better, and everyone knows someone who's like, I know a spot where Claro works better. But by and large, even their coverage is basically the same. Almost everywhere you go, their towers are next to each other. If they don't share a tower, right? The differentiation is difficult. Let's just be clear. Like that's the reason that traditionally I've used Tigo is because T-Mobile here rides on the Claro network. So what if Claro was to have a blip? I could go to Tigo. What if Tigo has a blip? I could go to T-Mobile using Claro. Great. What I found was that Tigo was more difficult to use from a customer service perspective. And that really I never had a need to flip between networks because of an outage. So I just went to Claro, and both were good, right? Whatever. So you just walk into a Claro or Tigo store and tell them you want to get service. Typically, it's about $2 to get, and you get like 3 days of service, but they give you the SIM card, right? So if you have an old-fashioned phone that has SIM card slots, or a Chinese phone, because they still push that, you have an actual physical SIM slot. So if you have a single SIM slot, like, Neanderthals, then you'll have to pop out the current SIM card that you have from wherever you're from and pop in the one you get here from Nicaragua, and that'll change your phone into the Nicaraguan number. That's not ideal, and that's why we've been trying to get at least dual SIM card phones for a very long time. If you have a dual SIM card phone, then just leave in the one from your, Canada or whatever, and when you get here, pop in the second one that you'll get for $2 at Claro or Tigo, and they'll have a number on it, and they'll turn you on for 3 days. If you have an iPhone or a modern Android, you'll most likely have eSIM. So they don't use the physical slot anymore because those are quite antiquated technologically. They are the equivalent of a floppy drive versus a hard drive, right? So We don't need to store a lot for phone numbers, so that floppy kind of mechanism works, but it's really like a floppy. Like, it's silly. So the modern ones use eSIMs, and so that just means that it's like a hard drive. They just download the thing. They don't physically give you a floppy to pop in. Tigo is a little bit confused by this, but Tigo seems to be a little bit confused in general. And Claro handles this lickety-split, no problem, no questions asked. They just give you a QR code. Boop, you've got it. You're good to go. But both work. Get the eSIM, and now you have the number on your phone. Plus, you still have your old numbers. It's only if you have that single SIM slot that you create a complication that you got to pop one out and pop one in. Otherwise, you're just adding a number. Okay, so that's how you get it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Now, that's what we call prepago. That is paying ahead of time, pay as you use. It's the easiest, it's the cheapest. So later, when you want to do something more complicated, feel free. But to get started, nothing's easier or faster than this, and you're not wasting money, you're saving money. So it's perfect. So when your 3 days are up, you simply stop by the appropriate dealer for the phone that you got, either Tigo or Claro, and give them a small amount of cash, about 200 cords, which is about $6, a little bit less. It's like $5.85 for 15 more days of service. Trust me, 15 days is the magic number. Anything less, you're going to overpay. Anything more, you're going to overpay. 15 is the magic on both. They're the same. They're roughly 200 cord for 15 days on either one. And if you price out, look, well, wouldn't it be cheaper to buy 30 days at a time? Well, price it out, because 2 times 15 is 30, and 2 times 200 is 400, and see if that 30 days can be done for 400 or less. Trust me, the answer is no. So the people who are getting the 30 days, that is pay a massive premium for being massively premium. I can't be bothered to click update once every 15 days. I will pay $3 extra, 50% more every 15 days in order to not have to do that. They saw you coming, right? They're like, North Americans who can't be bothered to save $3. Woohoo! This is like a button for us, right? And sometimes I'm tempted. I don't want to have to redo this. So that's the one way. You can also just go to Claro or Tigo online. You can get an app for your phone. For Tigo, you can't for Claro. Or just go on their website and just recharge there. So you're sitting at your apartment or your hotel, go on the website and put in a credit card. Boom. So I do this all the time. Every 15 days, I just pop in and my computer has my credit card saved. Click the thing, and I've got 15 more days on my Claro account for $6. Very cheap, very easy. And if you have a period you're not going to use it, don't update it. Just wait until you need it. If you're going to be traveling outside the country, you're heading back to Canada, don't update it. Just let it run out, and then you don't have to pay while you're gone. So very, very handy, very, very effective. So that's really it. Like, it really is that simple. It's a little bit, that first time that you head into a store and you're like, okay, am I really just going to walk up and say I'd like a SIM card? Yup. Hi. Hola. Soy nuevo aquí y necesito tener una SIM para mi teléfono. And show them the telephone, and they'll take care of you, right? Like, that's it. And you're good to go. And then, like, your social media and stuff is generally unlimited. Like, you're really in good shape. Diego says, but private schools are really not that expensive, from $20 to $100 per month, unless you go to really expensive schools, like you pay $800 per month. That's like the Central American school or whatever. MBA says, I know you've previously mentioned the difficulties of pricing real estate in Nicaragua. However, if you could give a rough estimate, how much would land be in Puerto Mumbo Tumbo? Okay, MBA, before we try to give an estimate on that, 2 questions. What? And 2, on the beach or off the beach in the village. Diego says, I won't be here for a lot of time today, going to driving classes. Ooh, fun. Have fun with that, Diego. Dale says, hello. Lana says, we are Canadian on TELUS. Yeah, sorry about that. Yep, yeah, you'll just need a new card. Not a big deal. Diego says, Tigo uses a lot of Claro's infrastructure. Claro used to be Enatel, the local government monopoly. They have been rolling out their own infrastructure for the last few years, though. Diego says, you should really write an automation to buy the data for you. I could accept Diego. The thing is that I don't want to buy it all the time. In fact, I probably, honestly, 90% of the time don't want to re-up it when it comes up. It's almost always a full day or 2 days or a week before I want to do it. If I automated it, I would just have this constant payment, which of course I could do, but it wouldn't be able to make that decision like, wait, I'm not traveling anywhere. And keep in mind, I always have data on T-Mobile. So even if I'm like I'm going to walk on the street or I'm just going to do something simple, I'll be like, do I want to pay for Claro right now, or should I just use my T-Mobile? Because if I'm just like heading out for a beer and I'm not going to like use my phone, why bother paying for the high speed and having my number on? But if I'm going to be driving, I don't want to have maps. I'm going to be working from a cafe or anything. I'll be like, no, I want the speed. And even if it just expired, I'll pay again. Like, I don't have a problem paying $11 a month, obviously. Not the end of the world, but I probably pay much closer to $8 a month because I'm able to save so much by just only paying for it when I'm actually planning on using it. KL7 says, don't they have limitations if you do not use it for a while, number is taken out? I've heard that if you go for 90 days without in any way using the number, that they take it out. I don't think I know anyone that's actually happened to, but I also don't know many people who would leave for 90 days. But I have heard that can happen, and then you just come back and turn on a new number. Doesn't really affect you. Most important thing in life is never do anything by your phone number. Like, this isn't the 70s, so just don't do that, and no one cares. To outside of North America, the world is used to constantly changing phone numbers, so it doesn't have any real negative impacts. MB says, in the village, not on the beach, and why that reaction? So Puerto Mumbotumbo is, pretty remote. It's a fishing village. It's essentially it's Leon Viejo, and it floods horribly. It's just very rarely do you have someone looking at living in a very tiny, remote, poor village, especially if it's not in the mountains. I really don't know. Puerto Mumbotumbo, I can only imagine. That is such an extremely undesirable area. If you're just looking at buying land, I can only imagine that a city lot can't be above $5,000. $1,000 to $2,000 maybe. I don't know. But it's very inexpensive. I mean, I don't even know where to start with pricing. Typically, places like that don't really have costs. Normally the lots are just passed around in family, right? They don't really have outsiders. They don't really have anything to give there any pricing. Even people who have city lots like that, I've talked to, and they're just like, I have no idea what house it like. I don't know what my house cost. I don't know what the neighbor like. I don't know anything because they never buy and sell lots. So if it's just a lot in the village, I really would be shocked if the price could go above $5,000 for the most desirable lots. Maybe if it was just enormous, like a whole block for some reason, maybe a little bit more. But to give you a comparison, I mean, when I was first looking in 21 to really buy, I would guess, based on the prices of of beach building lots, I would expect it to be below 500. Maybe come up a little bit since then, but I feel like 5,000 would be outrageously high in most cases. Diego might have a good idea. I don't know. Diego says, yes, you can lose your number, but it takes like 1.5 years. Yeah, I feel like 90 days is like their right to take it away, but I don't think anyone does. Kale says, thanks, Scott. So far, I'm just paying monthly. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's what you do. Diego says, it happened to me. I did not recharge for a year and a bit, and they just removed it. I don't do that. Like, I never I doubt I ever go a month. I'm likely never going even 2 weeks, but I do a couple days here and there all the time. Envy says, I see, I had no idea it floods. This is why your channel is invaluable. Yeah, so Porto Mombotumbo, not the middle of the village, although I'm sure it gets quite soggy, but the beach is actually, like, if you go down to those restaurants on the beach, the water actually comes up into the restaurants and just sits there during part of the season. So I don't know exactly when it is, but I've seen the pictures, and they're just like, yeah, that's just how it is. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that they bother putting in restaurants knowing that they're going to be underwater for a portion of the year. Like, one, obviously they're not making any money. Those things are closed. But two, like, the damage it would do if you had anything on the ground is crazy. Like, they got to keep things. No, it's not the ocean, so they're not getting surf, right? So it's just the water level just comes up with waves can only be, it's lake waves. They only get real small unless a boat goes by. So it's not a lot of moving water. As long as you're attached to the ground, your building's probably okay. But anything near the ground is just going to get waterlogged. If it's metal, yeah, but it could float away. Like, it's just a lot of complications. How is La Paz Centro? Something between Managua and Leon. La Paz Centro is decent. I have people from my channel who have purchased there. It is so all those places outrageously cheap, right? La Paz Centro and Nagarote, and to some degree Matare, maintain a little bit higher property values, and to be clear, compared to outrageously cheap, because they're on the main highway, so they have some access to things. They're a little bit bigger. La Paz Centro is a real city, right? It has a downtown park. It has an AM/PM. It's got a little place to get food. Like, it's a cute little city, right? I've done videos walking around all these places, Mombotumbo, La Paz Centro, and I think it's a cute town. I think it has potential. Of course, you're going to be heavily without resources, right? Oh, I want to go to the grocery store. Driving into Leon. Right. But it's a nice little town. Prices would be low, even if you want to be right in the village. Certainly more than Porto Mombotumbo. If you had to spend $5,000 in La Paz Centro, that would not shock me particularly. But it also wouldn't shock me if you were able to get in cheaper than that, right? In theory, if you're really shopping around, 5,000 should be able to get you, assuming you're just looking for a house building lot, right? You're not looking for anything outrageous. Into the 95th percentile. I would say 90 to 95% of all building spaces in the country must be 5,000 or below. Now, a bunch of my audience who has ever purchased a house will suddenly go, wait, I've looked at stuff way more than that. And assuming we're discounting the people who have no idea what they're looking at and are just getting scammed, there legitimately a large number of my audience will be saying, no, the real price, like what people actually pay, is above that. Yes, that is true, but that is because my audience is looking at the top 1 to 5% of properties in many cases. And so we're looking at primo property, right? We're looking at actual waterfront, which, keep in mind, I've looked at a lot of waterfront and been told by people, no, that's under 5,000, right? Not in the best places, but in lots of places. I mean, I almost bought a 30-room hotel for $80,000 5 years ago, waterfront, right? So, that's with the lot was big enough to build 6 houses, and it had a 30-bedroom hotel on it with a restaurant, and the parking lot was huge. I mean, the parking lot alone had to be worth a couple grand, and it's waterfront, and it was a nice location. We really seriously considered it. I'm glad we didn't. I think we would have been just outrageously depressed from the amount of renovations we would have had to have done. But also looking back at it, I'm like, the place was not too bad. Like, it would have been a neat adventure for sure. But yeah, if you're looking at building in the towns, and when you're looking at like La Paz or Porto Mombotumbo, you don't have fancy barrios to compare, right? It's all like one big barrio, basically. You definitely have options that can be quite cheap. You may find a place or two, like right in the middle of town, right by the church or something. Yes, you may find lots that are a little bit higher, but might be a little bit more. Okay, Leo says that should have said Hotel Munch, but I don't know what should have said that. Where did he post? I did not see it. Leo, I didn't see the first part that was a response to. But La Paz Centro is cute. It's a cute little town. I prefer Nagarote personally. A little bit bigger town. Super cute. Super, super cute. Lots of food in Nagarote. Last week, some people were talking about Mataare a bit, which is far less popular than either. It's inside Managua, technically, but pretty decent. I'm just noticing on this. Just looking at stuff on the channel. But yeah, and if people are telling you what, you can't get things for under 5,000, we see ads for overpriced building lots all over the country. 5,000 is like the magic gringo price number for building lots that you see everywhere. So if that's the gringo price number for what are supposed to be premium spots, you can imagine how much lower a non-gringo price place, like if you went into any of those places that are advertising 5,000. So for example, right next to my house, there used to be a sign advertising lotifications. That's a condo complex, basically, in Las Brasiles for $5,000, right? It's the number that they think Americans will not balk at this number. Just give them 5,000 and they're not going to negotiate, even if the place is worth half that. So, and they're probably right. They're getting 5,000 is pretty easy. What's interesting is that most of these lotifications are empty. They're not getting $5,000. Ever. Not like not enough to fill the place. No, they're not getting them, period. So we have these empty lotifications all over the country that are offering at $5,000. And if you went into any of them, obviously they've been empty for years. They know they're not worth $5,000. They can't possibly argue that the value is $5,000. If you went into most of these and offered them $2,000, they would take it at this point, right? They've been empty for 10 years in many cases. So, hey, you remember that place that you lost all that money on 10 years ago and you've completely given up on it? You don't even advertise anymore. Nothing's there. Yeah. Well, I'll give you $2,000 for it. You've been asking $5,000, and that was impossible. We've proven that at the best of times you weren't going to get that, and now it's been years since then, and it's only worth less, not more, since that time, partially because you did this stupid thing and asked for too much. So I'll give you $2,000. Your choices are $2,000 or nothing, because no one has ever come to offer you anything ever before. And they will almost always go, oh, thank goodness, give me $2,000. Right? Get me out of it. My wife is so angry with me for building this thing that no one was ever going to come to, and I wasted all this time and money and didn't make a penny on it. I'll take $2,000. Right? So even those, you'll probably get $2,000. Or you could get for $2,000, I mean. And maybe you could get them for $500. I mean, play hardball. But those are generally like, or the attempt at least is to be a premium spot, a luxury spot, something that you can't normally get in places. So if that's not selling for $5,000, then imagine how little it would cost to go get a lot in a city that isn't part of that, right? Like honestly, $2,000 would be amazing. Leo says American Airlines, Pensacola to Managua, 11-4, booked 7 days at Hotel Munch. Anybody want to help me get my feet under me? I pay. I don't know if you want to spend 7 days at Hotel Munch. That's really just for one night to get into because it's by the airport. It's for utilities. You don't want to stay by the airport. Jose just did that, and we're all like, what are you doing, man? Like, get away from the airport. Definitely use Hotel Munch for that first day so you don't have to travel. You don't have to worry about a taxi. Like, make it easy. But chill in Hotel Munch. Maybe one extra day if you really want some time to shop around for a hotel, but you don't want to stay by the airport. Even Hotel Munch is going to be a little bit expensive because it's a hotel at the airport. I mean, it's a great price, great guy. Definitely go there. Tell him I sent you, but you'll want to move into the city somewhere. And if you're looking for something that's cheap that I've been to, go up to the Cuban Dance Studio. Yep, I know that name is crazy, but yes, it's a hotel up in Via Fontana, and it'll be probably cheaper, definitely comfier, nicer amenities. And instead of being in an industrial zone by the airport with a lot of mosquitoes, you'll be up on the hills with cooler weather and views of the lake. And you can you'll have a restaurant on property. You'll walk across the street to the DoubleTree if you want to see that. You can see the city laid out at your feet. It's much easier to take a taxi place. Shopping is minutes away. You know, from if you want to go to like decent shopping from the airport, 20 minutes. You want to go to decent shopping from Via Fontana from the Cuban Dance Studio. I mean, it's a solid walk, but like I have filmed walking from the Cuban Dance Studio to the Gallerias, right on the show, and tons of restaurants in that area and lots of neat communities. So highly recommend doing that to get your feet wet. If nothing else, I mean, plenty of great places. I just know the Cuban Dance Studio. They're nice people, and the place is cheap and the location is sweet. NBA says, if you don't mind, can I open a map of Leon? Can you open a map? That'd be me. Open a map of Leon and describe the different barrios in the city, like how the north, south, east, west. Yeah, I think we can do that. Let me give it a try. Dale says, Hotel Munch is down a little road that's part dirt, and there's absolutely nothing to eat around there, so you better have Pedidos Ja on your phone and in drive. He is correct, right? The whole thing about Hotel Munch, it's utility for the airport, and it is fantastic. But, yeah. But let me get you the Cuban Dance Studio, because I like those people a lot, and I like Hotel... Okay, it's an ad came up on my... I'm accumulating these little hotels in Managua that I really like, and I plan on going and filming more and like spending time at different places because... I'm sorry, it's called Cuban Dance Garden. See if I find it. It's tough getting stuff on Hostel Cuba Dance. There we go. Go stay with Rina Pena. You know we're a tiny country when these are the kinds of conversations we have to have. Like, it's such a funny place, everything here. I did have a video on it, yes. I stumbled on it while doing other searching, and like everywhere, their website is gone. But I really enjoyed that. It was a really cool episode where they're just like, hey, what are you doing filming outside our hostel? Oh, sorry, I was walking down the street. Is this a hostel? Yes. Oh, can I film it? Okay. And then they showed me around and we hung out and had a really good time. And I need to go back and do a longer thing there. I just everything. I have so many things I need to do. Let's see if I can find it. Cuba Dance, because you can dance. Backroad Surprise. That's it. Here is the episode. Save this for later. Don't watch it now. It's been a while. I really need to get back there. Remember to give that video a thumbs up as well. But it is in a great area. So even if you want to do cheap stuff, you can stay there and be really cheap, or you can go up the hill a little bit. You got like the Amazonia Resto Bar. You got a cute little plaza up there. You've got a number of things. You really do have options in the area. So pretty cool. Yes, Jen says, and the people seem nice. They were very nice. The owner is like, I don't really speak English. Let me get my daughter. So she ran like down the street, brought her daughter back, and her daughter hung out with me and talked about the place. So it was really cool. Definitely worth giving them a shout. Map of Leon and show. Let's see what we can do. I've got to figure this out. Always fun trying to figure out exactly how to do this live, but I've done it. Let's see. All right. So the thing that's difficult is depending on how I share it, it doesn't let me move around. So I got to try to figure that out. But I work in IT. We should be able to figure this out. So there's a thing where I can share a browser, but when I do it, the browser just pops up. It's cool, but then I can't like show it to you. So here we go. Whoa, that freaked out. That is not what we want to do. I'm about to see that go crazy. Right, fingers crossed that this is going to work. It shows it doing the capture, but it's not. All right, we're gonna figure this out. Hey, John, how you doing? Leo says, I understood that the Munch had its own little restaurant. It, to the best of my knowledge, does not. When I was there, it did not. If it does, someone added that recently. This is going to do that thing. It does that before I can do anything. Well, let's try this. That seems to work. Can you guys see my mount? You can. Okay, good enough. Aha, actually. Oh, completely different. There we go. There we go. Much better. Okay. So this is Leon. We're going to zoom out just a little bit. Oh, actually, I like this. This is actually really cool. We should do this more often. Oh, let me make it bigger. Screwed something up. There we go. All right, and we can even get rid of this stupid stuff on the side. Excellent. And some of that too. All right, hold on. Nice. Okay. So this is the city of Leon. And so this is the historic city center here. You can see it in yellow. This is the zone that's going to be most expensive. This is where all the expensive stuff is, with the Basilica right here and Central Park here in green. The pedestrian way is all around that, and then the big market is right over here. And then behind the big cathedral is the Iglesia El Calvario. When I zoomed out, Heroes and Martires de Zaragoza disappeared, though. Yeah, as I come in and out, I seem to be having an issue. Yes, John, we're figuring out how to do this. It's a new thing. Dale says they have breakfast included, and if you have food, I think you can cook in the kitchen like at a hostel. Oh, interesting. I never tried that. I didn't know that they did breakfast included. I'm out of there so early that I never knew. Shows what I know. Okay, so it's a little bit hard to see the barrios, and not all of them are labeled. So this one I actually don't know. Sagrario? Sometimes you can get it to show. where it is. Nope, it's not going to show. Barrio El Sagrario. Here we go. It is... I don't trust that one. This shows El Centro as being El Sagrario. Somehow they got someone to enter that. So Google doesn't allow people to edit the maps to fix them. And so you get some weird stuff because you don't know where it comes from. Okay, so here's Héroes y Mártires de Zaragoza is up here in this little area up here. This bigger area kind of here is Zaragoza. 11th Street here is important because there's the stoplight right here, and that separates the León barrios from the Sutiava barrios. So you see, this says Barrio Sutiava. That's confusing. Barrio Sutiava is El Centro Sutiava, and what they call León is El Centro León, or apparently Sagrario. I don't know what the heck that is. So it's confusing because it's a dual city. So Sutiava, even though it's the city of Sutiava, the municipality of Sutiava, is called a barrio here, but it's also a city, right? And it is a barrio within itself. But then this barrio has barrios. So they get to be called barrios because they're against an El Centro, which otherwise you'd be a reparto. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot. I know. So downtown, which comes up as Sagrario, here. Zaragoza here. I don't know if we can get it to show the name or not. Often you can't. And then above Zaragoza is Héroes y Mártires de Zaragoza, which is a very tiny community, just at these odd little streets here. That's where that is. And it's very inaccessible. The roads are very tiny, and I like it a lot. To the northwest of that is La Providencia. Each of these I have done walking tours of. So if you check my videos, every single one of these, with the rarest exception, I have walked around and filmed. So I've definitely done Zaragoza. For Janet, she had me walk every street back and forth through the entire barrio. I've done Héroes and Mártires at least once or twice. La Providencia I've done twice. Los Jardines, that's a really good episode, in fact. Via Democracia is pretty good. This is the core Sutiava right here. This area here, hopefully you guys can see it, is Fano Arroz. I know it says Aeropuerto Fano Arroz, but Fano Arroz is this neighborhood here. This area is called Puente Arlencillo. This area up here, we'll see if we can get it to come up, is this is Reparto Belen. They consider it far enough out that it is not a barrio. If we go up this road, this area here is Héroes y Mártires de Sutiava. These are very poor outlying barrios. I don't know if the names will ever pop up or not. And then this is Reparto Santa Lucia. And one of our buses comes out here. And then this is Héroes y Mártires. This is the zoo down here and the big park area. And then as we come down the road here, this whole big area over here is Veracruz, which is pretty important. And then out here is Carlos Canales. Now that's not a barrio or anything. That's just out there. I'm going to read the notes real quick. John says, I'm good, thanks. You seem to be having an issue. When you zoomed out, here's the Martinez. All the names of the 2 ride-sharing apps, please. Thank you. Trying to be more techie this time. Okay, your ride-sharing. Well, I don't have ride-sharing apps. We have ride apps, right? They're not for sharing. That's different. InDrive and Ray app. John says, that park on 4th Calle Southwest, is that about a 10 to 15 minute walk from the Basilica and the Parque de los Poetas? That park on 4th Southwest. Do you mean the park of the Indios? Let me see. So this is 4th Southwest. If you come down here, there. Do you mean this park? So there's 2 parks on 4th. There's this one, which is the Iglesia. That's where I filmed all of my episodes from 2022, was filmed here or in this park, which you come down 4th and then you come up a little bit, so it's not technically on 4th. This is the Parque El Indio. This is the big statue of the Indian over the fountain pointing. So that's where that is. Those are the only parks on 4th. So this is a church, not really a park, but they call it the Parque Iglesia El Laborio. And there is like a little, they play basketball and stuff there. Leo says, not looking for dirt cheap or the Hilton, not really interested in a hostel. Any cute little mid-range hotels you would recommend? Oh, well, so be aware that basically everything that isn't a Hilton is going to be a hostel. We were just talking about this in the other channel, that people do not understand what hostels are. Either you want the big hotels or everything is a hostel. Hotel Munch, definitely a hostel. Airport X, all that definitely hostels. Okay, yes, John, 10 to 15 minutes? Yeah, from the Basilica, maybe less. Probably 10 to 15 minutes. Because this is the Basilica here. This should be Parque Poetas right here. Wait, that's Ruben Dario. No, Poetas is this one? No, Heroes and Martyrs. This one says Ruben Dario, but I think this is actually Poetas. And then Infantil, that's only 1 block. Well, diagonally across the block to Infantil, and then 2 blocks to the Iglesia. This is La Antigua 1620. This is the famous steakhouse. And this right here that says Super Express, this thing marked as a Super Express, that is my house from the 2022 episodes, is the Super Express. So watch my videos from 2022 and you will see me going from the Super Express to the church, filming at the church. Watch our episodes about the opening of Antigua because it got opened while we were there. You can see me walking all these places from this block right here. That's the Super Express right there. Everywhere, and you can time it. Even with me talking on the show, I'm often doing that in 10, 15 minutes easy. Now, south of the city is the giant barrio here of Guadalupe. That's all of this. Everything under the river over here. It definitely goes over the first, but I think it actually comes over to at least this road is all Guadalupe. This is a big, big barrio and has a lot of stuff. This is the big cemetery. Here, again, episodes on all of this. This is Fundesi. Down here, kind of southeast of Guadalupe. I love this neighborhood. This is the old projects that is now gentrified. And then you've got Calvario up here, kind of east of downtown, and in between these two is the unmarked Calvarito. I don't know if we can zoom in and see exactly where it is. No, but it's there somewhere in the middle. This is Tomas Borges Martinez, first stage right here. This is second stage down here. This is an incredibly poor outlying barrio. You want to be really mindful of being down in this area. You've gone too far. Right. And then this is Mercedes Varela down here. Again, these are extreme areas you would never venture in. You would never go south of the cemetery like naturally, except like this is the baseball stadium area. So this area is weird, but it's so remote. And I know it kind of looks like it's in the city and it's surrounded by all this farmland. But if you're actually here and see what the roads are like, it would never occur to you to wind up down there. Like it would never. You'd be going on roads and go, oh, I feel like we're off where we should be, right? And it's odd because it really is close to so many things, but everything as you come into the city guides you up into the city, not down into these outlying areas. And then over here is Comunidad Universitaria, which is not how it's named locally. We call it Colonia Universidad. But that's right here. So this is an area a lot of people from my show live over here. And then this is Villa Casa Leon right out here. This is the very Nika housing. So when we did like the Pink House episode, we filmed a number of them. All of this, every single one of these we have filmed. I've done Mercedes Varela. I've done Tomas Borges Martinez, I've done Castle Leon, I've done. So you can find multiple episodes on nearly every one of these barrios. This is the one that is the traditional Nicaraguan new starter home things that are unbelievably cheap at like $150 a month. That's out here. And then this area in Colonia Universidad is very much a gentrified expat community. And then let's see if I can find, this is Colegio Mi Mundo, which people were asking about. This is the generally considered the best international school in the city. And then you're just heading out to Managua that way. Now, if we come up here, when I did the episode on East Leon, that is this section here, or maybe a little bit down here as well, because we came down. This is the park that I started filming at, Urbano Forestal Los Poetas Park, and filmed. So I did one episode, I think, where I filmed over here, and then one where I went down here. I can't remember if it was all one episode or two. But I've definitely filmed it. It's kind of a neat area, but not generally considered desirable. We just recently did a little bit of not filming, but we talked about stuff in Reparto 1st of May, which is over here. Again, this and Posada del Sol and Reparto 1st de Mayo, these are kind of rougher east side barrios. This is the big internal highway, and this is the bypass. And then like this area, honestly, I've never been over here. So I'm a little bit lost over here. But right over here is where we were looking with Norman, and Janet and I found some really cool places over there. So there's some neat stuff. Like just because this is out there doesn't mean there aren't some hidden gems, but there is a part of the city that I don't know that well. Then coming back. So let's recenter. Here's Leon. Let's go north. So notice that there's a dead area here. Anytime there's a dead area, that's because there's a creek. So there's a creek right here. And then you have the Barrio of Santa Maria here. This is tiny. This is like, calling this a barrio is ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, 3 streets. It can't be more than 20 houses. I don't know. There's some internal barrios here. Let's see if I can, so this is San Felipe. Where is it? So there's a little neighborhood here and a little neighborhood here, but they're really close to downtown, so no one thinks of them as names. They just name them after the church. Then you got San Felipe here, which is really just attached to Santa Marta. Very little up here, right? These are cemeteries. Like, it's okay, but it's not exciting in any way. You'd be like, oh, this is a really, okay. Reparto San Carlos, we were up here with Norman as well. Relatively poor barrio without a lot to mention, but it does have, it touches some wild areas, so it does have some nice air, some neat views at times, so it's not necessarily bad. And then Reparto Fatima, this is the super high-end luxury part of the city. This is the expat baller area with the mansions and really fancy gated housing and that kind of stuff. That's all up there. So a lot of my audience will consider that. And again, every one of these, there's a video. Reparto William Fonseca is a really interesting Reparto. And ask your questions for those who asked for this as to what exactly you're looking for. I'm just kind of playing with the map and doing a walk around. Actually, we'll take a quick break and come back and look at other things, and we'll come back. But real quickly, William Fonseca, this barrio is decently poor, but I found it really interesting. And it does have some beautiful housing, like it's one of these, like right along here. There's some truly beautiful homes, like things you would never guess. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. This, you can see this big estate right here. It's not, I don't know if it's really an estate, but this house is larger than most, but the grounds are just immaculate. The surrounding is like beautiful gates, all well done. Same up here, right on the edge. And then it goes into a normal barrio that's nothing to really write home about, but I generally liked it and filmed walking all over it. And then I also filmed, this is actually the path going places. So I filmed walking all of this. I think it's a really good episode, right? Not enough people have watched this one. It should be one of the most popular episodes. It's called William Fonseca. I walk all the way out here. I explore this area where it connects back into Providencia. So I thought that was pretty cool. This is Las Vegas out here, tiny little thing as well. I just should walk out there and explore some of this. These little roads that go through the fields are like my favorites. They're so much fun to kind of go out into and explore. It's really neat. So when you're looking at all this green and wondering what it is, mostly it's fields. We did go and look at some houses right over here the other day. I do not know the name of this neighborhood off the top of my head. And Google is not going to tell me. Nope. But it's something. And there's a water park there. And then this area over here, which is not really a barrio per se. I guess it's San Jeronimo. But this is all of this along here are high-end developments that honestly I've never seen. I have no idea why no one I know has ever gone there or done anything, but that's there is some fancy stuff up there, but it's on the road to nowhere. So, yeah, I don't know very many people that are willing to be out there, which makes it a little bit different. So let's see if I can. Do I just go? Oh, and I'm back. Okay, cool. I like this. Jan says, I didn't say you had to do that, but you got the place. We live right now at the end. Jen says, yep. And you do walk fast. I do, but not super fast. Jen says, yes, that one, the Iglesias, Parque Iglesias. Jen says, there's an Airbnb near there that looks interesting. There's a Mercado both east and west of the Basilica, if I'm reading the map right. There's Mercados everywhere, but the one east is the real one that we just did. We just did the video with Marcela. We went to the big one east, and we went around and did some shopping. So that was good. It was a lot of fun. All right. An Airbnb near there. Interesting. I don't remember ever encountering an Airbnb right there. I mean, I lived there years ago. And my camera died. Hold on, guys. We just got to change that out. We'll use this opportunity while I'm changing the battery. I need to stretch and grab some caffeine. So nobody leave. We're going to look at how many people are on. It's not a huge number, I don't think, but we've got a real group on tonight. 20 are on. I expect 22 when I get back. Oh gosh, my camera door has gotten a little bit sticky. So when I'm trying to change it, it used to just pop open. But now when I'm trying to change the battery, it's like, no, I'm just gonna stay here. There we go. It's not like super sticky, it's just really hard to grab. It is not cooperating with me tonight. All right, camera, come here. I'm coming, people. Don't you worry. Now turn on the camera. Make sure the image is working. Takes it a second. There it is. All right, it's working. I'm going to grab some caffeine. I will be right back. Nobody leave. Keep talking. Hey, someone left. Get back here. Talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back. You've got the dog. She's in here camping with you. I am back. Sorry for how long that took. A lot of people waiting for me as I went out there. Okay, how many people did we lose? Only a few. Oh my gosh. I cleaned the floor before I started the show. I swept it all up, and there's so much more dirt here. I don't know where it's coming from. All right. Can you guys see me? Everything's good. All right, cool. I do walk fast. Yes, that's the one. Airbnb. You've gone too far. Here there be dragons. Lana Noble joined our membership. Lana, welcome. Thank you so much. That is huge. We don't have a lot of members, as you can imagine. It's it's not a popular thing to join the memberships, and that really does a lot to help for sure. That's me opening a Pepsi. I'm not having beer. I actually don't drink very often. Beer, that is, alcohol in general. When I was younger, I drank quite a bit more, and now I just once in a while I'll be like, I'm having a glass of tequila. If there's wine, I'll be like, okay, yeah, I like wine. This afternoon I wanted a beer, but ended up not having time. I actually drink like once every 2 weeks, it turns out. Like, if you said, how often do you drink? I'd be like, probably 12 drinks a week. And then I stop to think about it, and I'm like, no, it's like one drink every 2 weeks, actually. I don't know. In my head, I drink a lot more. I do have some beers because I'm going to do a beer episode coming up sometime soon and compare all the beers of Nicaragua, all the main ones. And that'd be a lot to do all the beers. And I think that'll be fun, but it's really funny as I approach 50, just how little I drink. Like, I'd probably be healthier if I drank more. I'm in that ballpark at this point, even though I honestly quite enjoy the taste of beer, the taste of wine, I enjoy straight tequila, right? I enjoy straight gin, and I still don't drink very much. So, Balana, thank you so much. That is awesome. Dale says, love the episode on William Fonseca. Honestly, that was one of my favorites. That was like really memorable. The whole thing was really interesting. Jan says, agreed. The William Fonseca one was very interesting. I'm not leaving, but I can't listen for an hour starting at 6 is all. I'll leave it running with the sound on. Dale says, west of the Basilica is the Museum of the Revolution. That is right at the southwest corner of the plaza. And I did show it on the episode with Marcela from the market. We walked past it. I showed the murals, and the guy's like, hey, come to the museum as I walk by. The map is wrong, I believe, since I've been there twice in the past few days looking for a non-existent cell phone store. All right, Dale, hold on. We're going to jump back up. Show you where the stuff is. Okay, so here's the park. Museum of the Revolution is truly this corner right here. The murals are right along here. And this is the Claro store. So the Claro thing is kind of in the corner there. It's actually where it says web help. That's actually where it is right here. So it's off just a little bit. So you just walk, you come up here. This is the path. So this is where the road comes and forces you down here. This is Barbaro. So you can't drive here. This is the pedestrian way. Google says it's a road you drive on. It is not. Do not drive on this. You will definitely be arrested. You will also go through barriers here. You won't make it onto this road. So this is a pedestrian way. You just walk up here. You're in the park at this point. This looks like a road. It is not. You're in the park. I can't believe how bad Google gets this. And you just turn here. Again, this makes it look like a road. It is not. It's a pedestrian way. You've got Claro here and the museum right here. This is the corner where we caught the bus. This is really a road. The road comes up here and turns here. You cannot, this is not a road. This is not a road. This is not a driving area. So this is where it comes by. This is the Super Express where we stood and it showed the Teatro Gonzalez. That's here. So that's where we go. You can go anywhere, but the main Claro store is the one right there. It's just very easy to deal with. Okay, so John says it's a pretty new Airbnb, but I'm under the impression it's been a pensione for a while. Oh, okay, I haven't seen it. So is the Friday night beer place in Sutiava with an A. The Friday night beer place, like where we all go, it is not. Let me, okay. So the Expat Hangout, which I'm definitely not doing tomorrow, but we often do, and where you'll always find some group, but you'll often find Janet and I, is here at Via Via. So this is the cathedral right here and the Mercado. But assuming from the cathedral, you just go up. And this really is a janky road, just like it looks. Like it's terrible. You go up this road just 1 block, and then you come 1 block here, and boom, there it is, Via Via, right there. Bigfoot Hostel's right over there. And this is where we tend to go on Friday nights for live music. And it's really the one time of the week. Sometimes on a Tuesday night, it's been a while, but sometimes on a Tuesday night, I'll head to the beach to Encantiki and do kind of the expats doing karaoke thing. But if we're going to just hang out, Friday nights at Via Via is the one thing that we do that is very much a hanging with the expats kind of activity. I'd like to get into Thursday mornings, which would have been today, at the farmers market doing breakfast and shopping for stuff. But never seem to be able to get out on a Thursday morning. Like, it's just, you put anything on my calendar and then you realize just how busy I am that you can't do that stuff. Jan says, Dale, right directly west from the park is a museum and Claro. Then if you go down to the middle of the street, it's a walking street. If you go to the left, it's the nightclub district, the Zona Rosa. It is indeed. Jan says, if you keep walking west down that middle street from Parque de Poetas on the corner, the next block has the art museum on the left, and the end of the block, Iglesia San Francisco. The next block has more of that museum on the left, and the next corner has the Ruben Dario Museum on the left, and La Salle Schoolyard, and then the building on the right, and La Colonia Supermarket. So that's La Salle that I was talking about, one of the good colegios, high schools, here in town. And I used to live directly behind the Ruben Dario Museum. So when you're at the Ruben Dario Museum, which is confusingly on the road, Ruben Dario, if you turn left there and go back like 3 blocks, that takes you to that park that John was asking about on 4th. That is the park of the Iglesia in El Laborio. And that's, Dale says, and that street is the Zona Rosa. So I'm going to show the Zona Rosa here. Come on, map. There we go. I'm really liking this, being able to bring up a map thing. We're doing this a lot more. This solves all kinds of problems that I've had. Okay, once again, here we are at the Basilica, right? Mercado, Basilica, Central Park, Museum of the Revolution, Teatro Gonzalez, and then this road is the Zona Rosa, which we'll show you. This is the biggest club in the city, 23 Bar. El Barbaro, kind of not really a dance place, but a loud music place. So we would consider El Barbaro to be kind of the edge of what you would consider the Zona Rosa. And it only goes up to this street, right? So it's 23 Bar, and all of the things along here are kind of clubby. Then this street should be all clubby, but they had a fire, and everything on this part, this entire empty zone that I'm waving my mouse in, was all burned down. So that has not been rebuilt because no one is going to rebuild in that part of the city. It's too expensive. So it's a huge problem. And then Mijunas is right here, which is a pretty wild bar. Not for the faint of heart. Just be aware your chances of getting into fisticuffs is non-zero. And then you've got a couple more clubs right behind it. This is the Centro de Salud. You're getting into the hospital district over there. So it's not, the red light district is not very big, right? It's mostly this street and then this part of this street. And it eventually, once it fills in, this will rebuild in between. That's about it. There's a few other places in town that people will go for things, of course. But those are the big ones where it's really what's known for it. And then up here, Bar La Fabrica is a pretty wild place, and wild in a good way, not in a dangerous way. Wild in a live music or like right now it's salsa nights. If you're looking for Thursday night dancing, that's where you would go. Bodegon, pretty low key but lots of music. So this district isn't red light, but it's not nothing either. So and Padrino also kind of a hopping spot, eco rustic kind of. We used to have more things in this area, but it's kind of died down. But so that street, yes, look for 23 Bar, and that area is really, really. At this point, I think 23 and Mijunas are the busiest things in the district. All right. Janet says I'll be back in an hour. Janet says there's a mini mart on the corner across the street. Then the next business down of that is bar 23. I think the number is 23. I get it confused sometimes. It is definitely 23. 23 is one of those numbers of the country. Janet says I better run now. Tony is here. He says bye. She says she'll be back in an hour. John says have a good night. Dale says okie dokie. See you soon. Janet, you too. I'll be back soon. Dale, one of these nights when it's not pouring, I'll venture down there and check it out. Looks like from Gecko south to the Teatro Municipal has a lot of bars. It does. I mean, everything in the middle of the city is going to have a lot of bars. Like, that is just the nature of the downtown tourist district. Like, it is touristy. There aren't many tourists, right? Like, that's not really a thing. You could go to most of these bars and there won't be a single tourist in them. So that's kind of a weird way to put it. But it is the tourist district. Like, it is where people come from other cities and go out. It's where people just from all over the city go out at night. We're not that big of a city. You got to go somewhere. So if you're looking for anything a bit more hopping, that's the area. Leo says, I guess I'll try to find someone on Nicaragua expats on WhatsApp, not so focused on Leon. Well, just make sure you're in the... You can go to the Managua group and find that, too. Dale says, well, someone asked for a rundown on the map and barrios of Leon, but from what I've seen on the WhatsApp group, Managua has very few expats compared to Leon, Matagalpa, Esteli, and Granada. Yeah, you know, that's weird because I know Managua has a lot of expats. Like, it doesn't have necessarily, like, as a percentage a lot, but as a total number, it should be way more than any of those other ones. Maybe not more than Granada, but more than the others. And when you drive around the city, you see areas, and you're like, there's expats here. But there's never a lot, right? Remember, the total number of us in the country is like 7,000. So you spread 7,000 out between all the cities in like San Juan del Sur and some people in the countryside. And suddenly you're like, that's not very many people in a country this size, right? Even if they're, and you got to remember, there's got to be at least 10 expats in Bluefields, if not 100, and there's got to be 5 in Bilwi, and there's got to be 1 or 2 out in the middle of nowhere. Like, somebody's doing some weird stuff. So you start, whittling away at that total number. Like, the number that can be anywhere has to be pretty small. And when you consider the San Juan del Sur definitely has thousands of that 7,000 number, and we think that Granada has thousands of that number. So if we said there's 2,000 in San Juan del Sur, and I bet there's more, and then we said there's 2,000 in Granada, I wouldn't be surprised if there's less. But let's just say that 4,000 out of 7,000 are taken up by those 2 places. That's 3,000 expats spread between Managua, Leon. I know at least 1 in Chinandega, right? They've got some. Esteli. We know Jinotega has a few. We know Jinotepe has a few. We know Diamba has a few. We know the countryside, the Pueblos Blancos have a few. Messiah has plenty. Messiah definitely has hundreds, right? They're a pretty hot spot. And Managua, I can only imagine has 1,000 or 2,000 spread. I mean, it's a big city, right? Almost 2 million. But they have to. Los Altos de Veracruz, Los Altos de Santo Domingo, who do you think's buying there? Definitely some amount of expats. I realize that plenty of Nicaraguans are in there too, but there's definitely expats in there. What about Las Colinas? Same thing. You have to have expats in communities like that. Villa Fontana, I know expats in Villa Fontana. Bologna, I know expats in Bologna, right? I know an expat has just moved into another neighborhood. They're all over the place. So easily 1,000 or 2,000 Managua. So when you start talking about everybody else, it's hardly anything. But there has to be more in Managua, but that for some reason they're just not in the groups. Like, something about them, like, they're just like, we don't need it. We got it. Free Coach Ron Williams. Hey there, Scott. Hey, Ron. How's it going? Dale says, oh, I did get a cell phone, so I don't need a cell phone store anymore. Cool. What'd you get, Dale? Vince says hello. Dale says thanks for the Zona Rosa rundown. All right, let's get back to that map since that was the request. And it gives me something solid to do. Okay, so this again, so we got the downtown is right over here. This up here, we'll zoom out a little bit, is Saragossa. This is Janet's neighborhood. And then remember, I said this is the Church of La Barrio right next to the Super Express where I used to live. So this barrio here, all the way down to the river, is La Barrio. We're the oldest barrio of the city. This is the first spot that downtown expanded into. And then this is Guadalupe that we talked about before. And if you go west of La Barrio, just like if you went west of Saragossa, all this is Sutiava. All this. So I think actually those are all the major barrios. There's some weird ones like this one. This is Esperanza, this neighborhood here, which you're not going to find anyone really looking to go out there. It's a really interesting area south of the airport. Like, you could go down there, but you'd be like, what have I done? Where am I? And then this neighborhood, I do not know its name. I don't know if anyone knows its name. It might be... Oh, I think I've been down there. I remember this. It is. I'm trying to remember its name. Sometimes when you just zoom in and out, you guys are seeing me firsthand. This is how I find the names of things, right? So much of the time, because it's the only way to do it. And then out here, we have some empty space because it's very hilly. And this is the Fortin de Acosasco. This is the famous fortress that overlooks the city. That's right there. And so that's why you can see a little bit. It's actually quite hard to see. You've got a number of fields, and then there is this hill, but it's really not that big of a hill, right? But you can see the fortress there, which is pretty cool. And so you can get to that from Tomás Borge over here, but this is the new approach and pretty hard to get up there. And then this is coming down 12th Ave is the traditional way to get there. So this is where the parade comes when they do it, is they come down here and come down here, which is pretty cool. It's quite a walk, but yeah. So those are the neighborhoods of León. I think that pretty much breaks it down, gives you guys a good idea of what it's like there. I think we hit everything, all the different directions. John says, you may be interested. I have been running a balcony hydroponic garden for the last 5 years. My previous hydroponics ventures might have been a bit clandestine. I have run hydroponics only basil and only out of my bathroom, but I do enjoy hydroponics a lot and wish I had time to do that. Patricia says, no satellite map available. Well, I showed some. It's not very useful to show the satellite map much of the time, right? Because, like... It's kind of useful, but you get in close and you can't really make anything out, right? So it's like, what am I looking at? I find that even knowing León pretty well, I find that the satellite views tend to be pretty challenging. Now that I've lived here a long time, I'm like, oh yes, there's the Concha. I know where that is. This is the main school building. Okay, I know what I'm looking at. This is my lawyer's office. This is where we go for air-conditioned coffee. This is the convento. You can see the famous fountain there, right? There's a fair amount that you can make out, but it's you can really see the little music venue where they stuck up the tin roofs to make it into something. There's Infantil. So here is Parque Laborio. You can see why it doesn't look like a park. It's just a couple trees around a concha. But there's the church where I did all my filming. And this cute little itty-bitty block carved out of the church's block. It's so funny that they have that. John says, saw your video on Freycinica. Perfect. Yes, I talked about my hydroponics and that, I'm sure. I was looking to see if there were hydro supplies in Nicaragua. So there are. But they're very few and far between, very limited as to what you can get. But of course, you can build your own too. But you're not going to run out to a hydroponic store and be like, look at all this cool gear I'm going to get. That stuff won't exist. The Honor X8B, awesome. I'm interested to hear how you like it. I grow a crap ton of basil, just pulled it all inside. Frost expected last night and tonight. You remember that, right? So I've been a long time since frost. I've luckily avoided that for a good long time, because I moved to Texas for a long time. I went to see the convento. The garden looks so beautiful. The convento is beautiful. It's really nice. It's worth checking out. The old gringo here is, can you, it's a question, can you rent a place for $300 a month that is within walking distance of the main plaza? Well, what's walking distance is certainly going to be the biggest challenge. 300 seems doable. So this is the main plaza. So this is the cathedral. So the main plaza is this, right here. Because who cares if you can walk to the cathedral? If you're in the plaza, the cathedral's there. So walking distance is probably going to be somewhere around here on this side. So you're looking at kind of what's on the screen here. Very little is going to be $300 in this zone. This is west so west is the prime. Oh, I'm not showing you the map. I'm sorry. This zone here. This is the So this is the cathedral. This is the park. This is the west area. Excuse me, the west area. So I think La Barrio and Zaragoza are going to be very difficult to find at $300. They're kind of the La Barrio, especially the most desirable of the immediate barrios. So they're going to be a challenge. Let's look north. Ignore the kind of extreme rights and left of the screen, but kind of the center section here would be the walking distance of the park. And I think up in this zone, you might be doing okay. So this is the Parque San Juan. So right here, 300 would be tough because of that park. But I bet like this area might be okay. But this is Cacique Ariac. This is a very high-end hotel. And this is Casa Mango right here. For those who know my show, like that's Ariac. So this is Mango here. And that's probably the most expensive Airbnb in the city right there. So these are expensive places. But in theory, like over here, you might be able to pull it off, possibly. Let's go back to I think the satellite view is hard. Okay, so let's go back. Here's the park. So let's go east of here and say this area. Well, anything right around this is Calvario. That's going to be expensive. But basically, once you're behind Calvario, if you can consider this area to be walkable, I think this area would get down to 300. Just to be clear, this area is a little bit on the rough side. Generally, behind Calvario is not considered the best of the neighborhoods. This area is still okay, but this area is expensive. I think now it's like a full house, not an apartment. Like a full house over here is going to be over $1,000 for sure. By the way, Cerro Negro tap room closed. Anybody know anything about that? Is it like refurbishing, or did they like give up and they just haven't officially turned it off yet? Like, what's going on? Because that was kind of a big deal, but it's also in a location that was just far enough from everything that like, so it's dumb, right? You come up this road, you got Recollection right here. You feel like you're in the middle of everything. You go one more block and you're like, oh, Via Via's right here. No big deal. You're still in the heart of everything. But if you go past here, you're like, oh, I kind of feel like I went the wrong way. And what's weird is I've been through here so many times, I cannot remember the last time I saw this place. It's so hard to get your eyes on it that it always felt, and I feel this way about Coca-Cola too. They feel just far enough east, obviously by one block or half a block, they feel like you've fallen off the edge of the world when in reality you're very much in the middle of things. So I don't know. Oh, this place is now a hotel. That's interesting. That was I think that was just a house last time I filmed down there. Hold on, we're going to bring it up. I like this. We can show pictures now. That's Calvario. Oh, that's cute. I really like this. Yeah, we don't need this. I like this stairway area. They did a nice job there. That's way too old-fashioned. That's cute. Videos suck. Not super appealing. That's the Basilica from there. Not bad. Interesting island. That's just the park outside. That's a really cool balcony. I like that. Good job. Okay. Very cute. All right. They should have done that during daylight, but I like that stairs. Well, there you go. We got to see that place together. That was nice. Okay, so on the east side, I think you could pull it off. Now the south side, this is Casa Abierta. This is where they've been doing the farmers market. This is the hospital right here. This is Mijuna's. So this area over here is definitely available for $300. So this would be your most walkable area, and there are some like hostels and Airbnbs down here. So there are some things, but this area generally would be affordable. So something to possible, right? But you got to be careful because this over here, you're into La Barrio, so the prices are going to go up. So you've got this area right here where you're trying to keep the prices down. You won't have a ton of options, but I think you can do it. Then the obvious question would be, for long term, do you really want to live within walking distance of the center? You might. Some people do, but in general, I think most people end up thinking that they do far more than they actually do once they live here for any amount of time and go, oh, you know what? I don't actually go to the center that much. Dale says, you did go by that water treatment thing on a video a long time ago. I did. Good memory. I did go there. My dad says we had a frost last night. All right. I ran the air conditioning last night. Sorry, Dad. It's pouring rain. I was out in this rain today. It was very comfortable. It was perfect. I really wish that it was raining like this when I was looking at some property because, oh my gosh, the mosquitoes were so bad. John says, I build all my own systems. This is about his hydroponics. I build all my own systems, mostly looking for non-canna nutrients, something like Master Blend ChemGrow. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that here. I think that people are either importing or making their own ingredient stuff. It's just not stuff that they can do, which sucks, but let's see. Sorry, just checking my notes on things, seeing what's going on. All right, cool. The old gringo. So for $200 a month, you are living either quite a ways out or in an undesirable area. Well, for $200, you can definitely be in an undesirable area. So yeah, quite a ways out. For sure, you're not going to be getting $200 right in the city center, but I don't know why you would want to be in the city center, right? That's the that's kind of the core there, right? This is a tourist area. So people don't really, there isn't that much housing in this area, right? So even for quite a bit more, even for like 800, you can be like, all right, I got 800, let's go find it. There's nothing there, right? So here's the main square. These are all businesses. Everything in this area is a business, right? There are hotels and shops and you wouldn't want to be living there because at night, this is the area that gets dangerous because it's a tourist area that empties out. And so it's like where the drunks wander through. It's where the beggars are. So unless you're driving up to go to a place, I mean, it's a very safe city, but if you're going to have a spot where you weren't going to wander, it would be right in the middle. Again, I'm talking instead of showing, but this is this dead center, all this stuff in yellow, right? You're not going to, find things that are partitioned into apartments, right? These are enormous colonial houses. This is a colonial center, so you're basically getting museum pieces. Every house that's in there is controlled as a museum. And like these blocks, these 4 blocks that I'm showing here, is a single museum that takes up 4 blocks. There's not a single house in there. There's not a single business in there. This next one, this is another museum on this block, right? So there's just the idea that there could be housing in most of this is kind of missing it. Now, if you're willing to come out here, now Janet lives out here, and you can definitely get into 300s in this area, and that is why. Janet can tell us when she's back how long it takes to get places, but when you're getting under 150, that's a little bit more out here, right? Can you walk to the city center? Well, of course you can, but would we call it walkable? Well, I would, but most people would not, right? I think that's true most anywhere. If you're going to be looking at any place that someone lists as affordable, right? You're talking about Cuenta, you're talking about Bogota, you're talking about, right? Look at really affordable places. And then you go, okay, I want to be in the high rent, super downtown tourist area. Everyone's going to go, well, no, that's right. Because that would mean that in the outskirts, the prices have to be $50, right? Because if it was anywhere close to what you could pay out there, everyone would move into the city center. But I think you have to be here or in Granada and look and say, oh, I see. The downtown is a museum. These are big colonial buildings. And if I was to rent one of them, right, when we're talking you can get a house for $200 or $300, we're talking about a small house. We're not talking about a giant colonial antique museum type. Thank you.
I would offer it to you after.
We're not talking giant colonial houses, right? Like my house, half of my house, actually a quarter of my house was turned into the Super Express, right? That's how big it was. Because these houses have gardens and swimming pools and, 6 bedrooms and all kinds of stuff going on inside. That's a lot, right? To then be like, oh, for $200. Well, I mean, you could run a hotel, like tons. That's what happened, right? A lot of these houses were like, wow, these old colonial houses, we have to keep them as these big houses. Well, when they're that big, either they're mansions or they are hotels and restaurants. Now, in most cities, if you were to go into Guatemala City, right, and you did the same thing, they'd be like, well, we weren't a colonial city. So, yeah, there were a few colonial buildings. So either they're sprinkled and we kept them, and they're just, that particular house is expensive, but these others are not. Or they were torn down because they're like, we're not a museum. And they just tore them down and they put up something practical, and they are $200, $300. But here, because León is one of the protected cities like Acatal and Granada, we're not allowed to take any of that stuff down. We're not allowed to repaint the walls. We're not allowed to do anything, right? You got to have government approval for any change in that yellow area. And so that ends up with very, very, very high prices because basically everything in that is guaranteed to be a business or a mansion. But it's also super central and not a place I would want to be personally. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world, but we'll go back to the map. I lived here. So look at the distance here. So this is, under 15 minutes. I was definitely walkable to downtown, like an easy walk to downtown. It was too close. I won't live that close. I won't do it again. That was so loud with all the fireworks and the events and the parades, which when you're awake and you want to go film it, that is fantastic. But when you're trying to work or do anything, it is not. So for me, that's not a desirable area at all. It's just limited to a point where it's going to be expensive. Let's see. So when we say a ways out from the center, but not a ways out from the city. Keep in mind that, right, it's not a city center like high rises and stuff. It's not like everything's there. We live in our barrios, right? So that's kind of... Dale says, by the way, the Park San Juan has a whole lot of furniture vendors and shoe shine guys. Just went by there this afternoon. Well, hopefully your shoes are shiny now. And yeah, once you get past Calvario, the feeling of the neighborhood falls quickly. Yeah, that's... You do notice. I've looked at being out there and we're kind of like, eh. John says buses can get you within a few blocks of most areas of the city. Yeah, so I live way out, right? So I'm not going to show you my house, but I live in Veracruz, right? So I live in this big general area down here that's the farthest out of Sutiava. And from Veracruz, we have a bus, and it takes 20 cents, and it takes you to, not this corner, it takes you to this corner, right? Right here. So this is a pedestrian way. There's no houses here. Like, you have to be farther than that. So for 20 cents and, I don't know, 10 minutes on the bus, it brings me right here. And the amount of walking I have to do is 2 minutes to catch the bus, maybe. Like, sometimes I could catch it from my house if I waited longer. But while I'm waiting, I might as well walk. But that's it, 20 cents, and I'm here right in the midst of everything. And that's if I take it all the way there. If I want to go to any of these places, right, I have this entire western extent of the city is all on that bus route. So I could get off anywhere along here anytime. And then the bus goes back on this road right here and then goes back. So I've got this circle that I can go through on the west side of the city. And then, of course, there's other buses that I can catch, but 20 cents or less, 6 Cordoba, which is so small it's actually annoying. I wish it was... I don't want to do this to everyone else, but for me, it would be much easier if it was 10 Cordoba, because then you just have to give them a piece of paper. I just have a stack of 10s, be like, here you go, right? There you go. And I get on the bus. Instead, I got to have pockets full of coins or you're being annoying. So I don't like that. But that, yeah, you can go everywhere by bus. So, and even, so let's just talk about this neighborhood. Where's Calisans? I went too far. Right? Yeah. Calisans here. So this is, sorry. So this is Calisans. This is kind of just before the turn in Sutiava. In this area, you have the buses that are going both directions. And then you have, hold on, make sure I've got my map correct. Where's the church? Yeah, there's the church. So this corner is the market, right? This is Marcadito. Yeah, you can see it right there, Marcadito. So anywhere along here, you've got the buses going to and from the city, but here at Marcadito, you also have the buses that are going to the beach. Where's Marcadito? Right. No, that's not right. It changed when oh, there it says, Las Penitas bus stop, right? So this satellite does not show the market. That is not at all accurate. How did they do that? How did they get it all cleaned up so that's crazy. So this is, I guess you can kind of see it. So this is the bus right here. They actually got the thing off by a little bit. This is the bus pulled over. This is the bus stop. From here, oh, yeah, here it is. Terminal Bus Bonoloyo Las Penitas. So this takes about 80 cents or 30 cents, I'm not sure, from here all the way to the beach, and the buses are coming through to and from the city. So look how far away the beach is. Oh, what did I do? Right, here's the beach zone. You can go living on the west side of the city. It's so easy to go to and from there that it's really amazing. And so that, accepting that buses are nice and easy, that they're super cheap, that they're very safe, that really changes a lot about what it's like living here, what it's like using the area, how you're going to do things. So consider that quite a bit. Like it really will open up a lot of things to you because a lot of the things you want in the city are not nearby. I want to go to the market. That's on the east. I want to go to the bus terminal up northeast. I want to go to the beach way west. I want to go to the bar district. Nope, downtown. We are pretty spread out. Even if you want to go to nice restaurants, it's like, ooh, where are we going tonight? Let's go to NL Vivero. Oh, gosh, that's in the northwest corner. All right, well, let's just go to Twins. Oh, my gosh, that's past Sutiava. Oh, gosh. All right, what about some good Italian? My gosh, are we seriously going to the beach? Right, we're potentially talking big distances for things here, which not ideal. But that is reality. My dad says having the browser really helps the show. Good night. Oh, good night, Dad. Love you. The old gringo says, walkable for me is about 15 minutes or less. So you've got a fair distance there for 15 minutes. And it depends where, if it's just the park you want to go to, figure out how long it takes you to walk a block. So maybe 2-3 minutes, so probably 5 blocks in any given direction. Good advice. Thank you. You're welcome. For me, the city's very walkable. I walk all over all the time. And I will walk even from Veracruz all the way to the center and do this walk, right? It's long, but it's not that bad, especially if you've been drinking and you're just like, I'm walking home. Like you don't notice the time pass. And I've lived either in the center and walked to all these areas, or lived out in Veracruz and walked to nearly all these areas from there. Right, it's very rare. The only time that I've ever driven to start filming a show is when I did William Fonseca. I parked kind of over here. No, I parked kind of over here, I think right here, and did this walk, and then something like that. And then when I did Borges, I know I parked, let's see, parked right about here, and then walked and did all this. But in general, I'm coming from somewhere in the city and walking all of it. And I guess when I did Fundesi, I did. But this core is all reasonably walkable. Now, you might get lost, but had to pause the show to answer questions from an old gringo who's operating with a paper map. Thank God I've been watching 2 to 3 a day of your videos for a year. I would really like a big wall map of Nicaragua and one of Leon to put up on the wall, but this area looks neat. I need to come out here. Oh my gosh, this is the problem. Now that I'm going back and forth, I don't know what I'm showing you. I want to come out to this area. Let's zoom out. See, we've got this Posada del Sol here. I'm sure there's more there now. This is not the newest satellite. And what are these big things? I want to know, right? Is that... Oh, it's a campus of the university. Universidad Nacional Padre Gaspar Garcia. Okay. I don't know what that is, but it's a university. Well, that's cool. But there's a neat looking church there. This is the Yazaki plant. So this is on the south side of the one big Yazaki plant, and then there's Plastic Neek. And this is the Yazaki that most people think of as the Yazaki plant here, right? And then it's got this big neighborhood kind of sprawling out from it here, which has some interesting stuff for sure. And this area kind of looks interesting. These are from the sky. Hello. My wife is here. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. We're going.
Okay. Have fun.
Thanks. Hi, everybody.
My wife says hi. She is heading out. I don't know what this is. The baseball field El Convento, and then just north of it is something, the Via El Convento. But it's just a field. What are we looking at? So much weird stuff. And then this little country where we did film this road, Nicaragua 234, going out to La Paz Centro a couple of years ago. That was a wild one. I don't remember seeing Bar Pancho. Like, I'd like to be able to go out those roads are terrible. I do not want to take my car out on any of that ever again. But and then like Charlie's Bar in the middle of nowhere. Do we got pictures? Oh, we do. All right, there's the bar. That's the only picture. And 5 years old. What do you think, guys? We going out there for a drink? Who's meeting me? I do love the wild middle of nowhere places. No pictures of the Fratanga. This was such a long drive because the road was so slow. And then this road comes in, it comes back up. And then pretty soon you pop into, sooner or later, La Paz Centro. So here's La Paz Centro that we were talking about. And so it's not that big, but it's got stuff. And it's grown up a lot now. So they have, I think it's here, El Ranchito. Interesting. Oh, right here. They have this big new entrance to town. They've done a bunch. There's a new AM/PM. They've got this beautiful new archway and stuff. And then I think, Central Park is down here. It's quite cute. It's a nice town. Nothing super exciting. Nothing's going to knock your socks off. But it's got a sprinkling of restaurants and bars around the center. It's very, very inexpensive. Of course, there's no, Airbnbs or anything that I know of. Of course, that's a great opportunity, right? Put in a little Airbnb in some of these little towns and be like, hey, here's something different, Come explore a small town. apparently these guys are there quite often drinking. That's from this year, so you might run into them. Asukita. The skip bar. No, skier bar. No pictures of that. Tati frappes? Nothing. Picalitas dos? Nope. Panaderia San Luis? Ah, there we go. We got pictures. Hey, Brian's here. He's in the car. Buddy's here. Welcome to the show. We're actually looking at pictures live and looking at maps today. Okay, some of this looks pretty good. This is not a bad looking place. Oh, they make cakes. The secret to any of these places, right, is getting in and getting to know your local neighborhood and just, accepting that you're going to be limited in a small town and then embracing it. Oh, this is a liquoria. They made it look like it was going to be like a neat bar. That is a really fancy liquoria. Look at all this. Like, they're like doing it right. What is this? All right. Fancy liquor store. Got to give them some creds for that. I feel like I need to go there and like buy some vodka and take you guys along. All right. Oh, delicious cakes, no pictures. So can I bring up Airbnb and do this with you guys? Oh, I can. Oh, excellent. See, this is what I've been missing is the ability to hit Airbnb and look at like, let's go see what there is. I want to see if there's anything. It's still loading. In La Paz Centro. Can you guys hear the thunder? My dog can definitely hear the thunder. She's giving me sad looks. You're the good girl. Yes, you are. You're so good. Let's just pick some dates and take a look. Hey, there's things. Okay. So notice it brings up all these things. Very first thing, not in La Paz Centro, different city. Next thing, not even close. Next one, okay, this one is actually in La Paz Centro and appears to be the only one that you could in any way whatsoever consider La Paz Centro. This is ridiculous how far out they're showing. Like, oh, here's the city of Leon. They've got things. Yeah, thanks. I would have searched on Leon if I wanted Leon. So this is La Paz. Okay, there are a few. All right, so $200 on the park? What? This had better knock your socks off. $200? That's all of their pictures. How much you want to bet they've never rented this place? No reviews. On here for a year. Not a new listing. Looks like it's never been rented. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I guess it's $200 for 2 nights. But come on. Come on. That is a total fail. They're not even trying. All right, so let's take a look at this one for $35. Guest house. 2 reviews. Someone's actually stayed there. That's encouraging. How are the reviews? Ooh, 5 stars. 7 year. Oh, yeah. So 1 year ago, Carla's kind, excellent host, location's nice for those who want to stay, excellent accommodations at all time, cozy house, blah, blah, blah. So, but that's a long time ago for reviews. They need something a little bit more, and this is before either of them. Okay. I mean, beggars can't be choosers in La Paz Centro, right? But you can see that there's a definite lack of options in the market. These are all guest houses. None of these are like apartments or anything. It says the exact same stamp in the corner. This has to be owned by the same person. Not bad, but I feel like these are expensive. Like $40 for 1 night. Say what now? Yep, hosted by Carla. 1 review. Since it's difficult to book a place in La Paz, we were all the more surprised by the nice reception and clean room. Well, that's good. Good job, Carla. But wow, she has multiple places and only 3 reviews, or are they one place and she's just putting it up twice? Here's a whole home. 3 guests, 1 bedroom, 2 beds, 1. All right. Oh, look, it's Carla. Oh, she went to Unan Leon. Let's meet Carla, our host. Interesting. And her entire 3 reviews. But, I mean, seriously, no one stays in La Paz Centro. But here we go. Maybe she manages a bunch of places for different people. These all look... No, look, Elizabeth's house. All of these are the same house with rooms, and they're putting them in different spots on the map to make it look like they're different places. So it's a guest house with just a few rooms. So that's... How much you want to bet? It's the same one. It's Carla. And that's it. No reviews. All right. So that's the challenge in places like La Paz Centro. There truly is basically nothing. That's hard. Now, earlier we were asking about Porto Mumbo Tumbo. Here's that, which is not that far from La Paz Centro. Let's go take a look. So here's Mar-a-Lago. Nothing. And here's Porto Mumbo Tumbo. Look how tiny that is. We'll go back to the map. Let's go see Porto Mumbo Tumbo, because we were talking about that. There we go. There's the whole town. Look at how empty that is. Right? Now this area, this is the Malecon. All of this. See how muddy that is? The water goes over all of this. All of this goes underwater. So even though there's a number of restaurants here, you only get to use those restaurants part of the year. And honestly, they're not the best restaurants. So you don't necessarily see this restaurants as a draw in the way that you might imagine. I mean, there's something of a draw, but they may make things worse because part of the year you have a few things down here. We'll just show what I've never seen this one. I mean, that looks nice. This is what the area looks like. Right, these restaurants are all like right here on the kind of muddy sand because this goes underwater. And I've done videos here so you can see it. Like, it's nice. I like the area, but it's not like, whoa, so awesome. It's definitely not. This is not the area in reality. This is back on the beach. My dog's woofing. It's okay. Everything's okay. Yeah, you're okay. Yeah. I know. Yeah. There's the nightlife. There's some people putting in boats, a couple cars. That's what it looks like. If you want to do some fishing or something, it's cute. But it may feel like it's going to be more of a resort area than it really is, right? So this is your hanging out in Porto Mumbo Tumbo area. So let's go into the village. And so this is where we were talking about what the prices are like, right? So take a look at what kind of businesses are here. And the answer is nothing, right? The houses are very few and far between, right? So what would a lot, say, let's just say right here or right here in the middle of town, go for? Well, as you can see, as you can imagine, even $5,000 would feel outrageously expensive in this part of town. And if you look at these roofs, this is not expensive housing by any stretch. The pulperias and stuff. There's Izzy's Designs, clothes and fabric. No pictures. And immediately you're out in the countryside, which obviously is very cheap. It's very attractive. It's cute countryside. I like the area. It's nice. You've got this little. I'm not 100% sure what this is, but it's part of the institute. It might be a school of some sort. Must be. They only have this one picture though. Nothing in here has pictures. Definitely a farm. This little community also has nothing, right? So even if you look, none of these things are coming up as restaurants or bars. Like, you're really struggling in this village to have anything. That's a fitness center. It may be during the rainy season. There may not even be a restaurant in this town. Definitely no grocery store, right? So it would be a very difficult place to live. For sure, and really cheap, which is cool. All right, for some reason my monitor has gone blank. What has happened? I think my computer died. Just my computer died. I don't know what happened. That's okay. So I'm okay. Let's go check the show over here. We're good. Nothing wrong with this show. Just that. Had to pause the show. Brian's here. Fun day for me. One of our virtual nodes failed to post. Luckily, we got 6 other nodes to hold the load of all the VMs. Fun day. Oh, exciting there. D. Gilbert, hello. How's it going this week, my friend? I am doing well. I'll go back to put myself on the camera. Here I am. I should get a like image. Now I know I can put up images or whatever really easily and be like, be right back. Don't leave. John says, a lot more reasonable options in Cuenca or one of the cities in the Colombian coffee triangle. Well, you're going to, Leon is not a place for, it has no amount of tourists, right? So comparing Leon to Cuenca would be difficult. But I've heard Cuenca is pretty inexpensive in general. Oh, wow. My video on my monitor is really old. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's so far behind where we are. Yeah, I think Leon is specifically very difficult to find housing. I mean, Nicaragua is hard to find housing, right? If what you're looking for is a volume of options, we're tough. If you're looking for renting or whatever, it's very difficult. Right, you really want to have long-term. Oh, the battery died on my laptop. That's all that happened. No big deal. I'm like, why is it not turning on? Oh, wait, I didn't plug it in. All's well. Right, our biggest challenge here in Leon, and a lot of cities are like this, and I say this a lot, is housing. Like, finding a place is hard. But when we're looking at places like La Paz Centro and Mombotumbo, one of the reasons I'm showing them is that we're picking places that are impossible. Like, if you did the same thing outside of Cuenca and went to a town of 10,000 people with no tourist attraction, no expats whatsoever, kind of in the middle of nowhere, you'd be like, oh, there's nothing here. Well, yeah, you got to look at, the places where there are people, so it's going to be really bad. But if you were looking at like Granada, you would have many options. But we're not a tourist center, right? So looking at those short-term or mid-term kinds of things that you would do, we don't have them. But when you get into what about long-term housing that we have, once you're willing to build or modify or really make an effort, it's completely different. And stuff is out there. And so we just did a search, and Norman found this place on the east side of town that was $350, but it was a 2-bedroom ensuite, dual ensuite, brand new construction, like just wrapping up. It wasn't even done yet. New kitchen, all very modern, like very shockingly modern. And you're just like, oh wow, yeah. And it was $350 on a second floor in a kind of cute little neighborhood. It's the only thing around, right? Everything else was local housing. It's just this one spot had been heavily modified to be modern, and it was neat, right? But there was very unique. You really had to go looking for that stuff. In most cases, when you rent, you're going to want to do a lot of modifications yourself or whatever because you're the only one. There's no one else. They can't make modifications because there's nobody else. They can't anticipate. Like you saw from La Paz Centro, there's very little on offer. There's also no one renting, right? No one's going there, or Carla would have 100 reviews. They may be negative. They may be like, she's terrible, don't stay here. But there's nowhere else, so you're going to stay there, right? So it just, you have to look at it as not a touristy place at all, and kind of gauge it from there. John says, from what I've seen, you can spend as much as you want in Cuenca or live at prices near to what the locals pay. Yeah, so we don't have the high end. We have no way to pay really, you can get the old colonial structures, but to me, very rarely are they crazy. I did recently hear about a place that's going for over 1,600, but it's a giant colonial, completely gutted and redone, super modern, right in the heart of town, right? And you're like, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, that price is so high. Whereas here you're getting mansions for 800 or whatever. There's very few of them. And Nicaraguans will never show them. So unless you actively are the one who has it, no one will ever let you see them. So which sucks. So the Airbnbs we can see. D. Gilbert, are there any other beach towns that you would recommend? I want to take your advice and shy away from San Juan del Sur, but I love the beach and would like to live on it for cheap. So basically you have the whole country. All right, so let's go back to the map. Because we got a map. Not the beach at Puerto Mumbo Tumbo, just to be clear. All right, guys, let's take a look. This is San Juan del Sur right here, down in the south. Everybody with me? Yes, we are. Okay, so San Juan del Sur, we generally don't recommend for a lot of reasons, and some people love it. Like, don't get me wrong, it can be great, but a lot of people go, ooh, yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. All of this area directly connected with it, all the same thing. Loads of tourists. This is not a local experience at all going to be expensive. Most of this stuff, you're very remote. The Costa Esmeralda is beautiful, but you're talking about a combination of wide open spaces. Let's zoom in, like, right? Nothing. Like, realistically, this is super hard to live with. And then Playa Manzanillo, right? Okay, these are big. This is Mucul, right? This is all super, like, billionaires' private spot there, right? But even that, this is what we were looking at last week. This is a billionaire's retreat. This is where Michael Douglas goes. And then you go and actually look at the resort and you're like, well, this isn't bad, but is there not more? Like that's a beautiful room. I mean, no doubt, that's a beautiful room. But then you're like, $800 a night? It's not an $800 a night beautiful room. It's a $200 a night beautiful room. What are you talking about, right? And like, this is so beautiful. Yes, it is, but it's ranchos. Do you know how much it costs to build one of these? Like, I don't know, $2,000? These are the same sinks in $40 night rooms. They're fine. Not making fun of the sinks, but nothing here is like, this is expensive. Like, this is nice furniture and all. All of this is nice. It's a nice spot. They built the whole thing. There's golf, apparently. I don't know where. Like, okay, those are nice chairs. Yup, that's okay. What's here? And notice these are all 10 years ago, right? This is an old place now. Okay, glass out front. That's really nice. I like that. This deck, beautiful, nice lights. Love this stuff, right? They've done a great job with it. This is quite nice. But again, look at this stuff and ask if you could build this yourself and then be like, how much would that cost? Oh, wait, not that much. Yeah, big open room. Yeah, again, not expensive. Nice. Okay, I like this. That's I really like that. Right, very cool. Not seen that in other pictures. I don't know where that is. I don't know if that still exists. I don't know if these are renderings before it was done. Nope, these are relatively... This is since... During this era, it was closed. We kept looking, and it kept saying it was closed. Stock photos, obviously. Right, we're back to the stock photos. And when we looked up the actual place, it has one restaurant. One singular You're Trapped Here restaurant for, like, 20 guests. Which does not do well for recipes or for having like good selection of stuff. So anyway, by the way, Ace Frehley died today, famous for singing, I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. So again, all this, Like this individual house is probably fantastic. This individual house, probably fantastic. But there's no beach. You're talking like 1 or 2 isolated mansions. And then, okay, here's the little beach, nothing on it. Right, big thing, nothing on it. So you have this trend towards big empty areas and big foreign-owned resorts with nothing. Look at all empty, 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 and then one of the resorts here, and notice how they're all spread out, empty, 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 empty. So that's what you're looking at down there. So basically, until you get into the bigger towns, and this is Rancho Santana, Millionaire's Playground, you really have nothing Nicaraguan, right? It's just resorts. Then Popoyo, actual real place. So that's an option. This is like your one reasonable spot in Rivas. And to be fair, San Juan del Sur, right, way down here, is far more authentic than all of this, right, to about here. This entire stretch is all these crazy, isolated, nothing there, but mansions, but with no roads going to them, right? So this is the area they're talking about, the new highway, connecting all of these areas and turning them from remote into easily accessible. Okay, but Popoyo and San Juan del Sur, they're already easily accessible, so it doesn't really affect them. It just affects these millionaires' places in between. And then Popoyo has this little area here, and then you've got the reserve. So kind of this stretch is your only spot in Rivas that you can consider. Then, once you come up to Tupilapa, Huahuete, Caceres, La Boquita, which we were talking about, Pochumel Viejo, this stretch and up, basically all of the beaches are reasonable options. All of them are cheap. You can see these are pretty small. That's the first one. This is Huahuete. I like Huahuete. This is a nice beach. We looked at buying there. This is the beach that I went to a few years ago, and we said nothing says for sale. Sorry, we said nothing says for sale. What's for sale here? And the person looked at us like we were crazy, and they're like, everything. Everything's for sale. And we're like, wait, what? They're like, but we're like, why there's no signs? They're like, because there's not a single buyer in the country. Nothing is for sale, or nothing is selling. Everything is for sale. And so that is an important takeaway that, right, nothing was listed, nothing was obvious. And then when you actually look, they're like, you could have any house you want. Fire sale prices. Nobody's here. They're all empty. They all have caretakers trying to sell them. And we really like this beach. A little bit far away from things, but it was cute and nice. And we considered it, but then we did some exploring. This is Casares. This is a rough town. Very cheap. It's a fishing village. I think those are the fishing boats, all you can see there. This is, I think Larry's friend owns this place. It's actually kind of nice, but for the most part, this is a rough town. You want to know what you're doing if you're going to be in this town. So just be aware that one has a rough reputation. We've got a little bit of like coming along the way. Now this, if you get to this circle and go the other direction, you're in good shape. So this is La Boquita. This is just the corner. Now I'm going to see if I can find, I was talking about this earlier. We'll see how much has changed since I've been here. This has to be it. This has to be the hotel that we were looking at buying. Hold on. Is this going to... Oh, yeah. That is the back of the wall. So this is go away. This is a 30-room hotel right here, right across from the beach. This is a cliff, so this is kind of the beach right there. And it's a neat spot. and you'd walk straight across the road and go straight down the hill. And it was cool. We went there a few times to look at it. Really considered buying this particular place many years ago, and it didn't end up being exactly what we wanted. And I think we're glad that we didn't end up there for a lot of reasons, because we really love where we are and where we ended up. But this is an interesting area. Very different feel, right? This is high above the water. For people who are worried about tsunamis, this is a great area because this is high. You can't tell how high it is. And then it comes down, if I remember, there's a bit, like the cliff gets a little bit lower, so there's a lot more housing. And it comes down into this really busy area. And there's a lot to do. And so La Boquita actually is quite popular. Like, it's loaded with stuff in that zone. So that's a decent option there. Okay, so then we've got an area where for some reason there's just nothing. Why is there nothing? I really don't know. Just a lack of road. Like, if you look, what's it going to connect to? There's nothing there to support it. Then we have Pochemil. And see if I can find this one. We actually bought this place, and this is my famous story of, oh yeah, we had bought a place on the beach. We were really excited. We had done a ton of work. Everything was done, and when we showed up, the guy tried to cheat us, and we're like, we're out of here. Oh my gosh, these are my pictures. No wonder it looks familiar. I took these pictures when it was our hotel. But we hadn't like signed all the paperwork, but everything was agreed, everything was negotiated. We were under contract. They couldn't back out, and then the guy tried to cheat us and accidentally let us out of the contract, and we're like, we're out of here. And this is Paul, my business partner that I talk about. There standing on the water, and that is Melvin, my national manager, standing there on my pictures. That is crazy that I stumbled on my own pictures. This is more recent, so there's still something there. You can see it's still in rough shape. And it was like essentially closed when we got there and out of business. But that is the place. When we talk about our first hotel that we bought, and then they tried to cheat us, and we managed to get out of it, that was that one. I still like the location. For the right price, I would still like that property, but I would not pay what they were trying to get. We knew at the time we were being overcharged by $100,000, and that he tried to get more money out of us was insane. Like, I mean, for real. This guy had the deal. He was getting so much more than the place was worth, and we had to do it for contract rate. Like, we had a bunch of reasons we had to do it. He had the golden goose. All he had to do was be a nice guy and sign the papers, and he was going to just have a windfall. The place was worth maybe 140, and we were paying like 260, and we knew we were overpaying, but we had to for business reasons. We just had to have it. But the thing we needed was the contract. We didn't actually need the hotel. And the moment that he gave us a chance to back out, we were there, and he was a complete ass and definitely was trying to cheat us. Everyone involved was trying to cheat us. There was a whole bunch of real estate agents trying to cheat us. They were trying to take us for a lot. And he accidentally released us from the contract. Like, he was attempting to, like, strong arm us and use the wrong language, offering that he would take the contract. And we're like, oh, thanks, we're out. And just got up and walked. I'm like, no one look at him, no one talk to him. Like, do not give him a chance to reestablish the contract. Get out the door. And I stood up and just walked out. And Paul looked at him and goes, oh, don't make Scott angry. And then just got up and walked out. And then Melvin was just sitting there. He had never worked with us in person. He had been our employee for years, but he had always worked with us remotely because he got hired like not that long before COVID, and we hadn't seen him during COVID. And he's just sitting there like, I think we're done here. And just got up and got into the car. We drove away. We were booked to look at all these other properties before we left the street. And we just drove down this street from there and just looked at hotel after hotel right there, and then decided this wasn't the town for us. It's a nice town, but it just wasn't the right one for us. So it actually really worked out because I can't imagine being in Pochomil, Masachapa as our home. It would be fine, right? But I love where we are. To have this have been our home would have been like, oh, that's such a different place. But it is nice for a lot of reasons. Like if you look, it's got this village right up against the beach, and because of this curve in the beach, and there's the Rio here, it's got a big solid population all in one spot. That's awfully nice. I do appreciate that a lot, and there's certainly positives to that beach compared to other places. We did not make a terrible decision. We just ended up being able to make an even better one. Then you've got Montelimar here. Yep. And then Marbella. Its name gives away what it is. Like, you don't even have to ask because it's named that. And then you've got Grand Pacifica, which everyone knows about. So then you have the emptiness, right? So you're really actually isolated there, that there's so little of reality from. So if you back up, right, here's, so basically Huehuete to Masachapa, this stretch, and even that has a bit empty, is the southern beach stress, right? It's stretch. This is the Carazo beaches, and then these are the Managua beaches. That's about it. Then you get way up here, and then you hit the Leon beaches. So Leon is the beach zone, right? Leon is the beach city. So you've got basically nothing, and then you've got El Transito, and all of this along the beach loop, all the way up to Porto Sandino, is all really nice. So this area here, really good. Then you've got, this is Playa Tesoro here, and Salinas Grandes here. So this is the well-known but super remote beach zone. So these are very nice, especially Tesoro. Salinas Grandes is a little bit more accessible, but it's a little bit more like individual houses, and Tesoro is a little bit more like organized development. But all of this is really hard to get to anything. Like, you are remote, way more remote than these, which may seem farther away, not at all. This area, you're going, like, watch my videos and going to Tesoro, and you'll be like, oh, I was like, the video started way outside of the city, and then it got like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, right. That gives you, and my video on Salinas Grandes, right? Those videos should give you a fair idea of just how hard it is to get out there. Then this is a reserve. So you got this big area where nothing can be there. Then you've got the Ponaloya, Las Panitas. This is the Leon City beaches. And then you notice this is a non-beach area because of the way this is. You've got, this is Los Brasiles out here, but it kind of turns into, like, there's this neat little, like, road thing, sort of, but, like, look at it. Right? There's a little bit of, like, yeah. And that goes way out. So it'd be a neat walk. Like, it would be cool. But this is, like, walking this is serious. Getting here, you have to go over the water, so there's a break there, so you can't put cars out here. There's no cars out this spot. Surfing Turtle, the person who just came in and handed me the soda like a few minutes ago is the person who founded Surfing Turtle. And then this is new. And then this spot is owned by, I think I've got the right, yeah, I think exactly here is one of my best friends from high school. She owns right there. And then this is Chinandega. And so if you look, it's like, it kind of, there's a little bit here, but and is this really a thing? That would be amazing if there's really a thing there. Hold on, we gotta look at these pictures. I've never been out there. I don't know how you get there. That's pretty cute, right? Like, that's not bad. But how do you get there? How did they build this, first of all? These are not that old. You can see how it's so remote, though. It's like, okay, you're out there. That's nice. Do you have internet? No, of course not. So that's Chinandega, and it's, you notice it's separated. Like, how do you get there? There's no roads. Like, none. Like, I'm not kidding. Anyone have any idea how you're expected to get there? Like, what are you going to do? How does that work? Was I showing that all that time? You guys did see that? But yeah, that's super remote. And then all this is just this spit, like literally a spit. And then you come out to Diamante, and like, this is cute. And then this is Corinto, right? This is the city of Corinto, the port, the shipping port. Because you notice this is like a, not a delta, but like a reverse delta estuary area. And then so you've got a little empty area again. I wouldn't recommend Corinto isn't the worst town, but it's definitely not a place you're going to want to go stay on the beach or anything like that. And then as you come up here, you've got, again, all empty, empty, empty. And then around here, you get some small beaches. These are very affordable, very nice. This area is really nice. And then you have a little bit of a gap, and we are getting out onto the peninsula here. And some of this is okay. And then once you're out here, basically everything goes away. You can't do anything here. Looks neat. I'd love to go explore this. I have no idea, like the road kind of comes in here, and then, like, can you even go to the water? Like, it's super weird. Right? I mean, super cool, but it's like all terraced. Right? So, not really an opportunity to use any beaches. So your beach is pretty much at their farthest extent. I think this is as far as you can actually go and actually access the beach, which is pretty extreme. Let's take a look at a few of these places, just see if we can see what it looks like up there. That's pretty nice. That's cute. That's pretty cool. Now, these are all years ago. Who knows if it's still there? That's the problem, is that so I don't see anything for years. Let's is this still a thing? Hey, it is. Well, cool. That's unexpected. I wouldn't call it the best website because you can't do anything. Oh, there you go. Nope, it's all broken. Oh, maybe we can close this. There we go. There we go. Oceanfront cabanas. All right. Man, they're far away. Let's take a look. What does it cost? Family suite. We don't want to. Well, we might want cabana number 2. That seems reasonable. How do we find out a price? Okay. Considering how remote these are, right? That's like, hurry up, last room. It's one room, dude. It's always the last room. And they're all available. So, yeah. But that looks awfully nice. I don't know that it'd be worth that kind of money. But there's multiple places here. And then there's this rancho. Let's take a look. Oh, no, we did not need that. So this is not a fancy place. It kind of had Coco Paradiso Resort and Restaurant. Here we go. Aw. Good pick. Doesn't feel like a resort, but there you have it. So that's about as far as north as you would go. So you have a lot of beach options. You have a lot of beach zone, whether you want something a bit more built up, whether you want something a bit more remote, whether you want, established and around a lot of Nicaraguans or whatever. So it's... you've got a lot of options. San Juan del Sur is not even, if you're coming for a place where you're going to be like a digital nomad, you're going to be working There's no reason for that to even come up on your radar unless it's specifically something you want, which then, of course, it's fine. Ed is here from Queens, and thank you so much, Ed. And Ed says hello. John says, from what I've seen, you can spend as much as you want. Oh, we already said that. Old Gringo previously said there was an excess of rentals, and that is why the prices are low. I am confused. No, there's an excess of property for sale. So property is available. Rentals, long-term rentals are everywhere. Right? It's mid-term rentals don't exist. So it's the furnished Airbnb, those kinds of things. If you want a year rental, like where I am, these are around. Because that's how Nicaraguans work. Nicaraguans don't do Airbnb. They don't do monthly. They don't do furnished. So that stuff that we tend to want all the time, very hard to find. And that is going to be the biggest challenge. Like you get to this country, it's almost impossible to find ahead of time. And two, it's really hard to find here. Ask Dale, he's starting to look, right? Ask Norman, who tried it for weeks. Like he found something, but it was way more work than he was expecting, and just very surprising that he would have to look in like wildly different parts of the city. And now he's in Leon, one of the hardest cities in which to do that, but it really is hard, right? And so it's just hard. And there's no way around that. Maybe if you're in San Juan del Sur, it definitely gets easier. Managua to some degree is easier, but it is a hard thing in general. Nicaraguans don't move around very much. And these are things that there are people trying to make a dent in fixing this, but it's very hard to do. But everything's for sale. So like I said, you're looking at these beaches, everything's for sale. You could walk up to any of them and be like, hey, I'll rent that place. If they can't sell it, why wouldn't they rent it to you? They're almost all for rent, but nothing's listed. There's no way to look it up. You got to go talk to people. Like, that's hard. Ed says, I took your advice and walked around San Juan del Sur and asked locals if they know of rentals. There are small apartment rentals all over. Awesome. I'm glad that worked. Hopefully you found something cool. Mr. CG, have you heard anything about Tola? I mean, I hear regularly about Tola. Anything specific that you're interested in about it? Mary W's here. Can you share the map again of the beaches that I just did all that way? I mean, we'll jump back to it. Old Gringo, I'm interested in yearly rentals. Those will be much more available, like as long as you're willing. Yeah, and the $300 range is not hard. So at that, what other details are you looking for? How many bedrooms do you need? What kind of amenities? I know you said you'd probably like to walk to stuff that you're going to go to. Are you looking at standalone houses and stuff? I know in Veracruz, we're finding beautiful houses starting at like $350. Yeah, that's above your range. That's also a very highly desirable standalone neighborhood, gated with large yards and stuff. Like that's extreme, and only $50 above your budget. So just to give an idea of this is stuff we are finding. John says, do Nicaraguans refer to an acre or hectare as manzana? I see it on Facebook listings. So manzana is the measurement of land here, but they're not misusing it, which is what that would be. They're not calling an acre something else. So for those who don't know, acre, acre, is the Latin for maple. And the size of an acre is the traditional size of a maple grove. Now, obviously, maple groves vary in size, so that's a weird way to do it. But that is where our word acre comes from, is that it is the size of a stand or grove of, I'm not sure which, of maple trees, right? Hectares are completely different. They're based on something else. A manzana is just like acre. Acre is a stand of maple trees. Manzana is a stand of apple trees. Manzana just means apple. Acre just means maple. It's just in English, acre doesn't mean that. Acre in Latin means that. In Spanish, manzana is both apple here and in Latin. So it's a stand of apple trees. The manzana is 1.7 acres. So now manzana is different in every country, whereas some things like a hectare are exactly the same in every country. Don't learn manzana in Nicaragua and then use manzana in Ecuador and compare them. They could be really close. They might be pretty far off. They're probably not exact. So just be aware that manzana is used as a local measurement in nearly every country. I've seen guides. There's a big list of every country that uses manzana and what its national registered manzana measurement is. But here it's 1.7 acres. And so that's typically what we buy in here. We really do use manzanas in listings. So look for half manzana, basically means most of an acre. That's like 0.85 acres, maybe really close to 0.9, but it's not an acre. Yeah, that's really how we think of things. James is here. Hello from Fundy. So yeah, old gringo. Yearly rentals at 300 should be very doable. Then you can furnish yourself, and that's where the biggest cost comes in, is providing those kinds of things. So like my place, I had an apartment for 180 in an area that I really like. Marcela has a 3-bedroom house, nothing fancy, but she has a yard. It's gated in the front, so you have to get through her gate and her door. She's in a nice neighborhood, same neighborhood as my apartment. Hers is 200. Hers is a 3-bedroom house. I had a 2-bedroom apartment, same neighborhood, 180 and 200 are the prices that we've paid. I paid up until like 2 months ago. She's paying now, right? So those are real world prices in an area that we like to live in. I'm trying to think. So we saw that really nice one, that 2-bedroom ensuite, brand new with giant balcony and brand new kitchen and appliances and like different than you would normally get. That was $350, but also not negotiated. He may have been able to get that down to $325. I don't know. They weren't finished with it yet, so they weren't going to negotiate very hard because they were looking at renting it before they even finished it. They had to race to get it done for him, and then he ended up having to leave. But $350 would have gotten you quite a nice place there, and not walking distance to downtown, but not that far from a lot of important things. Really close to the new hospital, pretty close to Paseo Real, the mall, close to the northern edge of town where like the gas stations and stuff are. Not the best area for things to do, but stuff. But the things he was interested in, he wanted to have a panaderia nearby, a bakery. He wanted to have a super mini, which 2 blocks away. He wanted to have a fritanga outside his front door, which he did. He was going to be over top of an ice cream shop. It was like, wow, this is a cute little neighborhood with enough stuff that for him, he could walk to most everything he would do right there. So pretty nice. John Mason says, cool. So a quarter manzana or media manzana would be inappropriate for my desires. Could be. I don't know what your desires are, but yeah, that would be extremely reasonable. So a half would be nearly a half acre. No, I'm sorry. A quarter would be nearly a half acre. A half would be, 0.8 acres or whatever. So it's pretty good. Oh, James says that lime meringue thing I had at the market. Did I see a samosas in display? There's no way you saw samosas. They do not make those here. I don't believe there's one made in the country. If there is, it's made from home and not in a store. I would love, if they had samosas, I would have them. I don't know what you saw. But it's a sweets place. Nothing savory as far as I can tell. Ed says 1 bedroom furnished with hot water and AC is all $500 and $600, all the same price. Wow, that's so expensive. But I assume when you say with hot water and AC that they are paying the electric. Otherwise, we add that. If they're paying the electric, then those prices are not terrible. High, I think, but not terrible. We had, just for comparison, now obviously he's talking pretty close to the beach and the center of town, but prime location here in Leon, not in the center of town, but a very desirable location that people really want. My 180 with AC, with the electric, was 190, 195. Once you included water, it was pushing 200. John says, so 4,000 to 5,000 would modestly furnish a small house. I assume you can hire a guy with a truck to move when you need it. Yeah, absolutely. So 4,000 to 5,000 if you want to furnish like really nice. you could go to Masatepe and order all custom furniture. So you've seen our pictures, right? If you haven't, let me know. But assuming you guys have seen my house, we furnished my outside, my veranda, which is the size of a good size house, right? It's huge. Massive dining room table for 10. Is that right? I think it's for 10. A big outdoor living room set with a couch, 2 chairs, a coffee table, and then a really fancy, we call it the egg. It's a big egg chair that my wife is like, I have to have this chair. And really, it's just for the dogs. She never has sat out there. It's beautiful. It looks great. We're getting the value of seeing it all the time. But it is this really, really, really expensive chair, custom made for us. And my Boston Terrier uses it as his outdoor bed. When he gets a toy or a coconut, he'll jump up there, and it's his space. And we can go sit with him, but that's his space. And you're like, this is the world's most expensive dog bed. But all of that, all custom made by a really expensive handmade, maker, was like $3,000, and that was shipped from Masatepe. And often they'll just include the shipping, or it's like $100, and they provide the trucks and all that. Like, they do runs of it. If you buy from different dealers, they'll go together on the truck and organize it. It's really well done. So obviously you're paying a lot of money to do that stuff. That's custom furniture, but if you want to go Nicaraguan and have really nice stuff, you can certainly do that. Inside the house, we didn't do that, right? That's outside. We live there. We're out there all the time, so we do that. Oh my gosh, we just had a rescue in front of Mano a Mano out in Las Penitas. A group of extranjeros, the foreigners, got out there and did not know what they were doing. They got swept away by the undertow and pulled in. The surfers at Las Penitas saved them. It's all over the news here. They're just right now. So the Ponaloya Facebook video, everybody's celebrating. Details will come out tomorrow. Oh, and they said, we sent this to you because we know you're on the live, so you can share it. So here we are sharing it. And in front of Mano a Mano, that's actually one of the safer spots to be out there in the water in Las Penitas. Just a reminder of how dangerous the Pacific is. It is rough, rough. You've got to know what you're doing if you're going in there. So I'm trying to find out what my day is like tomorrow. I'm gonna read your notes in a second. I'm just trying to catch up with everything. Lime thing, 1 bedroom furnished. Oh yeah, so most of our house we didn't furnish with like custom furniture, just that stuff. My office, like my desk here, this is from Poly, right? Like, it's nice, but it's a plastic desk from Poly. And some of our furniture is from like Curacao, some is from Mendoza, like the local place. Is scuba refill available? I've never heard of a single scuba anything anywhere. I assume in the Corn Islands it's available, but out in the Pacific, you would be nuts to be scuba diving out there. That would be seriously rough. Maybe it's available somewhere, but I literally never heard of it. The only place, Ed might know, the only place I could imagine having it is in San Juan del Sur. But like a lot of our stuff around the house, chairs are $200-300. We've got 3 freezers or 3 fridges. We have a really extensive kitchen. And it's a 9-bedroom house, so we have to have a lot of furniture. But a lot of our like sofas and stuff are like just a couple $100. Like, they're pretty good deals. It's not bad at all. Hold on, just filling everyone in on our plans for tomorrow. Okay. I heard of a scuba guy in the past on Corn Island. Yes, that's, I think, Janet, I've heard, like, in the back of my mind, it tells me that that's there. You would expect that, right? Corn Islands are Caribbean. You do scuba diving in Caribbean islands, but, like, in the mangroves and the really rough Pacific waters, I mean, I'm not a scuba diver, but I would not want to learn to do that there. Diego says, hello, I'm back. Hey, Diego. James says, the area south of Pali Labarrio across the bridge, is it good neighborhood? Oh, that's a question. So south of Pali Labarrio, so if you go immediately south of Pali, that's my buddy Walter's house. Like literally, if you're looking at a map, that's my buddy Walter's place. I have a video done there from long ago. It's an okay area. You're in Guadalupe. So the Pali is in Labarrio. If you go south of the Pali, you're going to cross the bridge. You can't go south of it without crossing the bridge. So as long as you're north of the bridge, you're in Labarrio, which is the expensive barrio. The moment you're across the bridge, you're in Guadalupe, which is the poor barrio. So Guadalupe is okay, and we're there all the time. I think that there's some really nice areas of it that I would love to be in. I like Guadalupe, parts of it, and parts of it I'm like, oh, I'm just watching my monitors so far behind, and so it's a little bit of a rougher area, especially right there, right across the bridge. It's not the easiest. Okay, now lots of questions. On. I hate that so many people try to talk to me about things during my live stream. It's like, oh my gosh, this is so hard. Hold on. Okay. Scuba refill, Corn Island. How about recliners? Yes, there's recliners. Not a ton. It's not a popular thing, but I mean, I saw one in Pali last week. Right in the middle of the grocery store, they had a recliner on sale. So it's like, oh yeah, very available. Let's see if I can find a picture of, because I walked right past it and was like, oh, a recliner. There it is. There's a recliner that Walmart was selling in the middle of Leon. You can see the prices and everything right in the middle of the store. It was $8,200. So I mean, it's nothing special, but it's got 2 drink holders. Like, I'm sure that's not like a high quality recliner, right? But that price is $220, which is probably high, but that's not bad. It's not like, oh my gosh, $220 for a recliner with 2 drink holders. But it seemed okay. I took a picture of it because I was like, I might want this. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. We're arranging a cat stuff. So yeah, recliners at PriceSmart. I see recliners all the time. Curacao, places like that. Butta says, "Wow, was the rescue at Pene del Tigre? It's a treacherous there." No, they just said in front of Mano a Mano, so I'm not sure. John says recliner Nicaragua equals hammock. Brian says, "What's your IKEA variant?" We really have nothing like that at all. Not even close. There's some furniture stores right in Managua, especially like with decent stuff, but nothing that would remind you of an IKEA. No one's bringing in IKEA like as a outside thing, which would not be a bad idea. That's a potential business for someone to import IKEA. But what a huge huge project that would be, right? Where are you going to get them from? How much are you going to really sell them for? It'll be difficult for sure. Tony says, I get motion sickness on a hammock. You can buy recliners in the same places. Yeah, pretty much any place that has like real furniture is going to have a recliner, a drink and a spare. Exactly. That's how I like to roll, right? You got your whiskey in one, you get your chaser in the other, except my chaser for whiskey is more whiskey. Thanks, Brian. Thanks. Yeah, so I mean, furniture is broadly available. The selection is very much smaller than you're used to in like North America. We don't have the super cheap, like the U.S. and especially places that have IKEA have a really good access to quite decent quality modern furniture that you might be like, this is quite nice. I really like this furniture. It's super cool. When I lived in the States, I love shopping at IKEA, even Target for furniture. They, did it last a really long time? I mean, the IKEA does. Actually, I'm pretty sure that like my sister-in-law still has my 25-year-old Target furniture that my wife and I bought when we were first dating. Is still looks great, still in use every day, still getting bumped into every day. It's held up, no problem at all. Like, damn. But I did have some stuff that wore out. But our IKEA stuff all held up for the most part. Still, a lot of it's just in storage, but a lot of it we gave away and people are still using. I wish we had that stuff here. I wish we could go to an IKEA and get super cheap stuff, and they have such great selection. Nobody does selection like that here. The locals want, same with their food. They want everything the same. The idea that everyone's going to have something different, not a thing. And that includes beds and couches and rocking chairs. If they want something like that, they want handmade from Masatepe. Ed says, yes, all included, electric, water, internet, all motel style with 24/7 watchmen. Okay. Then, especially at 500, that's really not bad. If you think about how much that costs to do anywhere, you got to have, so the apartment, even though it's a one bedroom, it's got to be 200 for the apartment. I mean, it's got to be, right? If you're going to do electric, that's got to be 100 to 200 of electric. It just it doesn't mean you're going to use that much every month, but if you include it, people are going to run their air conditioning. Why wouldn't you, right? Maybe you're not going to run it nonstop, but they're going to run it. And they're going to turn it down a little bit. Like, why am I going to keep it at 80? I'm not paying for it. I'm going to turn it down to 78. You're not being ridiculous. You're just being a little bit more using of your air conditioning, right? But that adds up, and that electric can be crazy, right? It can jump by huge amounts depending on what's going on. And so you can end up with, so you have to have enough buffer to cover that. And then water, I mean, that's a few dollars. That doesn't matter. And then with a watchman, even if you have 20 units, well, that watchman is not one shift. They're 24 hours a day. Well, they have to cost, there's really, it's got to be in excess of $1,000 a month, probably $2,000 realistically, because you got to have managers and watch the shifts and take care of a bunch of things. So if you get $2,000 a month and 20 units, well, that's $100 per unit per month that's going into that. There you go, right? There's another $100. That's not nothing. Plus you've got the common expenses and stuff. So pretty soon you're like, oh, 500 is totally reasonable. 600 is not unreasonable, right? So I think those make sense. Now what people will say is, well, I can do that in Costa Rica. Yes, you can. right? Because the cost of the watchman is not that much different, and the electric is probably cheaper. I believe it is in Costa Rica. I've never actually compared it, but I'm pretty sure it is. The internet's probably about the same. The internet is probably nominal because they probably get it for the complex and split it, which is standard. So it's, if you just think about it, if you compare that to if you were to go get a, say, $200 apartment without those things and you wanted to add them on, right? All right, I got my $200 apartment. I'm going to install air conditioning and all that. So first of all, a $200 apartment is not going to come with the air conditioning, but it's not that expensive. So you add it on, and now I've got to pay the electric. It's going to be at least $100 a month, right? Generally. Now, we got away for less than that, but generally, and now we're anything but. And then you add the internet, right? $50 or whatever. Add the water, $5, $10, and you start to be like, okay, if someone was taking care of all of this for me, if I could pay with a credit card or just pay at the office, and then how are you going to have the watchman? $2,000 a month. You could get away with a little bit cheaper because you're going to negotiate. They're only, but you've just got a guy standing out there. And that's what, before I moved here, that's what my neighbor had. She literally had, it was just her and her watchman. No one else here. And so she would come out and they would just sit outside and hang out. Like they were the only two people here. Her living here retired and him working for her as a security guard. And so it can get pretty goofy when you get like that. Jan says, someone said that there is an IKEA plan for Costa Rica in the future. That was me. I said that. James said, would be issues of purchasing furniture in another country, in another CA4 country. So the CA4 is a border zone. It is not a duty zone. So yes, currently you would still be importing from wherever the same. Now, if you're buying small things, no one's going to care, right? So if you want to buy small, fancy things up, for example, there's some really nice furnishing shops up in Antigua. Head up there, buy anything your heart desires, bring it back in reasonable quantities. Probably no one's going to notice, right? You're a tourist, you bought some stuff, it's small. You start buying furniture, yeah, you're going to be importing furniture. Like, no way to hide that. Is it true that electricity is more expensive here? So the thing, Diego, is that electricity is unpredictable here. So when I was paying $80 a month here for my 9-bedroom house, it was cheaper here than anywhere I've ever lived, right? Now they've jacked it up and I pay nearly $1,000 for the exact same house, the exact same air conditioning. So now it's the most expensive I've ever had anywhere I've ever lived. However, houses are and air conditioning is much more efficient here. So the highest I've ever actually paid, like per bedroom, is a 3-bedroom in Texas. I've paid $850, and here for a 9-bedroom, I've paid $900, but not consistently, right? So on a per bedroom basis, I've paid almost $300 per bedroom in Texas. I've paid as little as $10 here and as high as $100 here. So it depends how you compare it. If anyone jumps in and tries to tell you about a kilowatt hour, they do not understand what they're doing, and they're just either lost or they figured out how to be misleading. So it truly is all over the place. But this gets to some of the highest electricity you'll find anywhere on an average. Diego says, you would just need to import it depending on how you do it. It might be expensive. Yep. Jan says, you should have said it again, and I was right. I love IKEA. Diego says, you pay $1,000 in electricity. I do. Yeah, well, almost $900. Yep. And I'm ready to move because it's completely dependent on where you live. Like I said, when I lived here for 3 years at $80, $85. And people were like, you're not really paying $85. I'm like, here's my bill every month. And my apartment down the street, I was paying $10, sometimes $11, right? That was it. And then one day someone came in and just altered the meter, and now we're paying $1,000. And now we don't even have a meter. So they had this broken meter that was showing us at $1,000 almost. And now we have no meter. And they're under no pressure to put in a new one because we have to pay what we used to pay. So now we're at nearly $1,000 without a meter. So run everything as much as you can. At least get, there's no reason not to leave the doors open and the air conditioning blasting because it's not being metered. So it's a huge problem. And I literally had the discussion today. If they don't get this fixed quickly, it's not worth staying here. And because one of the things we said all along is, yeah, we have a big house. Do we really need it? Well, our electricity was so cheap, we could not consider moving because our electricity was so cheap that I was like, nope, it's worth it. It offsets any extra rental cost. But now the opposite has happened. It's so expensive that it doesn't matter if the rental's free, it's not worth it. I paid $500 to $600 electricity. I was doing clandestine stuff. Yeah, Texas is like Nicaragua, unpredictable and crazy high. But now I'm like, do you realize if we got out of this house and out of this electricity situation, really, the house is not an issue. My kids actually want to stay in the house. I'm like, if we get out of this, if we leave this lease and move on somewhere else, we can start putting in, we can start putting in, $1,200-$1,500 a month of construction cost just from not having the house. And Brian says solar panels. Nope, solar panel, nothing. If we moved away and shut off the electric, we'd still be at 900 because it's not metered. So there's nothing we can do to offset it. It's just locked. So now if we have a place with a working meter, then yeah, you put up solar panels or put up tons of solar panels and never get on the grid. But it says Florida 4.2 central air on all times, 225. My finca without air, 200. We're in the same neighborhood. Brian says 3-bedroom in Texas at $850. That's cute. You've been gone too long. Is it more now, Brian? That was when Rachel was living with me. So that was the highest we ever paid. Gosh, I want to say that was 2017 that we were at $850. Now, not during the winter, obviously, but during the summer, my gosh, Texas was outrageously expensive. And not only that, but we couldn't get the house below 84. Here, yeah, we can get the house to 70, right? Like the air conditioning here is so much more powerful. Diego says, I feel like I pay too much. I pay $100 with one inverter mini split most of the day and another just at night and a refrigerator. Yeah, we're definitely paying way too much, but I'm now that it's happening month after month and there's no like solid plan of getting it fixed, I'm like, this is dumb. So I'm pushing really hard to have an alternative plan, and I think I have one. So yeah, 100 is, 100's not bad, but it does seem high. It depends, though. The air conditioning is such a big, or the insulation is such a big thing, how it's done. And that's why we changed. You guys will remember, we changed all the windows to put in the plastic. That's because our electric started going up. Because originally it was like $80, and we're like, we just don't care. Like, it's so cheap, and nothing we do seems to move it very much. So it was like, okay. And then all of a sudden it was so expensive, and we're like, okay. But then we did anything we could to bring it down, and it never came down. And we're like, so we're running half the air conditioning, but the price doesn't change? Maryland, no AC and $510. Oh my gosh. That's insane. What does it even come from? I at least have 3 refrigerators, right? Which are outside. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 AC split units and 3 refrigerators. The refrigerators definitely use a lot, right? They're big and it's hot here. But wow. And obviously, I've got a studio. So like right now we got all these studio lights. We're using a bunch of stuff. James says, I saw that, not Emerson, but Immense Coffee got solar panels at 33 cents a watt. Very reasonable. Nice. Yeah, I need to look into that. When we build, we're definitely going to do that. Diego says, not getting a meter can be a curse or a blessing. Some people I know don't have a meter since the last 10 years. Now they have a mechanic shop and some Coke and Pepsi big refrigerators. Yeah, so the thing is that if you lose your meter when your price is low, you're good. You're locked in with low price. And if you lose it when it's high, you have to move. Like, quite literally, you have to move. That is one of the reasons why you just have to be prepared for that, and that flexibility is key. And we're a little bit stuck, but yes, Brian, I never rented in Texas. Well, I did. I rented for a few months. That was so long ago. I always owned, but yeah, my power bill was $850 for a 3-bedroom to cool it to 84, right? And we had to add an extra air conditioning unit because that thing was just 3. We had the central air; it couldn't even begin to cool the house. The houses were so badly designed. We put in a window unit in the front of the house and a floor standing in my office to try to keep it down. Diego says, and they pay $400. Oh, yeah. A mechanic shop running all kinds of things, and they pay $14. Not even. Was that $12? I think that's crazy. Ed says, I run 1 AC and bedroom part-time. I live in Palermo. I pay $300 a month. $300 a month just for your electric, I assume, right, Ed? And to give Diego an idea of his 100 with 2 air conditioning units, less than half the air conditioning that Diego uses, and it's 3 times the price. The prices are so wildly different, but yeah, that's why we want to move where we have more control, and just make that go away. And that's one of the reasons we kept the apartment, because the electric was $10, $11. Like, if you talk to Luke, he's only paying between $9 and $12 for electric. Now he's got a 1-bedroom, right? It's nothing like this, but it's problematic because if you get the cheap electric, there's no incentive to turn off the AC. There's no incentive to turn down the lights. There's no incentive to insulate. People will just crank everything, or like Diego said, they'll hook up, stuff and start a shop and start using it for all this refrigerators and restaurant stuff because they can. It's like, oh my gosh. So those people are just burning electric, and those that don't get that deal are trying to turn off everything and can't move the needle, right? Literally. But it says, I bought portable solar with panels for the Las Penitas property. Oh, cool. Portable solar. How is the portable in cost compared to the fixed solar? And how did you do on the wattage? May have to come look at that. Already in PJs. Yeah, I definitely plan on putting in solar pretty quickly. We're working out some stuff. I'm trying to come up with a plan to be able to move. Like, I really am. It's tough because I talked about this like last week. Like, we've lived here for a long time. We moved here in 2022. And so we've been here all of 23, all of 24, all of 25, part of 22. And it's like, this has really been home for quite a significant portion of time. And, my kids have spent not as much time here as they did in our house in Texas. But if you look at our house in Texas, we were there from... yeah. Brian has been in my old house that was $850. And it was... So, Brian, I don't know if you know, but there was like no insulation in the walls. There was barely any insulation in the attic. Everything was glass. That I liked. But that glass was like single pane. It wasn't really single pane, but it was terrible. Just everything. The roof was in terrible shape. Everything was in terrible shape. But so that house that he's talking about, the one that cost $850, we lived there from 2010 to 2013. So we were there all of 2010, not quite, but half of 2010. So all of 2011, 2012, most of 2013. We were there for 3.5 years. And then we returned. We owned it, but we didn't live there. Returned in 17 at the end of the year. So lived there in 2018, 19, 20. So we actually lived there pushing 7 years, which is a lot, right? But it was 2 sets of 3 years. But my youngest was born there. So the first bit that we lived there, she was not born yet. And the first whole time that we lived there, she didn't remember at all. So to her, we only lived there basically 3 years, but it was familiar when we came back to it. My eldest still remembers my youngest being born, and so has that extra time. She does remember the house from the first time that we were there. But but this house, my kids are older teens. Then it was my daughter being born. So it's the extreme opposite ends of childhood. This is the house that they will remember, really. They have these fuzzy memories of Texas, and they love it. And they're nostalgic about that in their minds the way that I am about the farmhouse that I grew up in, which is neat that I can look back at my 7 years, maybe 8 years in a farmhouse, and I remember very fuzzily all these things about it and have these very fond memories of what was really a terrible house. And but to me, it's very, rose-colored glasses. And of course, my mother has been gone for 20 years. So remembering the time with my mother in that house is super important to me. And and I know my kids see Texas that way. It's this is where they started school. This is where they first learned to play video games. This is where they their first dog. This is where their cousins used to come visit. All those things. That's something really special, but it's very fuzzy. It's very these murky memories of childhood. And we also had a house in New York that they lived in. A little bit, maybe a year year and a half that they really remember. Other than that, we've bounced around, and it's nice that some of the places we've lived we own, so we can permanently, so we can go back and be like, remember living here? Yeah. They miss that we had the house in La Barrio, and now it's a Super Express. But this house, they're like, we like this house. This is home. So I hate giving that up, but it's also it's just we know we're not going to keep it. And so the longer we keep it, the more it's going to be painful giving it up kind of thing. So rent, portable. Yeah, the house was not efficient. Ed says internet and water included is $250 to $400 a month. Is that normal? Internet and water is included. $250 to $400 a month. Is that normal? Ed, do you mean total rent for like a 1-bedroom without electric and internet? $250 to $400 a month in San Juan del Sur. So take any number in San Juan del Sur and knock like $50 to $75 off. Would that be normal? So let's say $50. Take $50 off. Would $200 to $350 a month be normal with internet and water included up here? Yeah, I would say so. for a 1 or 2 bedroom. Now, you start getting to 3, that'd be really cheap. But for those, yeah, that seems normal. Half the people I meet steal the electric. Yes, that's definitely true. During the summer, keeping it 71 average, I hover around 200. Yeah, thanks. Just have Souter put in the insulation. He'll fall through again. So he's talking about our friend who was on a couple weeks ago, was working in my attic and fell through the ceiling into my living room, into my bedroom. James says, now all considered, if you have constant wind generation would be very good consideration. So there's a ton of wind generation here in the country, but not this region, because our wind, while there's a lot of it, isn't consistent. Whereas in like La Vergen, which is very popular for wind, it's very consistent. So that's why I put that there. Old Gringo, are there regulations against when your contract is up that they can't raise your rent? No, they can raise your rent for sure. They won't, because that would be insane, right? They'll just lose you. But no, there's no regulations, nothing like that. Typically, once you're in a place, your rent's never going to change. Not a guarantee, obviously, but pretty. TJ's here. Hey, Scott and everyone. Diego says there's really no regulation for that. Most people I know don't even have contracts. We do have contracts out here, most of the expats at least. But yeah, a lot of people don't have contracts. You got to remember that competition here is fierce. So the idea that you would raise rent and give up an existing renter is just nuts, because almost everyone is so let's just take me as an example, right? Okay, they're going to raise the rent on me. Well, I'm just going to leave. Right, and no one else is going to move in because I'm already paying top of market. So, I mean, this is an odd example, but let's take the apartment that we had at 180. Let's say they decide to come back. Now, I'm not saying if they raised it to 185, even 190, I'd have been like, yeah, that's reasonable. Good for you. And they didn't, right? And we even came in with someone that we're like, we think 200, right? And they're like, no, 180. And we're like, he would have taken it at 200, right? So. It really was. But if they raised to like 250 on us, we'd be like, what the hell? And they would not get anyone. That's the reality. We would move out instantly and just go to some other place for 180, 190, and maybe find a place for 150, because that really happens. You move out and go, wow, that was actually. Sorry, derailed. If they raised it to like 250, they would not get anyone. In reality, it would just be empty. We would move out, find a place, possibly save money, and they would just be sad. Because I can go rent an entire house for 150, right? Like, I've got options. They're out there. So I'm not in any pressure. I don't want to move, but I could move. And that's what I say, like, be flexible. Don't lock yourself in, especially in a market like this. That flexibility is your protection. Someone decides to do something crazy, who cares? Inconvenience, maybe. You're going to save money. You're going to find something else, whatever. But then he has a real risk. Oh my gosh, you're going to raise it to 250? All right, you can be empty, or worse, dumbass, I'm going to go buy the empty lot in front of you. If you're going to get 250, I can get 230 for newer. I'm going to put in 6 units instead of your 4. I'm going to advertise $20 under you. Mine are brand new. I'm going to give a move-in deal. I will not only fill up because I got a cheaper place that's newer and nicer. Every person you have currently will leave to come to me because they're all angry at you, and I'm saving them money and giving them something better. And there aren't enough people renting for you to have anybody. I won't be full. You'll be empty, right? So that's a real risk. You pull that crap with someone, the chances are most of the expats, if they wanted to, could build the apartment themselves. They're not doing it because they don't want to. It's not the business they want to be in. They don't want to tie up their financial resources or whatever. But if push comes to shove, in most cases, we can go buy something or build something and screw you. So there isn't a strong incentive to suddenly do a price jack. If you did it to Nicaraguans, they'd be like, I don't have an option. I got to move. Like, I can't pay 50% more in 1 month or whatever, 20, 30, 25, 30% more. Sure, give them a few months warning. What are they going to do? Go get a new job? You can't do that, right? Someone could, but generally you can't do that. So they're stuck. They're stuck leaving, right? Not stuck paying your rent. They're going to move in with family. They're going to call someone and be like, hey, you've got an extra room. I have to live with you. I can't find a place. Once I find a place, I'll move out. But until then, no one's getting the money. Right, so the risk of a price jack outside of really rare circumstance just is too high. John says, thanks for your video on living in Granada. Are open air houses with a pool affordable in Granada? Also, wouldn't an open air house pose a security risk? They do. Colonial houses have a natural security risk, and that's one of the reasons why you see outrageous amounts of barbed wire everywhere, because the houses touch each other and are wide open. So, like, when I lived in an open air house in Granada with a pool, people didn't come in, but, like, cats would. You'd be in the living room and someone else's cat would suddenly be in your living room. Now, of course, I have that now, but it's more like wild cats, and my windows are wide open. But it's wild that, like, wildlife is wandering into your kitchen, right? Like, it just really is funny. I'd come down in the morning because they would typically come in at night, and there'd just be a cat there, and I'd be like, what are you doing here? Right? And we don't have any windows open, so you had to come from the sky. So yeah, they are a security risk. I do not like that style. I do like pool in the living room, like all that. Like, trust me, my open air house in Granada was kind of magical, but part of that magic was just, it was my first time living in Nicaragua. So I was just enamored with the whole situation. So that gave it, again, the rose-colored glasses to some degree. I think if I went back there now, I'd be like, normal house. I do like the pool. They had nice plants around it. I didn't like the kitchen. The bedrooms were whatever. I think more I like the house because my kids were at a really fun age, and it was our first time in Nicaragua, and it was just, and we had just come off Panama, like all those places where we were riding high. Sorry, I've got like dust in my eyes. We were definitely riding a high at the time of moving from country to country. So we had been in Spain, then in Panama, then in Nicaragua. What an awesome year of moving around. Like, that's fantastic places. So we were just so psyched about everything when we were in Nicaragua. And we didn't leave Nicaragua intentionally. We left Nicaragua because of a family emergency at the end. So we just, every moment we were in Nicaragua was, we're loving this, we're staying until we decide to leave. And then one morning we got up, got a call, and we're like, we have to be on a plane today. And that was it. So we never once went to bed in Nicaragua thinking we were leaving. So it was a really amazing time, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't pick Nicaragua right away. We were on this, like, checking places out, loving it. Everything was great. Life was good. I had just finally taken my last gasps of working for the man was done. And so Panama was the last place that I lived that I had a job, but it was like marginal. Spain, I was like working for a place that I truly hated. That actually gave a lot of negative to Spain. Had it been shifted a little bit, that would have helped. But it was new. So it was like, okay, we're trying this out, and I ended up just hating it. And then when I was in Panama, I was still there. And then after Panama, I had to deal with dealing with those people in person in the office. I'm like, these people are assholes. Like, it was a terrible job. Terrible job. I was really bitter, right? Because I had come from Wall Street where people treat you well. Like, you're treated professionally and respectfully, and people care about your family. They may not ask about your family, but if you're like, my kids are sick, like, stay home. What are you talking about? Why'd you even call into work? Just don't show up, right? And then I went to work for a nonprofit briefly, and they're just like, screw you and your lifestyle and family and all that stuff. You people suck, everything's about the job. And it was just, a couple people, and they was all running scams. Like, they were doing really unethical things at a corporate level, and they just treated the staff like their personal slaves. It was awful. Everything, sick culture, unbelievable racism, unbelievable sexism, just nasty. So I really was unhappy working for a big nonprofit corporate environment. Which really, right? Nonprofits are not family friendly. It's just the nature of the beast. But it was pretty bad. And so I at Panama, we were kind of in the screw this, I don't care about this job mode anymore. And then when I gave it up, because they were like, you have to move to California. And I'm like, I assure you, I do not have to move to California. And we were on the next plane to Nicaragua. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm now a professional writer and educator, and like I'm retired. And so Nicaragua, I was like, I don't have to put up with these people. Like, yay! And it was Nicaragua, and we had been doing this great stuff. So it was this fantastic moment. So I remembered it really well, and I knew I did. So we never considered Nicaragua because it was like, life made it look too good. So when I was back a couple years later and spent time and was just like, oh my gosh, Nicaragua is still so good, even though I'm now in a shit time of my life. Not that bad, but like I'm now in a low instead of a high, and I still love Nicaragua. Oh my gosh, this is where we need to be. What was I thinking? And so that was a really important time. But I think, in Granada, so first of all, everything in Granada is going to be twice what it is somewhere else. Granada is expensive. When you're looking at those colonials downtown, those prices are high. Put a pool in it, it's going to be higher, right? And then, you've got the security thing. So it's going to be, you're reasonably looking at $1,000. Leo says, who provides the electric service? Is it the state or is it private? It's always state. Diego says, private business. I believe it's really weird. They have sold and expropriar many times. Yeah, but it is actually state. It's a government entity. Old Gringo says, I said that it's managed by these weird kind of semi-private firms, Desnorte and Desur, but it's government. Old Gringo, I said that because I would rent low and put some money into it, making it much nicer. Did I miss a detail that you said? Oh, the old Gringo concerned about the price being hiked a lot. No. So what you normally do if you're going to be putting money into it is that you, one, make it that you take it with you. Don't let them have the value unless you're happy with the separation. Often you build that in, right? Like, I'm going to make it better, so I'm going to pay less or whatever, because you're going to get more rent down the road. That's not uncommon. But then you just want a contract that gives you that, or something to that nature. Generally, don't put a ton of money into rentals, but honestly, I know tons of people who have, and including like, this place would be perfect if I had a pool. Mind if I put in a pool? Go ahead, put in a pool, right? Like, have yourself. Can we put in air conditioning? Go right ahead, right? So the places sometimes come out way better. I knew people who went in with empty pool, thing was nasty, the place wasn't bad, but it wasn't that nice. They must have dropped $8K they got the pool all fixed up, put in pool rooms, got everything, re-walled everything, repainted everything, put in air conditioning everywhere, did unbelievable amounts of stuff. Never quite finished construction. They never made it through their year lease. And they were like, we decided to move somewhere else. And they were the ones who they brought the Jeep that they didn't have any plan for importing the Jeep, and it destroyed their lives. And so I love that they were gung-ho and like, we're going to make this work. We're going to do this. but they also weren't rational. At no point did they stop and go, we should try it for a little while and see if we like it. We should not import a vehicle. We're not even residents. And instead, they did all this crazy stuff. And it was like, this is cool, and you guys have a great attitude about it, but you're creating so many problems. You're going to leave. Because like every 2 weeks, they never got to stop being in Managua. They were in Managua more in their, I don't know, 8 months here than I've been in 5 years, because they had to just sit in immigration dealing with their truck every few days. So it's crazy. It is heavily regulated, though, the electric, except not at the street level. It's a little bit rough. I wouldn't really put into money into a house I don't own. There isn't really rent protection here. Yeah, I mean, there isn't, but it's a common thing for expats to do. As long as you understand the potential risks, as long as you're, putting in money that you can't, like, if you're going to rent long term and you want to put in a lot of money, I recommend limiting it a bit. So air conditioning you can take with you. So we do that all the time, but we take it with us, or negotiate when we leave. They'll be like, oh, we want the air conditioning. We'll be like, okay, here's how much we want for it. And they'll be like, okay, yes or no, whatever. If not, take it with you. But if you're going to like put in all new cabinets or like really, change things, yeah, you're going to, I mean, if you're just painting the walls, like whatever. They're not even going to know you painted the walls. So they have no way to know to raise the rent, but you also have no way to take it with you. So, Diego says people in Doral are renting places for less than the mortgage payment, just not to be vacant. That's he pointing out that like no one's going to raise the rent on you significantly because you can always go somewhere. TJ says when you say open, are you talking about the colonial style? Yeah, that's what we mean. Where like you've got that L shape or whatever, and all that open space in the middle, which is normally a garden but could be a pool, which I do like. John says, did you get a chance to watch Carlos' song? I've not had a chance to watch a movie at all. But I do plan on watching it. Brian says, is the power like it is in the States when you have one big provider and then 50 different resellers? No, that is a uniquely American thing. I have never heard of that in any other country on earth. That is a absolute, how the U.S. managed to convince anyone that was okay to do, I have no idea. But no other country thinks that that's sane, would never allow it. Because you can't. Right? Because it's not like there's actually a reseller. There's one company that's coming to your house. Like, it's not a reseller. That's actually a scam. Like, they're not reselling anything. It's not going through them in any way. Diego says there are 2 power distribution companies, Disnorte and Disur, one for the north, one for the south. They just distribute electricity the government and private companies generate. TJ says, it's amazing how moving down the street and a few streets over changes how consistent your power and internet are. That's huge. So now this is a little bit farther away, but so like here, our power and internet are both rock solid. Like you guys know, my electric goes off, but it's minutes when it does, seconds in most cases. Go across town to Colonia Universidad, which is oddly full of expats, and their power is out, I don't know, 4 times as much as us, and their internet is out 20 times more. I mean, it's nuts. Now, most of their internet goes out because a local guy with a machete keeps cutting the fiber and no one does anything about it. But, so it's not like a consistency thing. But holy cow, like they're out all the time and we're never out. Knock on wood, right? But, Brian says, I got a call about working for an EV startup. I turned that shit down fast. Let me tell you, let me guess, it was Gauge Zero. Ed from Queens, that's my bill for utilities. My house is in the gated community, about 2,000 square feet, 2 huge full bedrooms. There is a pool and restaurant. It's one of the nicest places in San Jose. Oh, my house is in the gated. Nice. 2,000 square feet, 2 huge full bedrooms, pool and restaurant. That's pretty nice. Sometimes I would really like something like that. Sometimes I'm like, I just like variety. That's really the thing. The thing is, I don't want to give up what I have. I mean, I'd give up this house. I love the garden, but I would give up the other stuff. Edwin's here. Hey, hi, Scott. What's up? I'm doing well. How are you, Edwin? Unfortunately, this is a week that dark stuff just happened. We're going to find out in a second. John says, take a mini split with you? Absolutely. Everyone does here. That is standard. When I leave here, I'm taking 6 of them with me. Right. Edwin says, in Ciudad Belen, south of Managua Airport, a man passed away after suffering 3rd-degree burns on his body after his home went on flames after a short circuit and his daughter's room caused it. That really sucks. Ciudad Belen, south of Managua Airport. Okay, I know where that is. We had last week 2 people swept away. Some missionary group is what I'm told, took people out into the ocean and was doing some ceremony, and all of them were taken out into the ocean. They were able to rescue all but 2, but rescue teams had to go out because this reckless missionary group put people at risk, and 2 of them were swept away and drowned. One body came up a few days ago. The other one I've not heard that they found yet. Old Gringo, I would just redo the drywall. I like how he says redo the drywall. I don't think you understand. You're not going to find drywall here. When's the last time I've seen drywall? I'm sure Ed has seen drywall. Down in San Juan del Sur, there can be drywall. Up here, I'm not sure I've ever seen drywall. I'm trying to think, but like that's not a thing. You could put in drywall, right? But you'd be putting it in first. Drywall and paint, some TLC, the rest like AC I would take with me. Yeah, I mean, putting in drywall and stuff wouldn't... I don't think a lot of people would want it there. People don't really want drywall for whatever reason. It's probably mold. Edwin says the man's girl was on class, so count as survivor. Oh, she was at school. Well, that's good. In Bluefields, an 18-year-old boy was unavailable by 3 teenagers, all personal revenge. For 8 hours, National Police did a crackdown until they were caught. Oh, I think I heard something. No, I don't know if I heard about that. Old Gringo, 6 mini splits. How much is your monthly power bill? Did you miss the hour-long talk on the power bills? Diego says, what's drywall? Exactly. I can't tell if he's joking because, like, it's so rare here. I would not expect a normal Nicaraguan to have ever seen drywall in their life. So I'll get back to the power thing. Diego says, what's drywall? Drywall is ground gypsum dust sandwiched between 2 pieces of paper, really. But you put it on the walls in North America for no particular reason. I'm not really sure what its purpose is. It's because, I mean, in North America, houses are made out of matchsticks and paper. And so they have to cover the walls because the walls are not solid like here. So it's a whole range of like making a house look solid that we don't have here. I meant the wall coatings, whatever it is, that's something the locals can do cheap. So we actually don't cover the walls here. Mostly it's bare concrete in many cases. Or it could be like adobe or something. So the power bill, so real quick to recap, power is unpredictable here and not determined by our mini splits. So it should be a couple $100 for 3 years. It was $80 to $85. And then it jumped suddenly with no warning to $900. Neither is based on our usage. Nothing we do, we could turn everything off, go to 100% solar, we could disconnect from the grid, it would stay at $900. It has nothing to do with the mini splits. At no point have our electric usage determined our pricing, which is quite common here. John says, referring back to last week's topic, can you revisit your comments about Panama's healthcare? You somehow associated it with the U.S.'s healthcare, and I didn't quite understand it. Thanks. So first of all, Panama's a relatively small country, right? So they don't have like 100 different selections of things. Almost all of their healthcare is in Panama City, just like here. Most everything's in Managua. A little bit less like that. Like they don't have a satellite city like Leon that has the biggest hospital in Central America. So, so Panama only has a few hospitals. Their main hospitals are American hospitals. Now, they're better than the actual U.S. hospitals because they are not constrained by the U.S. healthcare systems. So it's the same hospitals, such as Johns Hopkins, but they're able to perform better. And they're just more professional, right, because they're in Panama. So it's a step up from U.S. healthcare, but it is locked to U.S. healthcare. It is U.S. healthcare simply without U.S. regulations is the primary healthcare in Panama, which is not the worst, but it's not good. It's way better than in the U.S., but no one else classifies it as good. It's classified as adequate, right? So Panama, to Americans, is often selected because Americans are addicted to bad healthcare. And I know that sounds crazy, but they are. Like, you can get at least a third of all Americans will argue that they want bad healthcare. They hate the idea of good healthcare, but they'll want some service they can't get in the U.S., so they'll want a price they can't get in the U.S. So Panama services that market quite a bit. But so there's no drive to do a really good job in Panama because they're part of the U.S. system, right? So the people who are choosing it are either Panamanian and stuck with them, or coming in from the U.S. and choosing them because they're intentionally not evaluating options and being reasonable. So they're okay, but they're not great. And so Panama is linked to U.S. healthcare, not by law, just by practicality that the U.S. built those hospitals when it was a colony, and they haven't really built new hospitals since. There are independent Panamanian hospitals, but mostly they're smaller things like regional clinics and stuff. Their main hospitals are predominantly American hospitals. So not that great. Last night, 14-year-old Managua died after being dragged by water currents in the Aldeas SOS area when she left school for the day, but it was raining at full intensity. Oh, that is horrible. We've seen, when I first moved to Leon, we had some kid swept off a bridge. TJ says, my electricity here is a lot more than expensive Scott's. Wow. Tiffany does great things. Hey there, Scott. How's Nicaragua weather at this time? It has been raining. Rain. We're on like 2 weeks of almost nonstop rain, which I love. It's great. You might be able to hear it, but the fans are covering it up a little bit. Witnesses tried to rescue her, but it didn't work, and she crashed into obstacles. It was unavoidable. She lost balance after she avoided being splashed from a big puddle being sprayed by a truck. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. But it says, we used drywall for the ceiling at the house in the finca. Bad choice. Ooh, Buddis, I definitely want to know what happened with the drywall. Was it mold? Does it just not hold up? I've never seen it even on ceilings here. That I can remember. Janice says, our rental in La Barrio had drywall that made the bathrooms in each room. Since sells it, they just call it gypsum. No way I know how to spell that. No, I think that's right. Edwin says, and fell into the little channel located here as the old U.S. Embassy building was very... Yeah, that is terrible. Tiffany says, the healthcare is absolute trash here in the U.S. now. Now. Is it worse? How can it be worse? It was so bad when I left. Jan says, yeah, but it's the worst choice for ceilings here. Drywall are gypsum walls. Yes, we call it drywall because in theory it's supposed to stay dry. I think in reality you have to keep it dry. Like, you better keep that dry or it's going to go bad. That's how you get rising damp. But it says, Janet, what would you suggest? Diego says, makes sense. Edwin says, and even the girl chose to go to her own on the bus stop to get on board. She doesn't return home from school on foot, and there was a disaster. Where we are now is wood. That house that had some sort of metal grid with drop-in panels. Oh yeah, we see a lot of drop ceilings. That's what we had in the apartment. I hate drop ceilings. They sound good, right? They absorb a lot of stuff, so I mean they're good from that. I see a lot of it. I find them very unattractive. But here I have very nicely made artisan, handcrafted wood ceilings. They're beautiful, except they're super dark and I hate them. So they look good. People walk in and they're like, oh, you have craftsman ceilings. This is incredible. I'm like, yeah, I really don't. This is something to look for. I don't want in a house. Now I know. Don't do this. It's dark. I hate dark. Nicaraguans love dark. And so I understand this is a cultural thing. And part of it's a personal cultural thing. Like my wife prefers dark more than I do. But for me, I want a house that's bright, where I can see everything. I don't want to have to turn on a million lights to be able to see. Nicaraguans have a tendency to like dark ceilings, dark doors. They'll often put in panels that are dark wood in rooms. So even though the walls might have been bright, they'll have this dark wood everywhere. And it's kind of like, in the U.S. you may have a situation where people are doing mahogany or whatever, and it looks cool when you're making a cigar lounge. But when it's your home and you're like, dear Lord, the amount of light bulbs I have to simply make this room not be depressing is out of control. So that's something, one of the reasons that I want to build my own places and not live in this place, all the wood, just dark wood. Nicaraguans would love it. There's nothing wrong with it. This is perfect for someone who likes dark wood and likes a dark house. And one of the reasons that I think Nicaraguans like this is because it absorbs all this light. In the day, they want to live in caves because it's hot out. Totally get it. but I'd kind of like to live with a whole bunch of bright light and have, well lit and everything's just illuminated and open. And at night, I want to stare out and look at twinkling lights or whatever. I want to look at the gardens. I want to look at things. I want to see the outside. Nicaraguans are more like, why would you look at outside? Go outside. What's wrong with you? Step outside. Okay, I get it. Like, this is where the cultural thing comes in. I want to be inside and see the outside. Nicaraguans don't want to be inside at all. They're just like, that's a place to sleep and to make sure the jaguars don't get you. Right. Otherwise, go outside. Fresh air. Grass. It's good for you. So very, very different things. But because of that, they make their houses really, really dark. I don't like it. Matagalpa for the thousandth time. Rio Grande collapsed as always. A city where high-rises are being made. Can't be salvaged from big flooding. Janet says they are thinner and withstand water a bit. But it says, came apart at the seams. I had to reinforce. Yeah, everything's so damp here because it's hot and kind of humid. But with the rainy season, oh my gosh, yeah, it's not going to hold up. James says, drywall ultralight up here is ash from scrubbers on fossil fuel electric generators. Interesting. Ed says, I feel like I live in a rainforest. Howling monkey. I mean, you kind of do. Howling monkeys at 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Lizards and spiders every day, I think. Cats walk into my house. It was fun, but it was fun. I think he means it was fun, but too much sucked. I am moving. I've been living in a hostel. Yeah, I knew you were living in a hostel. I didn't know you were moving. I thought you were just taking a break from it or like getting a, because that's what I like to do. My current plan, well, so my immediate thing is I'm starting to really think about how to get out of this house. I just want to start living in my permanent places. I want the spot that I'm in to be a place I can improve and feel good about it. Like if I've been here for a long time, great, but I want to get where I'm going to go, I want to go enhance the garden. My garden, every bit of effort I put in is my effort or is my advantage or whatever. Sorry, guys, I got to work on a ticket in the background while we're talking. Like that's how I want it to be. That makes me feel good. That makes me happy. Like every day, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to walk around this property and make something better, right? Come up with a new idea. Here, I walk around and go, it'd be great here, a fountain. It'd be great over here, a pool. You know what I'm not going to do? Pay for those things in a place I don't own, right? Are they expensive? No, well, the pool is. But like putting in a fountain, no. Like, and they even have like there's a bird bath here. It's in a lot of my videos. It fell over, right? And it's like, okay, I could go fix that, but it's not mine to fix, and it wasn't my problem that it fell over. Now it just lays there. Like I'm not. It just doesn't make sense to work on, right? And it's like, well, that's unfortunate. Oh my gosh, this ticket is so tiny I can't read it. All right, hold on. For those wondering, I did manage to hire someone that's going to take over my shift. Yay, finally. Very excited about that. Takes a while to train, so he's not, he has started, but he's not taken over anything yet. But we did get someone out in the Lisbon office, so yay. New people in Lisbon, and very excitedly talking about potentially more people in Bolivia. I'm working very, 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 very hard to get an apartment in Bolivia so that I have a place to zip away to when I need a break. Because I like just taking a break, going on vacation, and I can do that. But I don't know. I just like having my place. And so I find it way more exciting to like have a place in South America that I can just show up in and be like, here's my place. And when my friends want to go and be like, hey, I'm gonna be in South America. Can I use your apartment? Yeah, knock yourself out, right? Like that's fun to be able to do that stuff. So that's kind of something I'm working very hard towards that. I have a game plan in place and just need one of two different things to happen to make that move forward. And then I will have that much needed break. Because like when I go to Belize, I'm staying in hotels. It's not the same. I feel like I can't even unpack. I always worry about leaving something behind. When you own a place, you're like, you know what? I can leave a laptop here, which I will do. Like I will have a computer there, and I can leave clothes. Like it's cold where I'm up in the mountains. So I'm gonna have a closet full of cold weather clothes. It's just mine. Not that many changes of clothes, but like a week of clothes that just stays there. So I can fly down with like a shoulder bag and be like, yeah, I just got my backpack and I got one change of clothes. I got a toothbrush just in case, maybe not even because I'll have a toothbrush there, right? Everything I buy. And when I want to have like things stocked in the house, I'll just stock them. Right? When I'm in a hotel, I'm not going to do that. Oh, there's this ketchup I really like. I want to have that. Nope, not going to pay for that and just leave it behind. That's dumb, right? But my house, well, I might keep a bottle of wine. I got some whiskey that I like. I got some things that I like from around town. You know what? I decided I wanted to buy some trinkets. I'm not taking them back this time or whatever. I want to decorate. Like that's fun, and that's like. So I'm looking forward to hopefully making that happen, and have really good, positive reasons to believe that it will, beyond just, manifesting, right? But I'm doing what I can to try to make that happen. But I want to do the same kind of like making the right things happen here, so that we're in a practical, this makes sense thing. What the? Oh. I'm almost done. Give me a second. Okay, go into documents. Get that. All right, perfect. All right, sorry for the little break there. Dinner came apart, drywall. I feel like I live in a rainforest. Hey, Scott, what's the situation with the Sutiava bus station? Is it functioning? It is not functioning. They're starting to do the road. They have to completely resurface the road to be able to get there. So that's happening. They were supposed to not do anything with the road until the place was ready. So they're doing the road now in the rain. So it must be ready. So they must be moving in really, really soon. But it's not open yet. Janice says gypsum would absorb the water. That is the problem here. Diego says dark doesn't get as dirty. Okay, that's true. That's true. Also a reason I don't like it. I want to see that and get it clean. Janice says I don't love the dark wood, but it's more insulating from the heat from the roof. Yep. Brian says you're in IT and you don't like the dark. I do not. Some of my favorite IT was sitting outside in the sun in Panama. I would sit outside. Now, remember, I'd been not warm places for a while. I'd been living in New York in the winter. I'd come from New York winter and then lived in Spain for a while, and Spain is very cool. And then I moved to Panama on the ocean, so it's just like here. It's the same as Leon. And I was just loving it. So I would just go out on my balcony and just sit there and have my laptop and be like, yeah. James says, seems on drywall cracking, Durabond wasn't used, not quality craftsmanship. Ed says, I never knew what a hostel was. I thought they were for poor teenagers, but they're a lot of fun, never too old to learn. All my places are hostels. It's globally, except the U.S., they're categorized as just a type of hotel that has fewer amenities. So they're popular in Nicaragua for everybody because you can't afford those amenities. Those things end up being expensive. So one of the reasons that, man, how did this floor get so dirty? I don't understand. One of the reasons that they keep, or one of the ways they keep prices down in Nicaragua for Nicaraguans to travel is that they only offer hostels. So it is what Nicaraguans stay in, because Airbnb and other hotels and stuff are all just too expensive for the average Nicaraguan. Even hostels are kind of a big deal, but it's the one option. Right. The thing that in the U.S., what they think of as youth hostels, cheap hotels just for kids. So Americans have a tendency to think of them in that way. But in Europe and Latin America and Asia, they are not youth hostels. There are occasionally youth hostels, but mostly they're just hostels. And so they're not in any way meant for backpackers or anything like that. Those backpackers are welcome. Youth are welcome. But there's this assumption that it's going to mean kids, that it's going to mean party, that it's going to mean shared rooms, like all these things. None of that is what a hostel means. Did the ants drop your fountain? Yes, they did. James says, no more nomad, change of life. I mean, I'm still kind of a nomad, but John says Bolivia? Yeah, Bolivia. So two things. One, I absolutely love Bolivia. Like, holy cow, I love Bolivia. Not as much, I mean, Nicaragua was my favorite, but like I was in Buenos Aires last year, and I love Buenos Aires. Like, great city, no problems with Argentina. Like, they're great. You know, I was expecting to be like, whoa, Buenos Aires. But honestly, I was just like, kind of wish I was in Bolivia, right? Like, I mean, I like Argentina, and I love their train. Like, being able to take the train places. And I didn't get to spend a ton of time in Argentina. I didn't get to go to, you know, far-flung. I didn't get to go to Cordoba. I didn't get to go to Mendoza. Like, there's lots of places I really want to go in Argentina. Like, trust me, I'm going to go spend time in Argentina. But if you said, you know, and this is real because I have offices in both Bolivia and Argentina, you're going to have an apartment at one of your offices. Do you want it in Bolivia or Argentina? You don't have to ask me twice. Yeah, I don't need time to think about it. I'll be like, Bolivia, thanks. You know, are there advantages to Buenos Aires? Absolutely, right? Better flights, cheaper flights, yes. Cheaper visa, yes. You know, a bigger selection of things, just a bigger city with more to do, absolutely. Tango. So I'm not a dancer, but tango, like, so for those who don't know, tango is like wine and live music. My gosh, I love tango in Argentina, right? Absolutely fantastic. I could do that many nights of the week. The live music scene in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, is fantastic. I could do that so much. I'm down for that all the time. You know, if you were like, well, do you want an apartment in Bolivia and in Argentina? Sure, right. But if I had to pick one, absolutely Bolivia. Prefer it quite a bit. Old Gringo, leaving a place alone for periods of time invites robberies. It does. It's I have a mechanism for that. That's I'm not looking at like a standalone house in the middle of nowhere. I've got it more or less covered. More or less. We'll see. TJ says, did it mute my message? It may have. I don't see anything. 110 says, what's the current exchange rate? It's 36.4. And it's set, so it goes for years. It doesn't move. John says, I keep hearing that Leon is a university town. It is. What university is it? It's not a university. It's a university town. There's a university around every corner. There's like 4 before I get to downtown. But the big one is Unan Leon is definitely the biggest, but everybody's here. Like every major university in the country has a branch here. And many are only here. Does it have a big impact on the city? Absolutely. It makes the city what it is. I live in a college town where the college is bigger than the town. It is not that. And the idea that people are going to go, so in the US or Canada, I assume, so I grew up near a college town, Geneseo, New York, which is like that, right? It's probably half and half. The university is roughly half the town. It's probably a little bit less, but it's still really impactful. But the university is all people from outside the town. So like the impact is big. In Leon, we're the second biggest city. So a huge number of the students are from Leon. We're just keeping them from going other places. Some cities that aren't university towns, their people come to Leon or they go to Managua. In Managua, you have so many people that the universities, which there are more than Leon, but as a percentage are nowhere near, you don't really notice outside of the Unan area, which is not the same thing. Unan Leon is an independent university. Unan Managua is an independent university. There was a time where they were a single university, hence the shared name, but they are independent universities. I don't know, maybe since the 80s, I'm not sure. And but like if you're standing at Unan, you can see 2 other universities on the corner, right? And if you go back behind it, there's another little one hiding back there. And you go across town, there's a couple more. And you come over here in Sutiava, we got 1 or 2 more. They're everywhere. And all through the city. Like sometimes they're just hidden on like little tiny places. Sometimes they're way out east and have big campuses that we don't know. Colonia Universidad is called that. It's the university colony, and it's for a private university that almost no one even knows what it is. Jairo Freire says, hey Scott, we spoke when I was looking to move to San Juan del Sur, and you gave me some good advice where you're wherever. Whenever you're in San Juan, send me a message. We can get together. Oh, absolutely. That's awesome. Jairo, send me a email and hook up on the WhatsApp or get in the WhatsApp expats group. I don't know when I'm going to be in San Juan del Sur, but honestly, I need to go down. It's been too long. I need to go down and film. If nothing else, I need to go down and drink. Those two things kind of go together. I should do that. I haven't taken a break from anything in a while. That would be not bad. Diego says, John, I think all public universities are in Leon. Yeah, basically. Like the second biggest campus, it's called University Town because I believe it was the first place with a university in the country. That is also true. We're famous, like back in the 1800s, for like really famous people would come from other countries. Like Honduras would send people to Leon to go to school. That's really big. John says, what cities in Bolivia? How do you do with the altitude in Bolivia? So the altitude's crazy. So I have offices in Santa Cruz de las Sierras, in Cochabamba, and in La Paz. Santa Cruz de las Sierras is the biggest city in the country. It has the main airport. It is in the Amazon basin. It is warm, moist, low, and not a fan. Cochabamba is kind of central. It's at 8,000 feet. It's absolutely fantastic. That's where I want to be. That is my engineering office, primary engineering office for my company. Love Cochabamba, the food scene. I love the walking around the city. And I've got videos on all these places. Cochabamba is magical, and it's not too big. You're not completely overwhelmed by a massive, massive city, but it's big enough that it has everything and just loads of restaurants and shows and activities and this and that and that and the other thing. It's very cool. And then La Paz, which is the giant city, the capital up in the mountains at nearly 14,000 feet. And when you fly in, you are at 14,000 feet. Is really cool. I really like La Paz. I might choose Buenos Aires over La Paz. I don't know. The mountains are really cool. I love the cableway through the city, but I love the train going through Buenos Aires. I don't know. But La Paz is very neat. I like it a lot. It's much older than Cochabamba. You feel that. Sorry. La Paz is my company's main office. That's where the bulk of people are. So I do like that. I like being able to go in and have lots of people around that I know. Like it's just fun being there because I've got lots of contacts. I actually do really well with the altitude. I didn't know, partly because I'm very cautious of it. When I was last there, I went to Cochabamba for like a week to acclimate. And I was good. I was hiking all over the city, like being adventurous, going all kinds of places. Didn't worry about it at all. Felt great. I actually felt really good because I was getting out and just being out, and it's cool weather. So I'm like, I can hike and I can just do stuff because it's you're not getting sweaty. It's a high desert, so it's like I don't know. It was probably 65 degrees and dry, So I'm like this. My gosh, I'm in jeans. I can put on a jacket. I can hike. This feels great. This is nice. I like this. So I was very happy with that. With that whole situation, it really worked quite well, and just feels comfortable, and you don't have to really deal with the extreme altitude, right? So sorry, just checking something out. And then when I went up to La Paz, I was very cautious because I'm like, okay, now this is high. But we got there, and Alan from the show, so Alan that is sometimes on at night, was with me, and he put in a lot less time in Cochabamba and was feeling it pretty hard in Cochabamba. And when we got up to La Paz, he was like, it was really bad. But I had taken the time. So by like the first night I got into La Paz, and of course I get picked up by my team, right? So it's very chill. I don't have to do anything. They're like, we're getting your luggage, we're getting you, we're putting you in the car, let's go. And they drive me to my apartment. It's just an Airbnb, right? Because I had it for like a week. And they take me up, or we stopped to get food because Alan wanted food. And they're like, you shouldn't eat. I'm like, I'm just gonna have a couple bites. Like, I know you can't have food when you're at altitude, because it'll drain the blood and then you get hit. So I just had a few, like, I'm just nibbling, and I'm like, I'm just going to bed. I'm good. Went up to my apartment, unpacked, was pretty much out right away. Beautiful views. Love high rise in La Paz. Just all the lights, the blanket of lights down in the city. So beautiful. And got up in the morning and said, feeling pretty good. I think I'll go out and explore the city. But then Alan texted me and was like, I need help. So I had to go help Alan at a cafe because he had bravely gone to a cafe and then the altitude hit him once he got to the cafe. And he's like, I'm stuck and it's bad. So he wasn't alone, luckily. So I went out, made sure they were okay, hung out for a little bit, and then went hiking. And I spent the whole day hiking La Paz. So honestly, the altitude doesn't affect me basically at all. I can feel the lack of air. When I'm up in El Alto, I'm definitely gasping. You're like, and everyth's silent. But just when you come down to La Paz proper, suddenly you're like, no, it's okay. Like that amount is enough difference. But yeah, Bolivia is fantastic. Diego says, I wouldn't say the colleges matter too much to Leon. Now there are universities in many places. That's true, but I mean, it really impacts like the culture in Leon. Like we have the like 23 bar and stuff. Like our party district is because of the universities. James says, was in India years back and saw people using cooling concept waterfall for tower. Cooling concept waterfall for tower. Not sure what you mean. I'm a little bit confused. Old Gringo says, Tarija. So I've never been there, but I've recently heard good things about it. And I was talking to my wife about hanging out in Tarija because she has very severe altitude problems. And that's the stepping stone to Cochabamba. Sucre is too high. It's like you're basically in Cochabamba already. Sucre, Cochabamba, La Paz I visited, and Tarija is the best place to live. Much lower elevation, and it is in the wine-producing area. Okay, now you're making me want to go hang out there. You had me at wine. I don't like the lower altitude. I like the higher altitude, but wine. How's the prices in I'm just going to ask. How are the prices in Tarija versus Cocha? Asking my property manager in Cochabamba. TJ says, Scott, there's a group of young people here in Granada that are teaching English, and those people paid over $4,000 for 3 months. What a rip. Oh. Paid over $4,000 for 3 months. Oh, they paid $4,000 to be here for 3 months? Wow. That's a scheme. Wow. And I see what you mean. You sent me the link. That's what you were. Yes, it did silence you because you put a link in, I'm sure. John says, wasn't Bolivia the country that the IMF strong-armed into giving their water rights to a private company? I'm not sure. A lot of weird stuff has happened there for sure. Bolivia has been hit hard. How about Peru? So I've not spent time in Peru. I really want to, especially because my one office is like right on Lake Titicaca. Like I can just take a ferry over to Peru and hang out. I'm definitely going to do that sometime soon. I love South America. I really do. I'm always torn between being in Central America and South America and the they're already answering me. Around the same, Tarija is way smaller and calm. Weather is nice too. It's more a town than a city. It's a big town. It's funny that I got an answer from Bolivia that quickly. I was going to say... But yeah, I really want to spend time in Peru. There's lots of Peru that looks amazing. My eldest, when she was younger, was thinking about moving to Peru. When she was older, she was like, "Ooh, the Sacred Valley in Peru really interested her. She really liked the look of the villages and stuff that's there." Okay, he says that Tarija, wine, very good. Food is only okay. Now, that's Cochabamba, where the food is the best, right? They're very, very high-end. There he says, people are very friendly in Tarija. That's pretty cool. So sick of this keyboard. My new keyboard is already arrived and waiting for me with the shipper, but I'm waiting for the last stuff to go. So I don't have a lot to answer about Peru. Looks super interesting. Southern Peru obviously is very heavily related to Bolivia. So you're in the same mountains, you're in the same culture, you're in the same food, you're in the same food production. I think that's pretty cool. D. Gilbert, how long do you suggest checking out a city in Nicaragua before moving to another? Looking for my ideal city, but don't know how long I should book for before checking out another city. Also, how do you find short-term rentals on the fly? So that's the really hard part. Airbnb is about it, or staying in hostels. Like those are your choices in most cases. So that part's really hard. It just is. If you can, I would say you want to spend 1 to 2 months in a city if you can. I mean, a lot of it comes down to what your goals are and how fast you need to move. But if you're not staying in a city long enough to be annoyed by it being a tourist place, like you have to get past the point of a few things. You have to get to a point where you have an apartment, not a hotel room. Even if it is a hotel room, you need to think of it as an apartment. You need to be there long enough that you're grocery shopping on a regular basis and are thinking about the grocery situation and the pharmacy situation, those kinds of things. You need to be there long enough that the fact that you're in a new city doesn't matter to you. Right, so like you come to Leon, and your first day, you're like, I want to see the volcano. I want to walk on the top of the cathedral. So you got to get past all those things, and be like, so I went to Gecko's for dinner last night. I had Barbaro last week. Should I maybe an El Vivero again? What do I feel like? Right? You want to be at a point where you know the restaurants. It's a pattern. It's like that, right? That's important to be able to evaluate. Because as long as you're, and this drives me crazy when people are like, yeah, we're coming into, we're coming into Leon. We're thinking about living there, right, or whatever. Sorry, trying to figure out if my kids ate. And they'll be like, what are the things to do? And I had someone coming into Managua some time ago, and he was really like, I'm looking at moving to Managua. I'm trying to make all these decisions. And he was bringing his daughter with him. And she was just like, every moment of the day is, what is the attraction we're going to see? There had to be an attraction. So first of all, Managua has no attractions. What are you going to do? Go see... boy, things are slow tonight. That's weird. You can go see the waterfront. Yep. Salvador Allende. Yep. Go see the old burned out cathedral. Yep. Stop by the Capitol Mall. That's going to take you 30 minutes, right? Not a big thing. Something's severely wrong with my... Okay, my Telegram is not working at all. Okay, from Cochabamba to Tarija, 6 to 8 hours by bus, $20 US for the bus with chairs like beds, super comfy. Ride during the day is nice, mountains and land with fields on the mountains. Nice. I like comfy bus trip stuff. Like, that's pretty cool. Sorry, guys. Just need to check all my messages, make sure I'm not missing anything. It's hard to tell because I've got so many things I have to look at while we're doing the show. All right. Yeah, so short-term rental is very, very hard. But you want to have enough time that you're just bored. And so I was talking to this guy about Managua. Sorry, very distracted. And I'm like, you're not evaluating living here at all. You're looking at staying in hotels. You're looking at staying in neighborhoods you're not going to consider. You're doing activities that are nothing like living here. And when you're done, you're going to have been here for 2 months, spent way more money than you would living here. And you're not going to know what the cost of living is. You're not going to know what the lifestyle is like. You're not going to know anything about living in Nicaragua. You're going to know some cool tourist stuff, and you're going to have a good time while you're supposed to be evaluating it. And instead of evaluating it, making a decision, living here, and then once you live here, being able to enjoy all these things, you're going to use up all the things you might want to do later to keep yourself interested, and then be like, and then have no idea if you want to move here or not and which place to move, because you will have never evaluated anything, including the place that you're in, let alone another place. And I was very hard. I don't know if I ever got him past that point. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I never heard. But he was like really struggling with, he's like, I get why I need to do that, but my daughter really wants to do these things. I'm like, she's not here to evaluate. Like, she's here for a different purpose. That's a problem. She needs to, you got to get her on board that she's here to do this thing with you. And that if you do it and find a place that you want to live, that this is going to be, she can do all those things for forever. Right? She's not limited in the same way. Hold on, just checking if I got the right. Cool. I feel like my internet is slow tonight, but you guys are getting the stream okay, right? So it's just the downloads must be slow. All right. Old Gringo says the wine in Bolivia is more expensive than Argentina or Chile. I'm not surprised. Diego says, I never wanted to go to Peru until you told me the food is good. Now I'm dying to go. There's a Peruvian restaurant here. It seems nice, but it costs a kidney, I believe. You're talking about the one in Las Colinas. I've not been there. I heard it's only okay. The person who brought me the soda that I said owned the place, her daughter's Peruvian, so she knows Peru quite well and knows Peruvian food really well. Are the hostel prices better in person? They can be. I assume you're looking on Hostel World. That's how you look up hostel prices. That's probably the right price, but they might be better in person. Diego says, internet has been horrible the entire day for me. Well, in my defense, I've been stuck offline nearly all day, so it could have been terrible all day here too, and I wouldn't know. As long as it was mediocre, as long as it was on, I wouldn't have noticed, because at no point did I get to do anything that would matter. But I'm noticing like Telegram can't send messages. Like, that's really bad. What was I looking? Oh yeah, I want to see if I can find that Peruvian restaurant. I can't remember its name. I know I've got them on Instagram. So Tarija has river crabs and crawfish are popular food items there. Interesting. He says, life is slow, not much to see and do, but it's very relaxed. There's a lake inside a mountain, I think, which is nice. You jump from very high into the lake. Oh, neat. Hold on, I'm going to let my staff know where to find me. There we go. All right, Peru, Managua. No, Diego, let me know if you can think of the name of that restaurant. Janice says, there are so many things I haven't done yet in Nicaragua, but I've only been here 11 years, so there's time. TJ says, I'm out, Scott. I'm going to play some Battlefield 6. Have a good night, TJ. TJ, wait. Video game event Sunday. Did you see that? That's in 3 days. Here in Leon, if you want to come out to Leon and hang out. It's the first time they're ever doing it. I have no idea what it's going to be. But I know my daughter is competing, so it's a good time to come out and see it. If anyone's in the Leon area, come out to the video game stuff at the baseball stadium. It's only $1.20 to get in, and another $3 to compete. Dale says, remember that finca you walked past on your way to West Fonseca? They invited you out to check the... Yeah. Would something like that be something you'd consider buying for your own? Yeah, perfect question. So for me, would I consider that place? Not that one in particular. The location isn't quite right for me, but that kind of finca, yeah, I could consider that. That's not entirely unlike where I am now, in some ways. That was a nice place. I wasn't super excited about the building. It could have been better, but there's plenty of space to expand or change it. So if that was a place that I was really interested in, if it was in the right spot at the right price, that kind of thing would be really nice. Yes, that is it. Thank you, Diego. I will have the link for everyone in a second. And I do want to check them out, but I was hoping to go to Primitivo tomorrow, but now I don't know what's going on. Why did that not copy? Nothing ever copies. Oh, you can't copy paste with OBS. Diego says, Janet, I've lived here 22 years of my existence and I've never done the basic stuff. Diego mentions it's ahi.nick in Instagram. Oh, I can just show you guys. We have that now. So hold on. No, that's not it. Why did it show that? That's not the... Oh. Hold on. I've got multiple browsers open. It will not select the whole thing. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. This is Ahi, Nicaragua. Ahi, Cocina del Peru. 15,000 followers. So they at least have some popularity from that perspective. Oh, we can see the menu. All right, let's go check it out. You know we like doing this. Oh, well, okay. Like, seriously? You have to be a member of Instagram for them to allow you to see a menu. Like, that's so obnoxious. Like, if you're going to be a restaurant, show us the stuff. Don't make it that you have to be a member somewhere to see it. This looks like French fries, but it looks really good. So I would check it out. They definitely have some vegetarian things. I want to see the menu. And let's see if I can bring it up. You click on the menu, and it just gives you... oh, okay. I guess you can go to the link. Okay, hold on. My gosh. Why is this stuff so complicated? Diego says, things I've done so far. Beach in Marbella. Granada City and Isletas. That's pretty cool. Messiah Volcano. That's it. Yep, Marbella. Oh, my gosh. I used to live just outside the real Marbella. We wouldn't even go there. Like, it's named after a place you don't want to go. That's how bad it is. All right, here's the menu, guys. Let's check it out. This is Ahi in Las Colinas, which looks great. I really want to check it out. Let's try their entradas. Okay. A la Huancaina. Opción de crudités, uquitas y papas fritas. Oh, papas. Okay, so you can get yuca or French fries with Peruvian sauce. Okay, looks good. Leche de tigre, tiger milk. Okay. All right, we got atún Nikkei, which, of course, you get Japanese food from Peru. That's what they do. We've got octopus here. Pruebas, todas, lemon. This is the style of, I don't know what causa is, but these are the style from Lima, from Arequipa, and octopus. And then here's the, it's a sharing dish, a base of potatoes with, it's mashed potatoes with yellow garlic and a touch of lime. Arequipa adds aguacate, you know what that is, avocado, filled with shrimp that are marinated in salsa de golf, which my restaurant makes an amazing salsa de golf when it was still open, which is very similar to rosada here. Now, this is, I'm not going to go through all of them. That looks really good. A lot of this looks good. A lot of seafood. This looks fantastic. Now, look at these prices, though. Right, these are not cheap. These are over $10. Some of these are pushing towards 20. So yes, Diego is correct. This is not a cheap place, but they're also serving. Oh my gosh, 1,319 for octopus. So that's a lot of octopus. But I lived in Ukraine where that would have been like $3. Okay, this is their Nikkei menu. So we've got some good looking sushi here. This is not out of line for sushi. That's okay. All right, they're Fuertes. They got an ahi burger. Okay, so that's meat. That's pork. Tallarines. Camarons. Okay, so that's shrimp. Most of these are meat, so that. Okay. Well, I'm not a really big fan, but that's cool. I do not like pasta with moriscos, but okay. It's got potential. This could be good. Let's see. Oh, bar menu. Oh, nice. Okay. Same thing that everybody has, but they do have a pisco sour. Okay. Pisco, at least there's something different. They've got pisco in a number of things. But overall, right, alcohol menus across the country are pretty much all the same. So that's not a really big menu, but I'd only be looking at basically getting starters, maybe some sushi, realistically. So anyway, that was, thanks Diego for giving us that. John Mason says, Dale, do you remember when and what was the name of that video? It's William Fonseca. John, I'm going to type it. William Fonseca. Search that in my videos. It's that one, and it's towards the beginning. It's a great video. If you've not watched that one, a whole bunch of us rank it as one of our all-time favorites. So definitely worth checking out. It's really interesting part of Leon. Really interesting that someone stopped me and showed me a finca as I walked by. Like, that never happens. Like, I'm going down the street, and they're like, hey, come in. I'm like, what is going on? And then they're like, show our place, film our place, because I was walking with the camera. They're like, come on in. And then, like, the countryside walk on that was great. And the houses, there's some really cool houses that came up. And then that walk in the country and the cemetery was fantastic. Like, there was so much going on in that video. It was like an adventure in a single video. And then, I don't think it was in the video, when I was done, these kids that you saw in the video found me in a different part of the city and were like, hey, you're the guy with the camera in the field. I'm like, yeah. They're like, can you take us home? And so a whole bunch of kids piled into my car and I drove them somewhere. Like, it was crazy. I'm like, okay, if you need a ride. I am going to see quickly if there's any food available for my kids. It just occurred to me that they have not eaten today because of a mix-up with the kitchen. And so there's food, but nothing they will eat. And I want to see if there is, by any possibility, sushi available. And it looks like there's not, but we're going to look. It's so late. I should have thought of this earlier. I'm really stupid for having... Yeah, already closed. Bar La Fabrica is open. But do they have any food they would eat? I don't think so. That sucks that... Does anyone else do sushi? Only rolls, right? Diego says, realistically, the only thing I want to do is the volcano sandboarding. I don't know, Nicaragua kind of boring for me. I don't really like beaches that much. That would be a rough place for you. Then, if you don't like beaches, that's such a big part of what makes Nicaragua special to the world. But have you never been to Ometepe? Because that's really freaking unique. Like, that's pretty special. I'm going through the restaurant lists. Miranda Supermarket. No, trust me, that's not a restaurant. New. Oh, wait, no, they do food. Oh, my gosh. The Miranda Supermarket... I can just order queso frito. Wait, check this out. For under $1 delivered. And it comes with coleslaw. Like, I don't even know that you could get queso frito in that style. I mean, that looks delicious. If I was ordering other things from them, I would totally add that for sure. But, like, okay, they have ripachetta, actually. The thing is, I have food. It's just my kids that need to eat. So my kids are not going to be like, oh, ripachetta's and queso frito, thanks. I was just hoping somebody... Ooh, those are good-looking canastas. Check that out. I don't know if you can see it. Seeing what's in them. Canasta filled with beans. Ah, but they have meat under the beans. Damn it. Ooh, what's this? Hold on. I'm going to look something up real quick. How many people do we have on? I haven't even looked. I don't even know. You could definitely get queso frito like that in every frittata. I understand that you can. I've never seen it like served with coleslaw though. Obviously, but because they have the coleslaw, you can get it. Oh, okay. This actually looks really good. Cazuelita de frijoles. There's not much you can get late night in Leon, so anything I can find, that's got promise. But there's so little without meat. And that's one of the problems is you find one place that has something that you're like, oh, this looks decent. And you're like, and there's nothing else. So it's not like I can get a meal. I can just get, okay, I can get this one thing here. I could go to some other restaurant and get one more thing. And it's like, this does not work. And nearly everything's closed. So we got Barbaro, we got Mediterranean. That's not safe. Meaning like they'll take the order and never actually deliver it. I was just hoping somebody had sushi. Because my kids would be very happy if sushi just showed up. But my sushi place is closed, and I can't remember if there's an alternative. In Managua, there's sushi everywhere. Do you pay for Petitas Ja subscription? It's such a good deal if you use often. I do, and I forget about it, but I do. At some point, it came up, and they're like, it only costs this much. I'm like, my gosh, I order so much. Like, yes. Yeah, we do a lot of Petitas Ja. Like, we did it this afternoon. I get... ooh, this looks good. So, again... There's so this is gallo pinto, torta de papa, and queso frito. Well, that looks fantastic. But it's not for me. It's for my kids. Oh, I haven't seen this before. La Chinandegana. Taking a picture of that one. It's funny to have food from 45 minutes away because it's, yeah, gallo pinto a la Chinandegana. Is it really that different? I need to know. I've eaten in Chinandega. I don't remember it being different. This restaurant pretty much just serves gallo pinto. And it's on Pedidos Ya. I can get gallo pinto. I can get Maduro frito. Okay, wait, there is chicken. Okay, I guess. It's not that ridiculous. But 50% of their meals are gallo pinto. This style gallo pinto, that style gallo pinto. I mean, it's tempting. La Chismosa. All the Pedidos drivers should know me already. It's true. And Pizza Hut blocked us. We think because we're too far, but who knows? But yeah, I'm pretty sure they all know me. It's very easy to get delivered now, for the most part. But every so often you get someone who doesn't know where they're going. We were talking this week. So something to be warned of here in Nicaragua is everybody serves ensalada Cesar, and no one knows what an ensalada Cesar is. And so it's never ensalada Cesar. It's the craziest thing. Everybody is addicted to putting it on the menu, and nobody makes it at all. And even like really fancy place like NL Vivero, which is quite expensive, and like they do a good job with most things, and they, you order an ensalada Cesar, and I've been going there for years, so this has not changed over the years, or it's always been bad. And the thing they bring you is so far from a Caesar salad. Like, it's not even trying. Like, there's no Caesar dressing. There's no Caesar ingredients. Like, nothing about it is a Caesar salad. And I think it's become a thing in Nicaragua that they think salad is called Caesar salad. I actually think that at this point, because they never offer salad, but they offer things that are salads that are not that normal, but they're not in any way a Caesar salad. So I think what's happened is that Nicaraguans refer to tomato and onion with vinegar as salad, and it is in a way. That's what they call salad. So if you say, oh, I want repacheta and some salad, right, that's what they're putting on top of it. You get a pupusa, it's with coleslaw. It's a salad, right? Cabbage salad. But salad, the word literally just means lettuce, right? But a Caesar salad is a very specific salad. If it doesn't have Caesar dressing, if it doesn't have fish, if it doesn't have Parmesan, if it doesn't, like, it's not a Caesar salad. And then the thing you get is, like, it could be absolutely anything, but the one thing it'll never be is a Caesar salad. So I can't figure out why they all call it that. What is the purpose of calling it something it's not, for some reason? Very strange. Jan says, part of the problem is that Ramon, her husband, has gone everywhere and done everything, so she doesn't need to. You went places by proxy. That was before that. I just missed that earlier. John says, I spent almost a year of my life in St. Petersburg and never stepped foot inside the Hermitage. Was around it a lot, but never inside. That's crazy, but honestly, I never went to La Prada, and I lived just outside Madrid. Diego has time, doesn't want to do anything. William Fonseca. You can definitely get queso frito. Yeah, I want queso frito, though. I think there's actually a bunch of gallo pinto in my kitchen. I should just go eat it. But there's not queso frito. And there's no fritangas in my neighborhood. And we were talking when Norman was looking at moving into San Mateo, there's no fritangas in his neighborhood. In that neighborhood, there's no fritangas for so much area out here. We can go... I can walk for 30 minutes in any direction, and there's no fritanga. No, nothing. No sado, no fritanga. We're in a dead spot for food. And we're talking about dealing with it ourselves. But it is so needed out here. There's barrio after barrio. The entire barrio of Veracruz does not have a restaurant, including a fritanga. Diego has not been to Ometepe. I've been more places in the U.S. than in my own country. Do you pay? Yeah, okay. Pedidos, yeah. Butter says, early labs tomorrow, so I bid you all good night. Be well. Good night, Mario. Diego, no Furtungus. Is that even Nicaragua at this point? Right? Like, it's crazy. How did the Españolas treat you in comparison to the Nicas? So, I mean, I was treated fine. In our village, I think we did really well because we were in a tiny village. So here I'm in a big city. But there I lived in a village of about 400. My kids want to go back. They're like, we really want to go see it. My wife's like, I want to go back to Spain. And she hates the village we were in because it's on a mountain. And my kids are like, we want to go back to the house. And my wife's like, no, I don't want to go to that house. Because she doesn't want to go to that village. And like our neighbors and stuff, we were treated really well. We really liked, we loved living there. Life was fantastic. Spain was just amazing, right? But it was also like that perfect age with your kids. And it was our first time living abroad. So there's so much magic to it. But we really loved it. And when I mean, it's been a decade, right? And when you're like, stop for a moment and think about sitting on our top deck. So on a clear day from our house, you could see Africa. On even a decently not clear day, we could see the mountains of the Sierra Madres and we could see the Mediterranean Sea. We were looking at the water from our house and we looked down on the twinkling lights of Orgida. And for anyone who's read Driving Over Lemons, I could see the scene of Driving Over Lemons. The farm from Driving Over Lemons was visible from my deck. It was this really, really amazingly beautiful village in a really amazingly beautiful part of Spain. And I just love the food, love the wine, love the culture. The old house that we had, I didn't love the old house, but there was a magic to it, like a feeling, like, oh, just saying it, I'm back in that house, and the thick stone walls and how damp it was, and just this feeling of that house. But going up top and sitting up top and just looking out there, and I would sit up there with my best friend a lot. My wife would come up there a lot, but my best friend came up there all the time. And we would just sit out there at night and have wine, and just, you could just stare out at the crippling beauty of the scene from there. And it was just, and the food, all the food, whether we cooked at home or, you know, whatever, it was just, every restaurant, everything was amazing. Driving was easy. Do we serve real Caesar salad? We don't serve Caesar salad. We actually have not had salads. So my restaurants have not had salads. Our hope was to reopen with salads, but I don't know what the current status is. We're under so much construction, I have no idea what's going on. We are reopening a restaurant. That is definitely happening, but exactly what's happening, we're not sure, or I'm not sure. But one of the things is we had to do, this is going to sound insane, but we were allowed to cook steak. We were not allowed to cook pasta due to fire codes. We're redoing stuff. We're going to have pasta, but very limited pasta. We're not trying to compete with other people in town doing pasta, but we're going to have different pasta for sure. We're going to have our sandwiches back. I'm hoping we do salads because I don't know if you were on earlier when I was saying, Dale, I'm really serious about getting out of this house. Like, I'm really feeling like it's time. We got to go. Now that it's happened in my mind, I'm like, I got to do this. Like, I got to get out of here. And I have a really solid plan now. I think I can do it. And having that restaurant is going to be key to a lot of that. So, because it's going to be like where I eat all the time. So having, we will have a real Caesar salad. My daughter loves Caesar salads. She is addicted to Parmesan. So things like Caesar salads are a big deal for her. We will do that. We will have, because the Gulf sauce we make is so good, it actually doubles as a Thousand Island. So we're going to do, my plan is to have the most off the hook, amazing Thousand Island grilled salmon salad in the country. It'll be the best because it's the only one, but it'll be still really good. Diego says, there is really not places where to buy salads here. I tried to buy salads to make a diet. I just couldn't. It's quite hard. So the secret, Diego, is a couple things. One, make your own dressings. Or, I mean, you can go to PriceSmart and get some decent dressings. They have a decent ranch. They have an okay Thousand Island. But you can make Thousand Island at home. You can make ranch at home. That's much harder. Thousand Island you can make okay here without a problem. You have the ingredients. You can do oil and vinegar like Italians do. Add, Italian seasoning and pepper. You can do a number of different things. But the ingredients for a salad, like just go to La Union, go to La Colonia. They've got okay stuff. But if you're like here in Leon, we've got the farmers market. We're able to get like really good. We're able to get Rocket. We're able to get a lot of stuff. And you can make it work. I eat salads on a regular basis. I eat stuff with salad ingredients constantly. Would you ever open a restaurant in Managua? I don't know. So we thought about it for a while. We were kind of trying out the restaurateur thing and being like, do we want to do this? What do we want to do? And we've really kind of the losses on the restaurants. And I know that in Managua there's some hope of making something. The losses on the restaurants are so significant that having a restaurant in Managua doesn't serve any like personal purpose. Like when I'm in Managua, I want to eat at everybody else's restaurants. Like, let's be fair. There's so many restaurants in Managua. I'm not short anything. I'm like, ooh, where do I want to eat today? Right. So it doesn't solve that for me. And I don't plan on ever living in Managua. My kids might. If my kids did, maybe that would change things. I'd love to have like an amazing, and my kids would love this. They would love to have like a really amazing sandwich and salad shop in Las Colinas or in Los Altos de Santo Domingo. So like there's a situation where it could happen, but having a really nice restaurant like we've had, because we've had a couple amazing restaurants, and it makes me sad that they're not open now, and it makes me very happy to know that we did this, and it is very cool. But having restaurants in the beach with us, because we won't even do restaurants in Leon, because our long-term home is not here. Our long-term home is Las Pinitas. So if we're going to have a restaurant, it's got to be Las Pinitas because we want to eat at it. And then even if it doesn't make money, which it won't, we go, I own this restaurant. I get to hang out in this restaurant. I get to send food to my house from this restaurant. Life is good. And as we open things, over the next few weeks, we have a mad deadline to be open in 8 days at one of our facilities. That's putting in a new pool. It's doubling the number of rooms. All kinds of new stuff's going on. I can't wait to show you guys. I can't wait to go there. It's going to be running food down from my restaurant to the new place, sitting in the pool, having drinks in the pool. Like, I'm really looking forward to doing that as the other place gets opened, and then we'll have more things and trying to figure out the food situation a little bit more. And plus, there's really good, like, Puesta del Sol's also in Las Pinitas. They have amazing food. So putting together, like, a really good food situation is part of the thing. So that makes sense to me. But doing it in Managua, like, could I make money? I mean, if I was totally dedicated to it, probably not. But I could probably not lose much. But unless I'm like there to eat at it all the time and really enjoy it and have it be my place, I feel like I would get much more enjoyment going to someone else's restaurant and being able to bounce around different places. Whereas on the beach, I have very few places I want to go. Puesta, yes, I would go there quite often, and I will. And I'll go to Mike's place. I've heard Mano a Mano has a decent menu again. I got to check it out. But in general, there's almost no place that I will eat on the beach, or like I will, but I don't really enjoy it. I'm kind of like, okay, well, it's something different. Having my own restaurant, I can be like, you're going to do something different with these ingredients today. We're going to change the menu and do something. We're going to have a special and do something different. And that's really rewarding. So I already miss, like, we've not had a restaurant now for a few months. We've been closed for renovations, and I'm already like, I really miss having a restaurant. And my kids are finally like, yeah, we miss it too. Because now for years we had two, And one was always busy and one was never busy, but that's where we would go most of the time. And, you know, yeah, I don't see us opening in Managua unless we end up with like this really killer formula for a place in Las Piñas. And then, you know, kind of our hope with Desperados was that it was going to take off. Actually, with both of them, and when we started, we're like, what if these like take off and we become like this thing? Like the Simple was all about like high quality, big volume Nica food with flair, like really, really good, but basically Nicaraguan food, like very little that varied outside of that. We'd have a few things like, oh, all of the Nicaraguan breakfast. But then, yes, we also do a very American breakfast if you want. Okay, cool. Like that was a little bit extra. But basically it was just really amazing Nicaraguan recipes. And so we were like, well, maybe this could be a thing. And maybe, but there's just no money in that because there's so much good competition. And then Desperados, completely different, and I think we had a really amazing thing. But there just isn't enough people ready to go spend a lot and experiment with new food to make it justified. Now, could we make it work in Managua if that was our focus? Again, probably not, but maybe. But what I've learned is I don't want to be a high-end restaurateur. I like being a restaurateur. I don't want to not have a restaurant, but I need to get the enjoyment out of getting to go to the restaurant rather than like owning far-off restaurants that are my thing. So almost certainly no. It would have to be quite a perfect thing for me to open one in Managua at this point. Where do you shop for food the most? Mercado Super Pulper. So I rarely do the shopping. When it's me, honestly, mostly it's like the Pali. No one else wants to go there, so I'm like, yeah, I'll go there. But I'm at La Colonia a lot, so I tend to be. So I almost never go to a pulperia. I don't live close to a pulperia that has any real significant amount of stuff. I do have a pulperia nearby, but they're like nothing. It's like a mostly Recargas and a few chips, but I don't want their chips. They don't have like a good chip selection, as most pulperias do not. When I lived in La Boria, where there's more pulperias and they had variety of pulperias, we did shop at them all the time. We also don't have a Mercado around the corner. We have to get in a car to go to the Mercado. So once we're doing that, we're already in the car. It's just as close to go to a Pali, and only 30 seconds more. No, it's more than that, but barely any more. We're in the car to go to La Colonia. So we do shop at a number of places, and like we'll use like the local lady that makes the tortillas down the street. We'll do that stuff, but we do tend to shop at the supers quite a bit. I wouldn't recommend that if you can avoid it, but reality is it just makes sense for us. And then when we live in Las Piñas full time, there's nothing really local. We're sending people out to shop in the city. But at least we've gotten those things ironed out. Diego says, Mark closed his restaurant, and that saddened me a ton. There's no real consistent good place to eat in Doral. That really sucks. I didn't realize he closed it. When I was there, it was closed, but he said he was just gone for the day. That's surprising. For those who don't know, my restaurant is Mark's old restaurant. Mark, that I bought the restaurant from, my second restaurant, I bought from Mark, and it was his first restaurant. So Mark's first restaurant in the country. He opened in 2017, and it never took off. It was a disaster, I think. And he closed it a few months later. It only made it months, and it was like, nope. But it was a beautiful place. It was a completely fantastic Argentinian grill. I bought it in 2023 to help Mark out. He was having a baby. It was so we got a good deal on it. He needed to unload it. It had been for sale for years. So we picked it up on 5 to 6 years. It had been on the market, but it was a moment that there was a trigger. And because we knew Mark and his family, we were able to work out some deals to be able to do stuff that just wouldn't have worked with other people on both sides. So really, I think it was a really good situation. I think Mark is very happy with how it worked out, and we're very happy with how it worked out. So everything worked. But so it's funny that Diego lives by Mark's new restaurant, and I'm the owner of Mark's old restaurant, and we live across the country. We're hours away. So Desperados is the new restaurant that we built at Mark's old restaurant. Mark's old restaurant is the one that couldn't make pasta. They weren't fire-coated for pasta, which was kind of dumb, I think, but that's not what they were making. And but we decided to completely revamp what they do there because it was an oceanfront restaurant, and we've decided through my own research that oceanfront restaurants are stupid. Like, that's just a terrible idea. So currently, we've moved the restaurant off the beach towards the road, but I think my long-term plan is actually to move the restaurant completely off the beach and change it entirely long-term. But I'm talking to my director of hospitality about that, and part of it is to minimize it as a restaurant and to maximize it as delivery and be like a high-end, large-scale delivery kind of thing, mostly for myself, right? So small kitchen, doesn't need to do a lot, but would be like right now, right? The situation is right now, I would like to be able to call up my restaurant and say, hey, I didn't get dinner. Can you bring by, 3 sandwiches, a bunch of fries, some beers, right? Whatever. And they would just drive up and drop it off. And because when it's my restaurant, right, I don't even have to deal with paying anybody because it's all on account. So they just bring it out. So having had restaurants for years, this has been a fantastic thing. I love using restaurants that I own. It's so nice. And every time you're like, you know what, make this different, or today's special is what I want, is so worth it. And especially when you're not like profitable, like it doesn't matter, nobody cares. Like, make what I want. But yeah, I didn't know that Mark closed the one in El Doral. I never made it there. I was there. I was supposed to meet up with Mark the day I was there to see the restaurant, and we were going to film it. So that is sad. I did hear that he was not in El Doral anymore, and that he was in Malpaisillo, where he lives. That's kind of his home. I don't know. But Diego, I'm actually coming down sometime in the next few weeks to El Doral, so make sure you get me on WhatsApp so that we can meet up, because I want to go look at some houses down there and walk around and hang out. We'll put you on the show and stuff. Christy Gee says, thank you for these lives, Scott. I learned so much. Do you field specific questions via email or just here? I do via email, especially if it's something that needs to be private. I mean, it's better here because, like, live conversation, everyone gets value from it. It's definitely better. But I do questions through email, and I do, for people who want to do phone consults, I do that. It's like an hour for 12 coffees, which I don't do very often, but every so often people reach out for me, and I give yourself plenty of time. It takes me weeks to respond to people because I'm so busy, and just going to email is one of those things. Diego, it's in every show note is my email and the WhatsApp group. You can join WhatsApp, and then my number's in the group because I can't post them here. So there's ways in the show notes to get my number. But yeah, so I do those occasionally, but yeah, I do stuff via email and on here. So, and thank you. Janet says, I have to go to sleep early today. Holy cow, Janet, it's early. This has been fun. I have to listen to the rest later. Have fun. All right, have a good night, Janet. All right. Checking all our stuff. My monitor account for the video stream is still stuck on when the camera died. That was hours ago. That's crazy. This says we currently have 25 people on. Not too bad. I'm going to refresh this. Dale says, I did hear you saying you wanted to leave your current house because of the electric issue. That's why I asked about the finca. Didn't realize you were going to move back to the beach. Oh, yes. Yeah, Dale. So I have, I long ago, 2021, bought my permanent, you're right, Diego. Long ago, I bought my permanent property that we've always known we were going to build our house on, but we just haven't gotten around because this house was so good and so cheap. We're like, there's no reason to give this up. We could just stay here indefinitely. When the time's right, we'll build. Well, this has created a the time's right situation. And it's like, oh my gosh, we really need to probably do that, right? It probably just makes sense. So we're working very hard on figuring that out. Now, this is very recent. But the plan has always been to live out there. We call it, that's where our house is going to be. We call it the land. That's where we're going. And it actually touches my housekeeper's house. So now she commutes from the beach out here. But once we move to the beach, she will not have to get on a bus or a bicycle. She can literally, we'll put a hole in the wall and she can just walk right through. Dale says, really like the food at Manana Manana. Sometimes they're quite good. My daughter really likes their vegetarian sandwich. And I wish they were open. I would have ordered that for her, but they're not. Diego says, are you getting a place in Doral? My director has approved it. So yes, I want to come look at some places. But yeah, I'm approved to get a place in Doral. So I want to come take a look. I've been wanting to check out either Doral or I want to potentially get a place in Doral or Ciudad Sandino. I've spent years hanging out in Ciudad Sandino, and I love it. Like, I really like Ciudad Sandino. But it seems like the opportunities in Doral are better right now. I'll shop around, but you know, it seems like a good place. I've had a lot of good feedback from the community that Doral is where people potentially want to be. So I think that it could make sense. So yeah, I'm looking to come out with her sometime soon and check it out. We've got a few irons in the fire right now, but that's pretty high on my radar. Also, manana. The burrito is quite good. Breakfast is good. I mean, that's their name. I'm trying to think, but I really think I feel like the last couple times I'm like, no, the sandwich is the thing. That's like the. Oh, you're buying a place next year. So you live in Doral right now, right? You're just renting, but that's awesome that you're going to buy. I'm just looking at renting for now. But I mean, I would consider buying, I guess. But if the rents are right, I don't need to own out there, at least not right away. It's I've got way too much stuff going on. I really want to get a place in Guatemala, but that's going to be really hard. Oh, okay. Are they in Doral? So. I'd really like to get a place in Guatemala. I love being able to get away to Guatemala. But from a practicality standpoint, Bolivia makes a lot more sense, and I just have an opportunity to make it work. So that's going to be my first thing. But once I'm really spending money outside the country, it's got to be a Zona 10 apartment in Guatemala. That is my guilty getaway. Like, I need to zip away and just hit fancy restaurants and do the big city thing and be away, something completely different than the beach life. That is Zona 10. I could do Zona 14. That's okay, but I prefer 10 near the Rotunda Española. We have a good number of people on. You're all pretty quiet, but we got a good number of people on. Who's got the number 2? Oh, John Mason's number 2. For those who don't know, that's how many times you've spoken in the chat. Oh, for anyone who is actually looking for a true Caesar salad and you're freaking depressed that you can't find one, Cafe Molino makes an actually good true Caesar salad. So go check them out in Managua. I feel like there's somewhere else that does too. I can't remember. Probably Pane y Vino. It's getting quiet around here. Yes, we moved like 10 years from Villa Libertad to Doral. My teen years were in Doral. Oh, Marcela from my show is from Libertad. So I'm in Villa Libertad quite often. Casa del Cafe, definitely not. I never eat there. I mean, they might be fine. I never eat there. Tony says, where is Doral? Doral is the first real city west of Ciudad Sandino, which is itself the first major suburban city of Managua. So if you're coming out of Managua, you come through Ciudad Sandino, then you go through a little bit of countryside, then you come to a giant rotunda, and on the south side is the entrance to El Doral. And a really nice area as long as you don't need to be super close to the city. You're close enough that you can easily go use the city for all kinds of things, but it's more of a place that tends to be good for people who have cars or that work from home. If you're able to work from home, it does have a grocery store, it does have some small restaurants, but it's very limited. Okay, so Martin says, is solar panel worth it in a house in Leon? Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much anywhere. Is it expensive? They just said 33 cents per kilowatt, I think, something like that. Maybe it's per watt, whatever that measurement is. No, solar panels are pretty cheap here. Remember, we get everything straight from China, so we get high-tech, low price. 110 cupcake. Any Mediterranean, Thai, Indian food nearby? Let's be clear, there's no Thai or Indian food in this country. Literally. There is not a single Thai restaurant in the country. There is one guy making kind of Indian-ish food from home, kind of near Granada, that only delivers and by taxi if you know somebody. So it's a very like, this guy on the side makes a little bit of, and it's just kind of Indian. Like I wouldn't actually say it was Indian. And then there's a British place on the island that makes curry in a kind of Indian style. Like, no, nothing you would call Indian, nothing you could claim in any way to be Thai. Mediterranean is pretty decently available. But here it depends what you mean by Mediterranean, of course, right? So if you're looking for real Spanish, very, very hard to find, believe it or not. Italian, widely available. Provençal, impossible. Greek. Diego, is there a Greek restaurant in Managua? I don't know of one. It actually just hit me that there's no Greek. Is that true? I'm pretty sure there's no Greek. There's no Turkish. There is... there's definitely no Croatian. There's no Montenegrin, which you may be like, what the hell is Montenegrin? But I love Montenegrin cuisine, so stuff it. My daughter, her memories of seafood risotto is from Montenegro. Petrovac, if anyone's going to go, Petrovac, that is correct. Gyros. Are there any? I've never seen a gyro in the country. We do have shawarma here, right? I'm not sure where he's from. So they're doing a real shawarma that could be, I guess, Turkish, but that's limited to that. It's not like a Turkish restaurant. It's just shawarma, which you could argue is a gyro. They're very similar, but I've not seen a gyro. No Lebanese, no Israeli, no Palestinian, no Egyptian, no Libyan. There's a restaurant called that. I think I know there's a restaurant called that. I don't know that they have gyros. Let's see if we can find them. I did go somewhere and got something. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. Oh no. There was something that we liked in Managua. Now I can't remember what type of cuisine it was. It wasn't bad. Diego, do you have a link or anything to it? Is it an Instagram? Oh my gosh, slow internet. I only really eat Nicaraguan, American, and Chinese. That is very Nicaraguan of you, and that's what we expect. That's why there's no good restaurants here, because everyone's doing the same thing. There's just zero call for interesting food here. Where's this place? Oh, well, here's a hero's place in Tegucigalpa. So close. Just one country away. If we're okay with one country away, I know nice Thai, Indian, and Mediterranean restaurants and Lebanese everything in Costa Rica. So you're all good as long as you're willing to go to another country. Is this any chance this is? Oh, I found another Euros place. It's in Trinidad and Tobago. Any vegan restaurants you know about Nicaragua? Very, very few. So here in town is Coca-Cola. They do mostly vegan. Dale was just there this week. I was there this week. They're decent. They're the only one here in Leon. There was one that I knew of in Managua. They went out of business. They were fantastic. There's one in Jinotepe that is absolutely to die for. Fantastic. Those are the only three I've encountered in the country in all the time that I've been here. So very, very hard to get vegan, which sucks because I would like to eat vegan quite often. I'm pescatarian, but I would do vegan much of the time. That's what I want. Tony says, that's funny, international cravings. It's amazing how much moving out of the U.S. you realize that, one, the majority of American foods are not available here, and that Nicaraguan cuisine is incredibly narrow, and that Nicaraguans have zero interest in outside food, to the point where even things that would be like Mexican food, they take things they've heard of from Mexico and make them in a Nicaraguan style and call them the Mexican foods. So there's all these things that are nothing like Mexican food but have the Mexican food names. And you're like, all right, we're going to get some Mexican food. Okay, this sounds good. And then you're like, this is exactly the same as everything else. And you're like, what? No, these are tacos. You're like, that's not a taco. What are you talking about? Well, enchiladas. These are not enchiladas. What are you talking about? Right? And they're all redone for here. So Diego says there's a fear to try new food. Most Nicaraguans only go out to eat like once a month, if any, and it's a huge investment. So there's a fear to try new things and not waste your money. It's more than that. I know people who are quite wealthy here, families that are multiple doctors. They go out to eat, splurge like you wouldn't believe, and could easily be like, "Hey, you've got food. Can I take a bite?" And they're like, "No, I don't want to take a bite." Like, it's even when food is free and there's no risk. There's this huge, like, we don't want to try new food, like not a thing that they will do. And it's just like, wow. And people will say it. They're like, no, I'm not comfortable with new food. And it's obviously a deep cultural thing. That's not even the good pizza at the beach. I won't even eat that one because it's not very good out in the beach. But yeah, in Leon, the pizza's bad. It's pretty bad. We're really upset. That's why we have our own pizza oven. But I lived in Italy and I'm from upstate New York. So even Italy was not cutting it for me with pizza. New York City does not cut it with me for pizza. Like, they're great when, I've been somewhere and you're like finally pretty close to what I want, but nothing comes close to upstate pizza, not even remotely. Just the number of people who are like, no, not going to try anything. And it really is. It's more than just a fear of the cost. That may be what causes it, but it becomes an actual fear of new foods. We do need a Scott's Pizza in Leon. It is true. For those who don't know, or those who do know, Russell, my girl who does empanadas, was over at my house and she was eyeballing my pizza oven. She's like, that's a commercial pizza oven. I'm like, it is. It's a really good pizza oven. And she's like, some of the best pizza restaurants in Managua have the same pizza oven. I'm like, yeah, I know. And she's like, we can have a pizza restaurant. I'm like, we could. Like, like we've kicked around the idea. I do like Oasis del Sabor here in Leon. Have you tried them, Martin? They are decent. And I like the people. But like Valenti's, from time to time I'll be like, yeah, Valenti sounds good. It's not even like pizza to me. It's more like a cheesy bread with loads of vegetables. Well, that's nice, but it's not pizza. It doesn't in any way satisfy a pizza craving. Once in a while we'll get Pizza Hut, but honestly, Pizza Hut screws up their pizza so badly that you're like, you know what? Even though I order it constantly, I'm like, this is not what I'm getting this for. All right, Diego knows always. How do you know Oasis? Oh, they got a place in Managua now. That's awesome. Yeah, they're local. We were their like regulars here in Leon. Back when we lived in La Boria, we would get it all the time. They're not on Peditas Jaw though, so it's a big pain to get them. They're 5 stations pizza. There's a place that does a 4 stations pizza here, but they closed down because of construction, so I think they're gone. It was amazing. Eggplant pizza was so good. There's so much oil on it. What the heck was I going to say? I don't know. Like Emmanuel, their pizza it's a Nicaraguan pizza, right? So they may do a good one and they're pretty busy, but the style is such that I'm like, it's not the style that I like. I don't think Managua's their original place, Diego. So I've been going there for 5 years. You can tell me, maybe it's been longer, but like we heard they were expanding in that direction when they opened up one in Ciudad Sandino long ago. I don't know. Okay, no, they must be older there. Oh, interesting. Yeah, they're really good. I really like them. Hollywood is okay here, but nobody does like the styles we want. So even that, it's like, you know, can we get what Americans consider a normal pizza? I totally understand. It's not the world standard of normal pizza. So I'm not saying like it's a normal pizza. What are you thinking? I'm just saying like no pizza place, none, including Pizza Hut, they changed their menu, caters to offering a standard selection for extra anjeros. I'm not asking you to make a different pizza. I'm asking you to make a different selection of the toppings you already have. Right? Like, Americans expect 2 things from their pizza. One, that a plain pizza is just cheese. And 2, that we can select the toppings that we want on it or none. Not asking for the world. I'm not asking people to have different ingredients. I'm not asking for them to make different pizzas. I'm asking them to allow me to order from them what they can make. And the answer is universally, nope, not going to do that. You want pizza without meat on it? Not going to do it. Not going to sell it to you. Nope. Little Caesars won't do it. Not a consideration. Pizza Hut, under certain circumstances where you overpay by a tremendous amount, they will do it, but not well. They'll burn it. It'll be nasty. But you can kind of talk them into it with great work, but they won't even bring me that anymore. And no one else will even consider it, right? Absolutely non-starter. You want a no-topping pizza? Go somewhere else. Get out of here. Like, it's so weird. And that's all I want. I want high, and part of it is because toppings hide the quality problems with the underlying pizza, so that's why people don't want to do it. But, like, come on. Like, that's all we need. And so many people are like, well, I want this topping, but not that topping. Nope. We have prepackaged toppings, and that is it. Weird. And I'm not saying that Nicaraguans want that. I'm saying that you could cater to everyone else so easily. And they're just like, no, cater to other people? Not of interest. No. How is tourism? There's none. It definitely feels as though what little tiny bit of tourism there was is completely gone. I'm sure that's not completely true, but the feeling is that it has dropped off. Diego says, is there a difference to U.S. pizza and Nika pizza? Yeah, it is very different. Even most of the U.S., can't get what we normally think of as American pizza, and you can argue that that makes that American pizza. But like Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's, Little Caesars is not even American; they're Canadian pizza. But none of those are what Americans consider like pizza. That's funny. That's the thing that owns Little Caesars. But we consider them like a specific fast food pizza. Like it's a chain pizza. It's a thing, and they're kind of like each other, and they're not bad. They're just not what we think of as pizza. So across the Northeast, where pizza is from in the U.S., there is really. Diego, that's another one of the problems. I'll explain that in a second. We have this really strong pizza culture. I mean, like, nothing on earth is like, no one's pizza culture is like Northeast U.S. So there's a style that's pretty universal. It varies a little bit across the Northeast. And then everyone copies it. So, like, the South has things that look like those pizzas, but are just garbage. Like, it's almost impossible to get good pizza south of a certain point. It's very hard to get it west of a certain point until you get to California, and then it gets mediocre again. But it's only ever mediocre. Chicago, it's impossible to get an edible pizza. It's not even pizza. Like, I don't even know what they're thinking. So even within the U.S., replicating a quality pizza is a very big challenge, even though the same ingredients are available more or less, and the ideas are available, and the recipes are available, and the ovens are available, and all that. It's still very, very hard to do it. But in the Northeast, you've got, a third to a half the population of the U.S. lives in areas with absolutely fantastic pizza. Like, I mean, we make Italy look like they're not trying. That's how good it is. And it's its own style, right? So is it the original? No. Napolitano is the original. And I've had pizza in Naples, and it's quite good. Is it as good as New York? No. But is it really close? Yeah, it's really close. But is it the authentic original style? Yes, it is. And Italians do a base pizza of margherita, whereas Americans do a base style of cheese. And there's nothing wrong with what your base is. The difference is that Americans can add margarita on top of their pizza. But if you start with margarita, you're stuck in this like pre-made pizza world, which is basically what's happened here. Dale says, was not a real fan of the falafel at the shawarma place. The falafel itself was decent, but the tzatziki sauce was mayonnaise. That's what people expect here. Indigenous says, San Juan del Sur and Ometepe, good pies. I've never had a good pie in San Juan del Sur. I've seen some pictures of ones that look like good pies. Have not found one. Ometepe, I've definitely never found a pizza there. Where on Ometepe are you going? Diego says, Atomic Pizza has a 3-cheese pizza, no toppings. So the extra cheeses are a topping. A multi-cheese pizza is a very different thing than a cheese pizza. So in the U.S., we do the same thing. It's considered a form of toppings. There's nothing wrong with a multi-cheese pizza, but it's a different animal. Indigenous says, even Europeans. What's that in reference to? Don Timoteo, is it because they're selling you a frozen pre-made pizza? None of the places that I go do that. None of the places here in Nicaragua, I'm not sure who you're referring to. None of the places here doing that. In the South, maybe they're doing that. But like New York City, they're not doing that. Italy, they're not doing that. California, they're not doing that. In the places I go, somebody is obviously. But Pizza Hut, Domino's, all those, they're all fresh. They're just not. They're like mass produced or something. I don't know. They're not made with love. I don't know what it is, but it's not at all the same. Diego says, I need a Domino's and a Wendy's in the country. Why? Domino's a little bit because I like it better than Pizza Hut. So I used to work at Pizza Hut, and there's times that I like what Pizza Hut does, but honestly, Pizza Hut pulls it off so poorly here that no, I don't need. So the thing about Domino's does two things. They do a really low quality kind of generic pizza, and then they do an Alsatian pizza, which is crazy. And they don't call it that, but that's what it is, right? And so if you get that, it's in no way what people are expecting as a pizza, but it's good. It's just again, it's kind of like Valenti's. Their bread loaded with veggies, it's good. Is it what I want when I want a pizza? No, it's what I want some other time. Same thing with Domino's. When I'm getting a Domino's thin crust, which is an Alsatian pizza, that's when I'm having a craving for Alsatian pizza, which I do get, and Domino's delivers. No pun intended. They really come through with a good thin crust. I like it with onions and green peppers. You never want it just cheese. That's not how you do an Alsatian pizza. I get it. And it's excellent that they're able to do that from a fast food-ish place is really really good. Oh, it looks like I have to cook Roman-style pasta tonight. I have mastered that. So that's what my kids want a ton of the time. But as far as like regular pizza, Domino's is totally edible, and I think I would like it more than Pizza Hut most of the time. I do wish they were here. It was not a big deal. Wendy's? Come on. Deep dish is great. I've never had a deep dish that I could actually stomach, and I mean that, like, that I actually can't eat them. The theory seems good, but then when you get it, like stewed tomatoes on soggy bread, just seems weird. Brick ovens, they exist. I haven't found any place here that does a good brick oven pizza. There's very few that have the brick ovens because the volume is so low. You really don't have the same, like nobody makes enough pizza. Like nobody makes enough pizzas to justify having a brick oven because it, in digital, it is not good. I had people swear up and down that I had to try it and they dragged me there and they're like, this is the best. It is not at all a competitive pizza. It's edible, but it is not. It really, I was very unhappy with that pizza. So basically, any place is doing a good pizza here is doing the gas-fired modern stone pizzas. They're not as good as a brick oven, but they're 99% and they're viable in the market, right? They don't take. Pizza Hut is one of the few places with unlimited drinks here. That is kind of cool, but I never go into Pizza Hut, so it doesn't help me. Dale says, yeah, I tried Valenti's, so my first night here was barely edible. Yeah, so my wife and Paul, they both absolutely abhor Valenti's and will not eat it. They're like angry about it. I think it's not pizza, but I like it. I just don't want it very often. Alan loves it. He thinks it's fantastic. So because it's so wildly different, it's more related to a Chicago deep dish than it is to pizza. So if you're off-put by Chicago-style pizzas, I think that you're going to hate it. For me, I hate Chicago pizzas. Deep dish is nasty, but Valenti's is like not so far, so I like it, but I not often. But it's got to be slightly more cooked because they make it way too soggy. And that's a general problem here, is the pizzas aren't finished cooking. Everybody takes them out of the oven too early, so they're all soggy and just not right. Ed says, there is nothing Ven Ripone's pizza in... What? I'm not sure. Is that a name? Martin says, have you tried Carl's Jr. Leon? If so, how... There's not so I love Carl's Jr. in the U.S. Everything I can eat, they don't have on the menu here. So nope, never tried it. And very sad. Like so much would love to have a full Carl's Jr. menu because they have some of the best, if not the best, fast food vegetarian burgers in the U.S. Absolutely fantastic. So when we're in the U.S., we would eat there all the time. But here's what really sucked. When we were living in Texas, as we moved and discovered Carl's Jr.'s, we would start going there all the time. Right as we did, they would just go out of business as fast as we could go there. So we kept finding ones farther and farther away. And we kept we're traveling to Houston. We're going to stop at a Carl's Jr. We went through so much effort to eat at Carl's Jr. and they just kept going out of business. And we finally get to Nicaragua. They've got Carl's Jr. opening up, and they took everything off the menu we can eat. In Matagalpa, near Central Square, there are 3 places selling frozen pizzas? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh, Diego says Valenti's pizza really changes quality between locations. That's good to know. Moyagalpa Ometepe has at least 3 pizza places. I know they have a bit there, but I've never tried one that I can remember. but do you know of any that are any good? If you're in Granada, the one pizza place that I've been to that's good and it's fantastic. Again, not an American pizza, but it's a fantastic pizza. So kind of like Domino's does an Alsatian that's really good. And it's like, I know this little place on the middle of the road in Panama that does a decent pizza that you would never consider like a pizza. Like, you just got to know these places. But Pizza Valle in Granada, fantastic. But it's its own style, right? It's very much a different thing. But I send everyone there. And so far, everyone loves it. Like, everyone's like, oh my gosh, that is really good, right? But that's the only one in Granada. And I lived in Granada for a while now. It's been a while, so new places have come up. But for the people who are eating on the calzada, whenever I've gone out, so far, every time someone's taken me to a pizza place, the answer has been, that's not a good pizza place. Maybe better than some of the ones in Leon. Like, we get pretty weak here, so... Yeah, Dale says, gonna have to get myself a pizza oven at some point, I guess. You really do. So they're not that expensive here. It's very easy. And because of the outdoor lifestyle, ours is just outside. We have a giant grill, a giant smoker, and a full pizza oven that we keep outside. So we have an entire really high-end outdoor kitchen setup that's very easy for us to take to other places. And so if we, decide we're going to move or whatever, it's in no way... like old Gringo was saying, right? He doesn't want to do too much investment. Well, it's not like a brick oven where we built a brick oven pizza oven. We're like, oh my gosh, we can't take this with us, right? No, it's a little thing that we can throw in the car and definitely take with us. And I think it's a good investment because everybody uses gas here for cooking. So you just hook up gas to it and heat it up. And when you want to make, calzones or you want to make pizza or potentially other things, it doesn't take that long to get ready. Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And when we do it, we'll make like tons of pizzas and we're just like, doing the thing. Now, we have not mastered making pizza at home. Part of it is my wife makes the sauce and there's like, at some point she's like, I'm not bothering with like the full thing. And then we're like, well, this isn't what we wanted. There's always a corner cut that makes us go, this isn't what we were hoping for. So my youngest and I are going to work on some dough recipes and try to come up with something we really, really like and see how close we can come to mimicking New York pizza, which is very hard to do. And I know I'm not going to make it, but it would be, we have the oven to potentially get at least partway there. And I'm up for trying a few things. Diego says, I want to buy a TV. Any TV recommendation should I just buy? Or should I just Amazon buy? Generally, Amazon is going to be your best option. Amazon and ship it maritime, and just look for what's on sale. Personally, my personal thing is every single Korean electronic device or car that I've had has been total sadness, and they market them as if they're premium quality. We're talking Samsung, LG. These are the brands I will throw out an effing window if someone puts in my house again. Hate them to the core. These are products made with hatred. I am passionate about this. Every time I go to use a Samsung or LG product or a Hyundai or Kia, but those are just, I feel like they're sloppily made. But Samsung and LG, I truly feel hated by the people who made the products. They are designed to not let me use them. They make me go through many steps, agree to many things. They put ads on the screen or make things not work, give me buttons that I don't control. Right, I had a Samsung phone. I've never had any phone die faster. It actually just burned up. Now, coincidence probably, but I've never had a phone actually, have the battery go out and die. I've had a lot of phones over the years. One of them was Korean. One of them had a major problem. Only one phone have I ever owned that I didn't get to pass on to my kids because they're young. They don't need a new phone. One. The only time. I've had Chinese phones plenty of times. No problems. Never once. I've had Apple plenty of times. No problems. Never once. One Korean phone. Terrible. It was terrible to use. They had buttons that were really useful, but they wouldn't let you program them to do something. Its only function was to make the phone not work. That was its only function. If you hit it, you had to do all this stuff to make the phone work again. So you had to be really careful not to bump that button. Could you turn it off? Nope. They block that. Could you make it do something useful? No, they block that. They paid developers to build in a "we hate you" button. They made sure I will never forget The money they were willing to spend to make sure they wanted to mock me for having bought their product. That was hate pouring out of that device. And I have an LG TV that someone convinced me to buy because it was, yes, Diego, that's the button. They have a code name for "we hate our customers." And the LG TV I have feels the same. It runs Palm OS from the Palm Pilot, and nothing works. They don't let you put applications on it that you want. You can't just alter the selections. It constantly has problems. Nothing functions correctly. And it would be so much better if you just ripped everything out and it was just a TV. All I want is a TV and an HDMI. I don't want a single feature that it has. Nothing works well. Totally buggy. It constantly is like, oh, we don't detect you're doing what we think you want to do. Hops over to something, randomly changes things, puts all kinds of crap on the screen you don't want. Doesn't let you use the things you want to use. Doesn't let you organize things. Doesn't look nice. Nothing's good about it. We ended up with Samsung washers. Hated them. Constantly making noise that you can't turn off, screaming at you for no reason. Is it something you need to know? Nope, it just does this. Plays music, does all these stupid things. It's awful. I have learned my lesson. I kept trying. I will never buy one of them again. So that is my recommendation. My number one recommendation, doesn't matter what you do, avoid Korean products. But beyond that, I like, what is it? Anything with Roku in it, generally okay. The Amazon Fire TVs, they're cheap. They work okay. You can splurge. Sony's good. Sharp are good. They're just really expensive. I don't know why. I don't know when it would be worth the money. But look on Amazon and just look for non-Korean products that are on whatever really good sale. That's probably your best deal. Unless you're getting something really specific. We have quite a few people on. I'm quite impressed. This is a busy night. I need to cook for my kids, but we've got too many people on. In digital says Ometepe Zopalote Pizza refers to El Zopalote's wood-fired pizza nights, a popular event held on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at its location on Ometepe Island. This is an experience. Interesting. El Zopalotes. I gotta look that up. My gosh, my internet is slow. Zopalote. Is that Finca El Zopalote? Marcela follows it, so probably. Ometepe Island. Okay, cool. Following. What town are they in? Yeah. See, at first you were like, I don't need to go to Ometepe. No, Ometepe actually has. Okay, there's a picture of their pizza. Come on, open up. Oh, that looks like a good pizza. Okay. That's promising. Promising. I hate that I have to take a ferry to get a pizza, but, I will consider it. Sopalote. All right, I got to bring up a map and see where they are. We're going on an adventure. They're in the jungle. There we are. Wait, no, that's a spot called El Zopalote on Laguna de Apoyo, which I'm sure is a nice spot and all, but let's go down to the island. Okay. Try this again. This can't be right, is it? Oh, it is. There we go. Oh, I almost said, is it in Balway? I do not like Balway. You get a lot of interesting food stuff there, but it's not a spot I want to go hang out in. So it has two entrances. It has this huge area. Is it like this? And then there's a pizzeria right there across the street, too. Promising. Ah, they're also wood-fired. Nice. And my favorite place for getting pasta is... Where is it? Somewhere down here. Congo's Lodge. They do some amazing pasta there. Really, really. They do a homemade rocket pesto that I really like. Let's check out restaurants on Ometepe. Ometepe does have a cool restaurant scene. I wouldn't mind having a small place on Ometepe. I don't want everyone wants an estate, right? I'd love to have $100 million and spend $1 million of it having an estate on Ometepe. Okay, yeah. But in the world of reason, having a small little apartment or something on Ometepe would actually be really freaking cool. Because I would like being able to disappear onto the island and, and take the dogs, right? So that's the dream, is having enough space. It doesn't have to be an estate. But I like the area in here, like some of these out-of-the-way places. Just get some out-of-the-way place, have a little house, nothing special, just tiny little thing. But get internet. You kind of want to be somewhere near the road, obviously, or you're really screwed. But I really like this region, actually. And just have enough room for the dogs to be able to hang out and get like a golf cart or something and zip around the island. And there's so many restaurants to go to and so many little beaches to hang out at and so many little bars to hang out at that it's actually like it's a really cool place. Like it's that part's neat. And the whole, like, just the silence, the nighttime quiet of the island is so cool. Being able to spend time there. But for me, I'm only going to want to spend time there if I can have my kids and my dogs, which I could do in a lot of situations because you just take them on the ferry, take the car over, and, you're able to... What is this? Interesting. Thought it might be a Chinese restaurant or something. It is not. But if I had my kids and dogs, hanging out on Ometepe would be really neat. But it is amazing that Ometepe, and this is a big statement for how nice it is out there, that being a little island with a population of only 50,000 has easily more food than all of Leon and Leon's beaches combined. Right? Like that's wild. We're a city of 300,000 with two major Pacific beaches. And you put everything in Leon and all that together. Ometepe does, I think, have double. Like, I'm not saying like they squeak by. I think they have a lot more. I'd imagine some of the China stores are going to diversify into electronics as the typical China store offerings become saturated. I don't think that's true. It totally could be true, but I was talking to Joe about that today from the channel. and he was asking, how do they work? They're factory overstock stores, right? So they don't choose their inventory. They don't sell what makes sense because of what people want to buy. They sell what their factories have overstocked and put in bodegas to get rid of. And so there isn't really a trigger to make them move into something else because they're doing exactly what they want to do. Because they were saturated 2 years ago. The amount of what they have that we need is practically zero. And most of it was already on the market. Don says Zapalito is actually near the intersection near Playa Santa Cruz. All right. Where is Playa Santa Cruz? Right here. I thought that's where it was. So near the intersection. So like in this area here, we can go to Chele's Sports Bar. We got yeah, I got pictures. All right. Oh no, I didn't show. Okay, well here's the sports bar while we're there. Oh, that's quite the party. Okay. I mean, I think they're having a good time. Is this the intersection then? Saturated near the intersection. In digital format, that's what I did. It's a long trip. For me, it's not too bad because I can drive pretty quickly to Ometepe and then put the car on the ferry, and then it's only an hour and a half over. If I had a place to go with the dogs, it would work. Mary says that pizza place is good. Is that Zapalito or the other one? Kevin says you should hire me to take care of your Ometepe estate while you're out of town, which would be like all the time. Like I'm almost never there. Diego says work from home is a real blessing. It is. It makes a big difference. Mary says there are some really good restaurants popping up on Ometepe. Yeah, there really is. Like there's more and more. It's really noticeable. Even the last time I was there, I feel like there wasn't nearly as many. Diego says, I don't really know how Chinese stores are making any money. Okay, so let me explain so I am hypothesizing this, but I'm pretty confident, having come from a factory background, coming from an import-export background, coming from a logistics background, every single piece of this makes 100% sense. So here's the scenario. It is not what anyone imagines because everyone has to come up with some crazy scenario. It is the most simple, obvious thing. There is, why am I the only one in the chat that has a big yellow star by my name? Well, Dale has a red one. Is it? No. I can't remember. Where's the guide? I can't remember what they mean. Shoot. Is it the amount of time you've been members? It might be that. Anyway, so here's how the Chinese stores certainly must work. You have a factory in China. The factory in China has a lot of money because they're a factory, right? So by a lot of money, I mean $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, not $1 billion, just a reasonable amount of money. You own a factory, you and your cousins own a factory, right? You're manufacturing some dumb plastic thing, right? Doesn't matter. We're making fanny packs. We're making stuffed animals. We're making lamps. We're making mirrors. We're making umbrellas. Doesn't matter. This is what my factory's making right now. We're making these things. Okay, we got an order. We have 100 orders going to different countries. We made a bunch. All of our orders are fulfilled. Oh, we are done. Right? No one's ordering any more of these, or they're not ordering them fast enough. We got to get these things out of our warehouse. So they go around China selling them, right? Well, everyone's doing that. They don't need any more umbrellas in China because people can just go to the store and buy them. So what do? Well, they typically ship them all over the world. What they did when they got a deal with Nicaragua, they're like, okay, so Nicaragua has always been expensive, because they had to ship through the U.S. and there used to be tariffs because Nicaragua was tight with Taiwan. Well, now Nicaragua's tight with China. They have a direct path, so they don't have to ship through the U.S. and shipping to, and there's no tariffs. So now shipping to Nicaragua from China is outrageously cheap and simple. But no one is shipping from China to Nicaragua. It doesn't make sense. Nicaragua's not a big enough consumer market for that to pay for anything. Okay, so then we're not going to do that. But wait. Nicaragua is a massive exporter of food to China. So they have boats going from Nicaragua to China on a regular basis full of shrimp and rum and sugar and peanuts and soybeans and so forth. So the ships are going. They have to come back to get the food. They are empty. So you, as a manufacturing company in China, probably with a bunch of your friends who are also, because you have friends in, that's how it works, right? I know other people who own technology companies. So you go to the shipping company and say, hey, we want a deal. We want the ultimate spot pricing, and we're super flexible for sending stuff to Nicaragua. And they go, okay, so spot pricing, we can do really cheap. And they're like, and we're flexible. So if it doesn't fit, just let us know. We'll take it back. So they fill these already empty boats that are already going with the lowest possible price stuff. And they just take them out of a bodega, a warehouse that they have ready in China with stuff they accidentally overmade. And they just have loads of it. So the stuff has no product cost. It's free. The shipping is right on the verge of being free because it's at massive volume at no cost. They're not paying to ship it. They're just they're paying something to be on a ship that's already going. So then all they have to do is offload it in Corinto. Well, then no one's going to buy this. It's a bunch of garbage, right? It's a bunch of overruns. Who wants this? So that doesn't work. But you own this factory in China, and you've got your sister's little brother is annoying and he doesn't have any real purpose and you want to keep him busy. We all know how this is. Well, all of us who've had family, have somebody that you're supposed to hire or find a job for or keep him out of trouble, right? So what do? Hey, you know what? I'm going to give you $8,000. I'm going to send you to Nicaragua. They're easy. They'll just give you a passport. It's easy to go. We're going to send you over there. You're going to find a storefront. You're going to find a little spot you can rent. Find me a deal. And I'm going to ship you stuff from China, from my factory. So they send someone over who didn't have a job. They hunt around, they find a place, and now they've taken care of getting that person out of their hair. And now it costs them nothing for the products, and it costs them basically nothing for the shipping. And suddenly they have a place that will sell all these things because they only sell what's coming as the overstock. And so what you have is factory overstock stores that are selling random overstocks. And they have to sell so little to pay for doing it that it's a very viable model. Some of them will go out of business. It'll happen. But tons of them will make it because they all have different overstock and their overhead is quite literally approaching zero. So they're making all their money somewhere else. This is trying to recoup a small amount of money while in many cases, not all, but you can imagine in many cases getting someone out of their hair, right? That person you want to employ and take care of, but you don't really want to deal with them every day, not your problem anymore. And all they have to do is sell crap you send them. Good deal. Everyone wins, right? So that is, I think, the model that's happening. It's the logical model. If that's not what's happening, I think everybody's crazy. Yep, paying member. I'm pretty sure it's a paying member thing. Hey, Scott, what is this? That is a lobster. Yep. In digital format, it says, oh, I live near this place. Wow, Cafe Campestre located in Balway. This farm-to-table restaurant has an on-site bakery that makes fresh bread and offers a diverse menu, including pasta dishes. That's the place we were talking about earlier that I said the food wasn't very good. I'm really disappointed in Campestre. Everybody sent me there and raved about it, and then we went and we're like, why did we come here? Like it was edible, but it wasn't a place to go to. They're the place that did the British Indian food that was curry-ish, and it's a cute place in back. Overall, would not go back. Wouldn't avoid it if people want to go there, but they do make the scorpion oil that I really love. So I love some of their products in the back store, but the restaurant itself I would skip. And that's part of the whole Balway experience to me is very negative. It's not a cool place to hang out, in my opinion. Tiffany says, I was telling hubby about the spiny tail lobster, aka crawfish joke. He's like, shake my head. We just discovered earlier on the show that one of the southern cities in Bolivia is known for its crawfish in the mountains. Dale says, I know I've been a member since day one that you opened it up for subscriptions. That's awesome. That's why you have a red one. Tiffany says, Kevin, maybe. There was a whole debate about Nika's so-called lobster, which we found out is crayfish. I went to Artisan Pasta and got their crayfish pasta in... My head itches. There's no way I have lice. I have no hair. It's just... Oh, I was out in the rain in a hat all day today. Probably just made my head itch. Did an excellent crayfish pasta. I really liked it, but my daughter got something else, and they messed up the sauce. We think they added egg, and it turned a butter sauce into mayonnaise, which I like mayonnaise, but not as a pasta dressing, and it did not go over well. What is the Gustavo Food Bus? We're checking it out. Can we see it? Yeah, there we go. Yum. Cute. I don't know why we put an old bus on the island. That seems unnecessary, but the food looks good. Oh, someone asked if there was gelato. Look, there's a sign for gelato. So I've had gelato a few places here. So having lived in Greece and Italy where gelato is part of everyday life, I've never had anything here that I would say, hey, that's a gelato. There are a couple places that claim they sell gelato. A few, I think, actually do. I know there was a gelato place on Las Penitas before I was here that completely wasn't gelato because very few people here know what gelato is. A lot of places feel confident in lying about it and just acting like it's expensive ice cream when it's not. So unfortunately, that has potential. So unfortunately, because Nicaraguans have so little access to real information about like food things, it is sadly common for places to kind of phone it in and fake it and give them something that's like kind of looks like what they're talking about, and being like, "What? No, this is what it's like. People are excited about this thing." You're like, so you gotta watch out. Got to watch out for that kind of stuff happening. But there is real gelato. I know San Juan del Sur has a couple places. None of them knock my socks off, but they're okay. I mean, and they're not working from an easy ingredient situation. So it's easily not their fault because the ice cream you're making is not good either, right? You go out for the expensive local ice cream, it's not very good. And a lot of it is because they just can't get the ingredients. I know. I have an ice cream maker at home. We make ice cream at home. It's really hard. Right? Like we really struggle to get ingredients to make it. So I'm not saying that people are being lazy or don't know what they're doing. I'm saying they're really struggling to get ingredients. Mary says a new restaurant that opened recently called Tiempo Coffee near the port of San Jose del Sur on Ometepe has excellent coffee and amazing chicken wings. Seriously, I was in heaven in San Jose del Sur. So it's been a little while. So they were definitely not open the last time I was there, but I'm just looking at the map. I'm not going to bring it up for you guys right this moment. So there's San Jose del Sur. There it is, Tiempo. Oh, I know exactly where it is. It's that big building right as you come off the ferry. Well, that's good to know that there's a little place there. So this is where it is. This is San Jose del Sur right here, which is a tiny little village. I mean, there's more, right? There is stuff. This is the port. The ferry comes in here and drops you off at like kind of like this building, and you're like, "There's freaking nothing here." And you come up. You come up at night. You're in trouble. But so this big building right here is the new place. And here it is. And these are from just weeks ago. Okay, I don't know what that is. It looks kind of yummy. Area de Refugio de Garobos. My house is an Area de Refugio de Garobos. They're all over the place. Sometimes they're in my living room. They've fallen through our front gate. All kinds of crazy things happen. Those must be the wings. The fries look good. Cute. Mary, are you in any of these pictures? Okay, so this is apparently their signature dish. Anyone know what it is? Is it a quesadilla? Oh, let's just get a look at the coffee. I mean, looks like good coffee. Ometepe is cool because you get these itty bitty villages. Because look at San Jose del Sur, right? Like, I mean, it's not zero people for sure, but you've got, this is the main road, or the road, right? And you've got, scattered houses over here. Okay. And like right here, you got a little clump of houses with Sports Bar La Casona. There's this little ranch out here. But like, there's still, the Spicy Mango. They were closed. I got to talk to them, but they were closed. I think they looked really good. Anybody been there? Yes, I've been in, but didn't get to eat. I wanted to check it out. But because of the trapped nature and the loop road around the island, tiny out of the way places can still support potentially a restaurant because people just want to explore and stumble on something. And it makes Ometepe kind of have the same kind of magical vibe that you would get as like a Disney World, right? But without being the obvious negatives of being a Disney World. But there's something about being trapped on the island and being like, because when you're in Disney World, one of the things you love is you go into an out of the way location and you're like, no one's thinking about this spot. And obviously you're in Disney World, so there's all these people. So nothing's really out of the way. But you like the Liberty Tree Tavern. Of course, it's in the middle of things. I understand, for those who know. But no one goes, oh, the Liberty Tree Tavern, that's the place to go. But I know the menu at the Liberty Tree Tavern, and I know they got a salmon that's really good, right? And so it's like, I'm going to sneak into this place that no one's thinking about. And it's neat being kind of in the middle of things, but being kind of out of the way and having like a cool place that you enjoy. But enough people stop in just because it's the thing that's there that it's able to survive. Obviously, in Disney World, they can do really well no matter what. And so on Ometepe, you have enough tourists and enough expats going on that there's some money being spent. And there's people who have just nothing to do but go around on the loop road, right? Because, I mean, if you're going from one point to another, there aren't any straight roads. You have to be on one of the loops. And so if you're on one of those loops, no matter how far out of the way you are, you're still on the way. You're never on a side road. You're just on an empty part of the loop. And so you can pick the most remote place, and the same number of people are still going to come by. So if you come up with something really interesting, even if you're not near anything, it can survive. So it just creates a really interesting situation so when we compare Ometepe to Atitlan, this is something that's completely unique to Ometepe, and Atitlan has nothing of the sort. It's completely the opposite in that way. That's cool. Good to know. Tiffany says, eggs. Oh no, that's a major whoopsie. Eggs. Scott, you and your family seem like definite foodies. Oh, we are. Maybe you could do a little food vlog of sorts and bring a meat eater along for the vids for that comparison. That was always a plan we wanted to do with Marcela before she got cancer because, she was getting on the show more. She was cooking more. We were trying to get out and show more food. And then it got really difficult for obvious reasons, right? It would be really cool to bring her out and have her try lots of different food and try new things. And I had someone that I was hoping to have do that as well, who developed real severe food sensitivities and really can't try very much food. So every time I try it, it feels like there's some difficulty to the process. But yes, I would love to do that and have meat eaters on the show and show, because there's so much meat to eat in the country. Like, it's just such a thing. I mean, everywhere that's true, obviously, but I'm looking at these little houses, and Ometepe's funny because it's like, who lives here, right? To some degree, you've got farmers and Nicaraguans who've been there for generations, but around every corner is is expats doing weird touristy things. It's such a bizarre dynamic that, I mean, it's super fun because of it, right? But it almost has a Caribbean island vibe. So you're like, okay, this is a very interesting place with all these weird things to do. And nearly everything is about tourists, but not everything. There's still a lot of farming. And there are a lot of people that actually just live there. And it's like, oh, yeah. And I hope that they're able to keep Ometepe what it is. And it would be so easy for it to get ruined. So that is always a panic. San Jose de Norte is ridiculously small. Does it even have roads? I don't think it does. Has a road going to the water just in case a ferry ever shows up. Like, okay. It's amazing to me that there's any inch of Ometepe that's still empty, and yet tons of it is. It's so interesting. Yeah, Diego, you've got to go. Like, you got to go to Ometepe. It's so unique. It's unique for Nicaragua, but it's also just unique, period. Like, it is, globally, you'd struggle to find any place that's like it. A little bit pricey for Nicaraguans to go, but it's overall it's not an expensive location, so it really is doable. Is Simple Beach Lodge still a thing? I was trying to check rates, and it says no availability. That is because we are under major construction. You weren't here earlier. I was there for the first time today seeing it. We're putting in a new pool, and we're doubling the number of rooms. So for those who know, our famous restaurant is gone. We decided that we could not make it make sense, and so we were famous. We were nationally famous for that restaurant, and we just had to say enough was enough. And I have a video coming out about that relatively soon, I think. It's quite old. I recorded it when we closed and decided to put it off in the future. But the hotel, we decided part of it was get rid of the restaurant so we could really make the hotel better. So the hotel is way improved. We originally had, when we bought the place, it was 3 like fancy rooms, and then 3 what we called treehouse rooms, and they were very hostile, rustic kind of things, and the others were like 3 fancy ones. And I was like, cool. And then we lived downstairs. And our room was terrible. And so when we got rid of the restaurant, we're like, we want to upgrade the 3 fancy rooms and just make them fancier. They're not fancy, but they're pretty nice for the beach. And so we upgraded those a little bit, just some touches. We eliminated a bunch of the treehouse rooms and consolidated them into one enormous room that's still a treehouse theme. So it's all wood and rustic, which you'll see a lot of that in Nicaragua. It's not unique in any way, but it's a very Nicaraguan room without air conditioning. All the others are air conditioned. This one is not. It used to be 3 small ones that were not. Now it's one enormous one. So that one holds 10 people. It's not meant to be a hostel dorm. It is for a family. It's called a family room. It's meant for a large family to be able to stay. It has bunk beds. It has regular beds. It has a loft, fans everywhere, its own tables and spaces up there. So if you want to have food, and even though the restaurant at the Simple is closed, you can order from places like Puesta del Sol, and they'll deliver. It's right across the street. But also, Desperados is going to be reopened very soon, and will deliver to the Simple. We're going to have menus, like room service menus at the Simple. Plus, there's like a little dining area, so if you can go sit out on the beach, obviously, there's beach dining. And you can have all that catered from Desperados. We're making the menu make more sense. And we're changing so that the Simple is not a menu, not a restaurant its own, but more a hotel. And Desperados, we're shifting where the restaurant is so that both are doubling in size. So very much taking on an advanced place on the beach. We're putting in and then the Simple is putting in 3 more, much larger, much fancier rooms on the first floor, including one that is a walkout directly into the pool. And then the pool is not really, it's not like a diving pool. It's a relatively small pool. It's indoors. As far as I know, we have the only indoor pool in Las Pinitas in Leon, and but very small. So someone probably has one in their house. But this is indoors, so you can be in there in a storm. It won't rain on you, and you can do drinks in the pool. So that's that. We're working on that, and it should be open in like 8 days. But also, so we're under panic construction to get it back open. But one of the reasons we're in a panic to get it open, Kevin, is because we're already sold out. So not only are we closed during construction, but for some amount of time, I know we're completely booked. So when are you looking? I'll try to find out if it's because we're booked or because we took it off the market temporarily. Tiffany says, yuca fries, yum. I agree. I love yuca fries. And if you're looking for a style of yuca fry that's really good, look for Yucas Bravas. Coca-Cola does a really good one, or good Yucas Bravas. Lots of places do yuca fries here, but I really like theirs. The vegetarian restaurant in Managua that I loved had the best. They went out of business. That is something that I like a lot. So Diego says, have you noticed gentrification in other places not in San Juan? So gentrification, Ciudad Sandino for sure. That's very gentrifying, like at an unbelievable pace. Other than Ciudad Sandino, so it's a tough thing to call on because gentrification can mean like any neighborhood improving. So it's a difficult one to say, well, like, have you seen any neighborhood improve? I've seen all of Nicaragua improve. So, I mean, is it all gentrifying? I guess. It's hard, but like Ciudad Sandino stands out far above San Juan del Sur for how much it's gentrifying in the I don't know, last 3 years. How much would a family room cost or a regular room? I feel like we just looked. I really don't know. I feel like the regular rooms start around about 50. The family room is like 100 or more. It's outrageously expensive, but it's enormous, right? It's not just that it sleeps 10 people in one room, which you don't normally want, but it's that it sleeps 10 people with room. They all have like their own space. They all have their own fans. They all have their own electric. There's different there's windows everywhere. You can sit all kinds of different places. Like you can really spend time in the room with all 10 people without it being like a major problem. So it's it's pretty unique. No one has a room that big that I know of. So it's pretty pricey. But if you think about like, oh, I've got me and, I got a whole bunch of my friends. We're fine with taking it pretty casual, right? It is not a fancy room, but it's in a kind of fancy hotel. But we'd like to have a pool, our own beachfront. We want room service food, but we're okay sleeping in bunk beds and all hanging out in one room together. This is your place, right? Mostly it's for families, but if you're having like a getaway with your buddies, this would be a baller place to be like, this is just fun, right? We can hook up things and play video games in there. You're right on the beach. Like, it's not like beach access. It's on the beach, right? So it's pretty cool. New Year's-ish, it should be. So I'm not sure, probably New Year's-ish. I'm trying to convince someone to go down with me. People don't believe me that Nicaragua seems awesome. It freaking is awesome. Yeah, they're not outrageous at the simple. The Desperados is more, well, Escondite is the name of the hotel, is more expensive. And I was just looking, at least off season, they're starting at 60. We are pricey, but like we're air-conditioned private rooms, like they're on beach, like there's not much like us. The new places at Escondite that are in under construction right now, they are way more than 60. I don't even remember exactly what the final design is, but they're nice. All beachfront. Like we're like the only like on beach rooms, like very unique. With of course everything we have has room service. Under normal conditions. But the private house, so Escondite is called that. It's called the Hideaway. That's what Escondite is. Because there's two portions. So there's the older portion that we mentioned earlier. Mark built an earlier hotel. It's a 4-room, but It's 2 large rooms that are quite comfy, right? Nice tile, nice bathrooms. We don't like the barn door, bathroom doors. We did not do that. But other than that, they're nice. They're air conditioned, and there's those 2. And then at twice the size, or those 2 combined, is a suite. So there's room 1. I don't know the numbers, right? We'll just say room 1 is a normal room, but a good size, like very comfy. Room 2, same, right? If anyone's been to Hotel Munch, like the big rooms that they have there, like it's like that, like a big queen room. It's like that, and then with the private bathroom. And then the third one is 2 of those combined. So it's a king room, bedroom, walk-in closet, and then a full living room that's the size of one of the big hotel rooms. So it's very spacious, very comfy for a long term at the beach. Then on the second floor is the baller, we call it the apartment. It is that same suite, king bedroom, walk-in closet, nice bathroom, a full living room, but the living room downstairs has windows to the side, as you do in a hotel room, right? It's a normal structure, so here's the windows. The one upstairs has the same windows to the side, but also a window in the middle going forward and 2 sets of French doors. So you can open up the living room and be outside if you want, or just have lots of light if you want. It is really nice. And then you step out, and then it has an outdoor living room and dining room and kitchen that uses the same space as the suite. So we have a 1/8 of the hotel is one room, 1/8 of the hotel is another room, 1/4 of the hotel is one suite, and 1/2 of the hotel is the apartment. So those are available, and those 4 rooms share a private pool. So they have their own outdoor space and their own pool, and they actually have locking and like a security door from the rest of the hotel. So they're available so they're actually popular to rent together as a house. So for people who are doing like weekends with a bunch of family, they'll rent the whole thing, and then it's private. It's a private pool. They have like the parents will have the upstairs apartment and have like this really luxurious thing, and then they can cook and take food down, or people can come up and there's a dining area. People can hang out all different spots. It's second floor, so there's lots of breezes. You got beach views. So that's pretty cool. That's what was there, and what we're building is up against the beach. So that part's secret, and you'll see it really soon because it's coming up. But so the restaurant has been moved, and they're working on getting that back up and running. So shoot me a note, Kevin, or just email info@simplebeachlodge.com and say, hey, it's Kevin, and wanted to know about New Year's or whatever, and I'll hook you up with the manager, and she'll figure it out. Scott, do you ever put the hotel link in your descriptions? I do not. Just in case, we would rather support than other places. Maybe once we're really happy with it, I will think about it. In the past, there's just a lot of drama with the beach places, and I try to stay disconnected. So here's the problem, is in the past, we had a lot of people would find out where my place was and would show up, and this is, I mean, a lot of people. This is an ongoing thing. People all over the beach talk about this, right? Is that people will show up from the channel, people I've never spoken to, I have no idea who they are. They will show up and be like, I'm a friend of Scott's, I'm looking for Scott. Where is he? They'll be angry that I'm not there. Like, you guys know, I don't live on the beach, right? I don't live like around the corner. I live in the city. I don't operate the restaurants. I don't operate the hotels. In the past, we had operating agreements where other people were running the hotel. And so we didn't necessarily have a lot of input. Like, we had an agreement to let them try it. And so we weren't always able to stand by the quality. Like, we hoped the quality was good. We tried to, and we had a really good reputation, but we couldn't really prove everything. We couldn't verify everything all the time. So, and we didn't, the whole thing came about by accident. So I really didn't want to be associated. And so we would have this problem that people would show up and get angry that I wasn't there waiting to meet them. And they'd be like, is he expecting you? Does he know who you are? And they'd be like, well, he's here, right? No. Well, when will he be here? And my staff would be like, We don't know. We can't call him and ask. He's our boss. He's not just our boss. He's not our direct boss. He's the boss's 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 boss, and he's not involved in the restaurant. We don't have his number. We don't know how to call him. We'd have to call the managers of the hotel, have them come down here to explain to you that one of the investors is not living in the hotel and not at your disposal. Like, it was a real problem. And people would come in and like pretend to know me and be like, Scott's paying for my dinner and stuff. And we had people arrested, right? Like, it was like, it's been so bad. So there's this weird thing about having a YouTube channel and publishing too much. Like, on the live stream, it's a little bit different because we're talking about it, right? People who are like going to do that aren't paying that much attention to the live stream. But people who are just going on the channel, seeing a few things, getting my name, and then going through and going, oh, here's his places, and they just show up. And obviously, any amount of watching the show, you're like, the chances we're going to see him there are so low. Now, some people, Jimmy, when he came down, he was like, oh, I decided to stop by this place, and then I recognize you, and you're why I'm here. Like, you were the reason I came to Nicaragua, and the whole reason I left Texas was you, and then I just happened to run into you. Okay, that was different and weird, right? And there's been some of that, and obviously there's lots of great people that come down are just hoping to run into me, and that works out okay. But there's an unbelievable number of people who don't tell me they're coming, find out where they just imagine I will be, and the number of steps that people miss. Like, I don't manage the hotel, and people will call me and be like, I need a room. I'm like, I don't know if we have rooms available. I don't even know where our rooms are listed. I have no involvement, none. Like, even within my family, I don't manage the hotel. My wife manages the hotels and doesn't tell me about it because I have a whole world. Like, she can tell me, hey, we're sold out tonight. Yes, we're sold out tonight. Like, we're happy about that. Right? And I'll go and eat at the hotel, or sometimes I'll go stay at the hotel. And just to be clear, it took a year and a half to get my children to spend a night in our own hotel. Right? My kids are not like going there and hanging out. They're like, no. And then they did, and they're like, okay, we actually really like the hotel. We'll do that. So my wife is the investment overseer of the hospitality business. Both she and I come from hospitality backgrounds. I ran restaurants and hotels. She ran hotels that had restaurants, but she never ran the restaurant. So I have a little bit more restaurant experience, but so our part of our agreement is that I run the technology business. She was involved with it in the past. She knows about how it works, but it's stressful, and we can't both be doing that. So I run that business, and even that I don't run, right? Just to be clear, Valentina runs that. I'm just the investor oversight, right? So they come to me for investor level stuff, but I work as an employee, right? I am not the CEO. I am not a personnel manager. There's no person in the company that reports to me. So that is not what I do. I am pulled from team to team to be a technical advisor across many different teams and many different disciplines. That's really my role internally, primarily. And I'm all day doing that. I cannot be distracted from that. My wife has decided that she's taking over years ago all the hospitality stuff, so that all goes to her. So I don't step in and step on her toes, and that was after we decided we had to make sure that the quality was better and stuff, and had to do a bunch of things. So she really took over that and started the very long process of getting everything under control. So my organization has a CEO and an entire structure of company, right? We have an org chart with people all over the world and all kinds of stuff. And she has an org chart with a director that technically answers to my CEO, right? So it's all part of and then has managers of properties and all the things under that. And so there's all this organization, and I'm 100% removed from it, right? My involvement only comes if that side of the business is asking my side of the business to finance it, or I will get involved in like looking for a new property. If it's something to the degree of getting a new property, I'll be involved, right? Oh, should we put a restaurant over here? Oh, I'll be involved with that. But if it's like, where are we going to put a restaurant within the building? No, I'm not allowed to get involved, right? So that's pretty much where it is. So when you think about it from that perspective, that I work easily a 100-hour week, and I'm running Nicaragua, I am running this show takes a lot of work. In case that's not obvious, I'm like I start with a technology company the moment I roll out of bed, and every moment that I'm not with my kids, or being pulled into something for somewhere, I'm with the company, right? Every moment, like I like to work, and so if I'm certainly if I'm going to spend time with my kids, I stop working, right? Like if my kids want to hang out, boom, I'm done. Bye, guys. But if they don't want to hang out, if it's like, I'm going to watch some TV, nope, I work. Well, we could do, no. If it's any other activity, I work instead. And I enjoy my work, and I try to do less stressful work, and I try to make sure that, and by working a lot, it means that then I have more flexibility, and I get to do cool projects, and I get to travel with work and stuff. So I like all that. And I try to make work be things I want. But so when you then take all that and say you're going to show up at a hotel that I'm not supposed to be at, really, and sometimes we actually specifically avoid being there because we get in the way or we might interrupt service. Like if we're there, you can easily end up in a situation where they're trying to cater to us instead of the customers, or they're getting distracted, or just you name it. It can cause problems. So we often would avoid being out there, and people would be like, but I'm really expecting you to be there. And I was like, that's just so completely unrealistic when you step back and really think about what my life is like the chances. So I went out there today just for another reason. And because I was with the team going out to do something else, I got to spend a few minutes looking at one of the properties, but only one, to see where the construction was. So I got a really quick tour of, hey, you want to see what you're financing, and running around and showing me rooms and stuff. So that's why I even know what rooms we have. If I hadn't been there today, Kevin, I couldn't even told you what rooms we have. So yeah, it's a bit crazy. And so when people are like, was someone expecting you to be at the beach? I'm like, I'm not expecting to be at the beach this month. What are you talking about? Tiffany says, I'm looking for a special pasta with lobster. Where's Scott? Ooh, we could do that because we do have lobster. But if you want Tiffany, if you want to get the lobster that I had that was really good, it is at Artisan Pasta in the Intercontinental Hotel in Managua. Tiffany says the audacity. It's like calling the Hilton and asking for Paris Hilton. It is a little bit. But it's not like calling. It's like showing up in the lobby and being angry that she's not already waiting for you when you didn't call. It's so wild. Like, there's more than one hotel. How did you even pick which one? Diego says, so you own the tech business but don't manage it. That is correct. I mean, I'm certainly an advisor quite a bit, right? Like, there was a time when I ran it in the past. I think that would be me with a tech company. I love tech, but I hate management. That is pretty much what happened. Kevin says, you own multiple hotels. Are they all in Nicaragua? At this time, they're all in Nicaragua, but we've thought about branching out. Right now, we've had a number of businesses in Nicaragua that didn't make it. So we had some really good experiences. We learned a lot of things. We tried some things, got some really big things. So we started with one hotel by accident. We were buying it as a house, and then it turned out to be an operating hotel that we just weren't expecting. So it was super weird. And we're like, you know what? My wife and I are like, we've always wanted to do this. We've always talked about having a hotel. Well, this just fell in our lap. So here we go. We're gonna do this. And then we really liked it. And so the opportunity for a second one came up, and we were bailing someone out of a tight spot, and we were able to really help them. And so that allowed us to get another place, and that's Desperados now. or El Escondite, depending on how you look at it. Desperados is the restaurant. Escondite is the hotel. And so we've been adjusting things and learning things. And we're working on potentially a third hotel or hotel-ish thing right now. That could be pretty quick. We've had a couple that are in motion, and but it always takes a long time to like work out the details, and things fall through. So you have to have 2 or 3 always kind of going on to keep development in process. So we're always trying new things, and then we go through these phases of like, we will never run a restaurant again. What a bad idea. And now I'm already talking about getting involved in another restaurant. So it's like, okay. But we're always going to have one. We know we're going to have one on the beach. We just have to. By the way, we're going to give it about 10 more minutes. I have to cook for my kids tonight. And I think I might have to go rescue my wife, who may be drunk somewhere. But yeah, we're trying to expand. Like we're moving forward, and it's something that we really enjoy having, and we're learning more and more every time we go, and we're finally getting a team together that we feel really good about, and so we're making long-term commitments. My director, who just she joined the company 6 to 8 months ago, visited, left, came back, and was like, I think I'm going to stay permanently, and bought a house today. So it's like, okay, we're in. Definitely not going anywhere. So that's... so we're really like committing to the team, and both sides of the business seem to be growing and doing good things. The more that our corporate side, as we kind of think of it, grows, that's really what it is. It's corporate and hospitality. I know a lot of people think of it as tech, and it's a ton of tech, right? But it's a holding company that holds a software engineering firm, an IT outsourcing firm, an MSP building firm, website design business, web hosting firm, a telephone company, staffing firms. And there's always a few things that I forget about. And so it's a lot of different things, and we go in a lot of different directions. But the one thing it doesn't get into real estate or hospitality, so the hospitality side of that does that. Right now, all in Nicaragua, we're pretty focused on where we are. We really want to expand into a few other places. So we're not going to be putting in hotels anywhere else very soon. We really need to get a handle on places where we are, and develop more processes and stuff. So that requires some close up. But some stuff may be happening some other places relatively soon. So keep an eye open for that. But we really want to get into Matagalpa. Part of it is we want to have things where we love to be. And so we're trying to enable our lives in good ways. But we also go where opportunity comes up. So random things can pop up and we'll just jump on it. And that's kind of how most of our things happen. I'm going to do a video on that because someone was asking, how do we choose what developments to do? And I'm like, I don't have a strategy, man. Like, it's like someone comes to me and needs help, and it seems like an opportunity, so we help them out, and now we're stuck with the business. Could I live, Jean Lagoff, could I live in Nicaragua for $500 a month? So just to be clear, from if you're here as a tourist, yes. From a residencia standpoint, you have to, if you have a pension, you have to be bringing in $1,000. If you have a rentista, you have to be able to bring in $1,250. But do you need to spend over $500? No. There are a number of people living here at $500, including expats. It is tight, to be sure. And as Diego says, he says, live, yes, people support a family of 3 with that. Living to a North American standard, no, but you wouldn't be homeless or starve and could have a nice phone. And he's right? It's 800 gets you to middle class here. That's my estimate. 500, you're definitely living below middle class, right? 500 a month is low, but it is doable, right? You have free medical care. You have public transportation that is incredibly inexpensive. You can get into very basic living for under 100. You generally are going to want to spend about 180, but that budget that cuts really heavily in. So, but you could find a house for under like 150, or go for like a student type housing, or just get a room. So I have friends who recently got rooms. I wish I knew how much they were paying, but I think they're paying between 80 and 90, and they have private rooms with their own bathrooms, but in a shared house. But that gives you some security. You have a house, you have a kitchen, you can do things, and then you have your own room. And so I have friends who are on the show, so the guy who's paying for it, he's a doctor, a little bit older than me, probably 60. He's paying for it. His daughters live there with him, so they all have their own private things, but they live in the same house. So there's other people because it's a bigger space, but they rent 3 rooms. And I think for the 3, they pay under 200. But that might be because they're taking 3. I have taken a private room previously with the same thing. Private bathroom, small room, very, very basic, but it was 75 and included electric and water, I guess. I guess it included all utilities, but what is there? It included internet, really, for 75. Now, that was a couple years ago, probably be 80 now. But so that's possible, right? You do that for 80, you really have very few other expenses. And, food, obviously. Food's the big expense. But public transportation, I can go all over the city for 20 cents on the bus. So with a little bit of budgeting, a little bit of learning, that 500 can do pretty well. And certainly, more importantly, it's going to do better than basically anywhere else. Tiffany says, I took the advice. Tiffany says, adding it to my food list for when I escape the matrix. I took the advice and I decided to branch into IT since it seems the only way to go remote. And sadly, my current company does not allow work unless in Costa Rica or India due to sensitive info. That makes no sense. Those are specifically placed. Well, India specifically, you don't go to for sensitive info because their laws do not protect sensitive info. Nicaragua would be the same as Costa Rica. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Diego says, yeah, pretty sensitive info with fraud analysis. He says, all right, I'm out. Have a good night. See you next week. Thanks, Kevin. Have a good week. Ed says, how dare you get upset when people barge in on you and you refuse to spend all week with them as their personal free tour guide? I know, right? It's so weird. So the funny thing is that because this happens, I forgot to tell the expanded story. Because this happens, you end up with a bunch of people from the beach who know me pretty well. Right, like people live on the beach, and they will end up meeting these people because they can't find me, and they'll wander around and be like, "Hey, do you know Scott?" Or they'll be asking, and they'll be like, "We know Scott. Why are you looking for him?" And then they'll end up hanging out with them. Is reading. Marcela has a new kitten because she's been very sad. She's been living alone. And she needs a cat. So she got this new kitten that was rescued. So Chris, who's been on the show in 2023 at the beginning of the year, I think, he was in the episodes where we went to Ometepe. He was in an episode where we went to La Paz Centro. There's a couple. He managed to rescue some kittens and called me up and knew that I would take kittens. So he rescued kittens, got them to me. I got the kittens and got them to Gigi. Gigi got them to Sarah. Sarah took care of them for a while. Marcela took one of them. So Marcela has one of the rescue cats that came through this huge chain of things, but is now a little tiny kitten, but thriving. But he's very sad. He wants to be with her at all times, and has the run of the house and is a maniac. And so she's like, if I even go into the bathroom, he's all sad that he's outside the door, and he's just sad, and it makes me so sad. I'm like, it's rough having a kitten. What was I? So I got distracted. Anyway. So all these people on the beach end up knowing all these people that I never meet, and they'll be like, okay, so there's people from your channel coming. Are they safe people or are we scared? like every time someone shows up. So it's become a thing that people talk about all these people that I've never met or ones that I have. Like, it's wild. Because the community on the beach is very small. So everybody knows me and everyone knows about the show. And so if someone shows up looking for me, everybody knows. So it's weird. Dale, have a good night. Tiffany says Queens, Forest Hills, Rego Park, old. What are you doing with the Doral house? You'll see. Jean says, thanks, Scott. I'm planning on doing about 4 months there next year. Any advice on budgeting in Nicaragua? 4 months is tough. Okay. So the problem that you're going to have is that normally when you're getting really low costs, you can't get into them until you're here for 6 months. So 4 months, nobody's going to rent to you except Airbnb and hostels. And so those of us who live in Nicaragua, $500 a month is very doable. 4 months on $2,000 is probably not. A hostel is going to be a minimum of, I don't know if you can get below $10 a night. Maybe if you're booking a month at a time, maybe. But then you're not able to move around anywhere. So it's that's going to be tough to spend that little and not be able to take out a long-term lease. Other than that, shop in the markets to get your food and cook at home. But most of the places that you have to live like that don't make cooking easy, so that can be a challenge. But if you eat at fritangas and asado places, those can be really cheap. You can often eat for just a couple dollars. So getting a nice big meal, having like, if you go out at night, for example, and go to, it could be an asado place, you could get some chicken that's relatively affordable, get some plantains, that's a good part of the diet, and get a lot of gallo pinto. Have them load you up with gallo pinto. You might have some with dinner, but definitely have it for breakfast. It's a breakfast food here. But it's an all the time food here, but it's very much, hold on. Ed says, I hate to be hard on people, but if you do not have $2,000 a month, you're living like a peasant. The sweet point is really $3,000. I mean, at $3,000, you're really living quite well. I mean, I know Nicaraguans who are living well below $2,000 and doing really, really well, but they're not in expat communities. They're not in expat areas. They're not on the beach. They're not, right? But if you don't need $2,000 to live quite well, like up here where I am in Veracruz. You can get a really nice 3-bedroom house. If you're shopping around and taking your time and ready to pounce on a deal, you can get a really nice 3-bedroom house with a big yard in a gated community for $350 a month rental. But minimum 6 months, probably no way to get it below 12. So those are things to think about. But you can't do that on a $500 budget. You'd have no money for food. But on a well below $2,000 budget, you could. On a $1,000 budget, you could. You could go for a house like that and live very nicely with a nice kitchen and be able to do things. Are you going to be able to buy a lot of stuff? No, but you can do quite a bit under $2,000. But if you want some flexibility as to where you're going to be, you want to be able to move around, you want to be able to pick and choose, you're going to want more. Obviously, wanting more does not make money just magically appear, so that's not an answer. But 500 is important to understand anywhere in the world. Never are you going to hit middle class with 500. But here at 800, you could do okay. But it'll be tight. You'll be strategizing, mostly having cooked. Oh, what I was going to say though is go to the asado at night. You get a nice big meal and eat at night. Save the gallo pinto for breakfast. Eat that for breakfast. That's very healthy, very filling, very tasty, and keeps really well. You could get by with having very, very little and live on that budget. Tiffany says, tell me about it. It must be legal mumbo. Nothing makes sense with them. Good night, all. Night, Tiffany. Diego says, a complete stream without LTT. Amazing. And with that, we are past 11:30. Let me see what the total stream time is, just because I haven't seen it. Diego says, I disagree. You can really have a pretty good life with $1,000, especially if you are single or just two people. Two people would be tough on 1,000, I think. I mean, certainly you could survive because you can live on 500, so each of you could live independently. But I think 1,000 with two people would be pretty tight. Nicaraguans are able to do a lot more because they know exactly how to do things and how not to. It says, thanks for your extended live stream. I try to miss it. Because Nicaraguans can do so many things more cheaply. And so for a normal Nicaraguan, and this is a big deal, Diego, for a Nicaraguan, you can eat gallo pinto every day and be happy. Not just like happy, but like, I'm glad I ate gallo pinto every day. And almost all foreigners are going to say, I'm losing my mind. I ate that last week. There's very few things that we can handle eating every day. I mean, nothing really. We're so conditioned to have a variety of food that like the idea, like it's unthinkable. Like if you serve the same thing in a public soup kitchen multiple days in a row, people would be angry. Homeless people would be angry. That's how conditioned we are that repeating food is not allowed. And it's just considered a requirement. Like it's considered a dietary requirement. Most of our mothers would be like, you'll die if you eat the same thing every day. They don't consider if that's true. It's just that's what they'll say, right? So it's so ingrained that we'll basically be compelled to have to find variety or we'll just lose our minds. And so because of that, what is often very affordable for Nicaraguans, like give them a handful of things, they'll be like, look at this great selection of awesome food, high quality, all stuff like really good. We'll just do this every day. And I can work out a budget. That was $3 yesterday. It'll be $3 today, right? Oh, Sundays, I tend to be a little bit hungrier because it's something I did. It's going to be $4. I got this, right? I've totally worked out my budget. I can eat in a month $100, right? And not be like, what happens when I get to the end of the week and I'm going to stab somebody if I don't get a pizza or a seafood salad or whatever, right? And so that difference of this is just how you eat versus this is absolutely unacceptable, it would be the equivalent to telling people like, okay, so yeah, you can totally afford to live here, just sleep on the sidewalk. And they'd be like, wait, how is sleep on the sidewalk the answer? But to an American, like the same food every day is the same as telling someone to sleep on the sidewalk. In fact, if I had to choose between, assuming it was legal, sleeping on the sidewalk and getting variety of food, I would take sleeping on the sidewalk in order to get variety of food. And I mean that. Like sleeping outside doesn't bother me. Okay, the possibility of scorpions does. But the overall, just sleeping on a sidewalk doesn't particularly bother me. I can sleep outside if you give me something off the ground so I'm not exactly getting bitten by things crawling by, I will just sleep outside, even in the rain. Doesn't bother me. But if I can't get a variety of food, I too will lose my mind. So that's a thing. Nikas can really stretch their money. Exactly. Diego says being a foreigner sounds expensive. So the thing is, Diego, in the U.S., the U.S. is expensive, obviously, but variety isn't. Getting variety is just a matter of choosing variety in how you eat, but the prices of things are about the same. I can go for a chicken dinner. I can go for Chinese food. I can go for a hamburger. I can go for a hot dog. I can go for pizza. I can take any type of food, and I can do all of it pretty cheaply. Not as cheap as here, but none of it has to be expensive. And I can like cook at home and keep the prices really low. But I can do like wildly different meals for all within, like let's say a meal costs $5. One might be $5, one might be $5.50. The difference is really small, right? So it'd be like today this was 50. Well, today was 100 Cordobas. Tomorrow it's 110 Cordobas. Like that may be a problem for someone who's really, really riding the line, but generally that's not a huge variance. It's not too bad. So Americans can get that variety all the time. So because of that, we don't perceive it naturally as a cost thing. It's purely a dietary thing, how we get the variety to maintain the nutrient variance that we need. Because none of our meals are designed, none of our traditional meals, the style of eating that we do is never designed to provide everything we need at once. We're designed to crave something different and switch what we eat to fill in the missing nutrients, and it works. But without it, it's just, we fall apart. Nika's stretch money, yes, especially if you shop at El Oriental. We do that. Like, we shop at El Oriental. We do that kind of stuff. Like, but that's some of the things that you would do for Gene. If you're going to do that, you want to be shopping at the Mercados and putting in effort to really buy exactly what you need and figure out what the real prices are and pay as little as possible. Diego says, we do eat the same every day. My family of 3 eats for $250 a month. Right. And that's my friends who live in the rooms I was talking about. They similar, right? The only time that they ever get food variety is when they're out with me. They'll come out with me and they'll be like, but most of the time they're still getting pretty standard. They'll just be like very a little, oh, this is a slightly more expensive meal than I normally would get, so I'll get that. But it's within the, maybe it's a nicer chicken or more things, but they're all still Nika things. Now, sometimes we will go places, and they'll be like, new food? Yeah, let's go try it. So we took them to like El Arabe, and they were like, yes, let's try all this food. And pretty consistently, they're like, yes, let's try it. Yep, gonna go back to what I eat, but I'm glad I tried it, right? and they went out and did Indian with me and tried like all kinds of Indian. And for me, it's like I can try everything, and for them, just trying it, they're like, now upset stomachs every time, right? So that's tough. Gallo Pinto is mandatory breakfast. Yummy, it is, and that's something that I've very much adjusted to. Like if I'm having breakfast, I will Gallo Pinto and queso frito are I could do that all the time. Diego says 230 on housing and 100 electricity, and we are on the high end. Yeah, you definitely are, but that's good. Good numbers to have. So 330 plus 250 gives you kind of a base of 580, but for 3 people. It says it's amazing how a man supports their family of 5 on 300 a month. My housekeeper, we know a lot of people that are under 300 a month and supporting families, but often they have 2 people working in many cases. Diego says, the majority of people owning a home helps a ton with that. Oh, yes, not that many people are buying houses. All right, guys, it is 11:41. My kids have not been cooked for yet, so I'm off to cook for them and figure out what everyone needs. Thank you so much for joining me. Like and subscribe. Remember to hit that like button, the 17 of you that are still here. Let's get those likes up. We currently have 33 likes. It's not too bad, but let's see if we can get a few more before we sign off here. And thanks to everyone who supported the show. Thanks to all of you who are buying coffees that I don't see while we're doing the chat, but thank you so much. It really does matter. And don't forget, we still have the GoFundMe to help Marcela. She still has loads of stuff going on and still needs that support for sure. Really appreciate everything that people have done. Everything's in the show notes. And I'll see all of you guys. Oh, don't forget, for anyone who's in the area, Diego, this is especially for you. Sunday in Leon is the video game conference at the baseball stadium here in Leon, 9:30 in the morning on Sunday. I'm taking 23 people. So we're trying a lot to support them. It's their first time doing it. Should be a lot of fun. Bring people from Managua. Spread the word in Managua that we have this event in Leon. Get people to come out and just, it's only 50 cord to get in, and it's 100 cord more to compete. But bring people out. Tell everyone you know. I've got a video that came out yesterday that you can share with them that tells information on it. It's all over Facebook. They shared me on Facebook from the video game groups. But it's just one guy putting it on, so he really needs all the support he can get. So he can't give discounts, I'm sure, but bring in a few hundred people and have them tell them that you learned about it on the show and bring them out. Yeah, I went in and bought tickets for 23 people. I'm like, I've got all these expats and a bunch of Nikas too. We're bringing all kinds of people to it. So everyone you've ever seen from the show, my wife's going to be there, my kids are going to be there, my housekeeper is going to be there, Marcela, her kids, Ava, Marilyn, a bunch of the expats that sometimes you may see or hear about. Like everybody's going. Alan and Anna. It's a ton. And my business partner isn't even in town, or he'd be there. So definitely see if you can get some people to come out and bring the bus out or come out in a carpool and join us. All right, guys, I got to go cook. Have a good night. Thanks very much for joining me. I'll see you all tomorrow.